時空の反射で君へ向かうの猛スピードでピポパ秘密のパスワードをね受信して You're right.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hi, Erica. Welcome. Oh, hold on. I think the light jazz might be a little too loud. Let's see. One moment. Okay, I think I have the perfect volume balance. If not, let me know. I can definitely lower some of the jazz and whatnot. But hi, Erica. Like I said, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for joining me. I'm just 1 hour earlier than expected, but there's like multiple things happening. I really wanted to join Rip because she had invited me to a collab around 1 o'clock. So in about like 3 hours, but kind of looking at what's going on with my finals and then realizing that it's already Wednesday and I still haven't really prepared for another final, and I've been focusing on this class because I have an exam tonight. I'm kind of like, I think today is gonna be we're going for the long term right now. So unfortunately what had happened is that my professor unknowingly put like a review yesterday, and he's like, no one showed up. And the reason why no one had showed up is because when we had him for class, he's like, I'm not doing a review, it's basically giving you the answers and yada yada yada. Oh my gosh, it was so annoying. So we're like, oh, I guess we don't have a review, I guess we can go heck ourselves. But thankfully some people, when they did see the announcement, even though it was maybe like 10 or 15 minutes, they did take some notes, which is why today's stream title is today's stream is a group effort. Because so today we're gonna still continue to study the same class of this anatomy base, focusing on the lower extremities, but we're going to basically do some Quizlets. We're gonna look at other people's notes. One of my classmates gave me her handwritten notes, so we're gonna go off that as well. And someone else made like a PDF, so I'm extremely grateful. Someone also added more onto this document, so we're gonna try to review that as well. And then just cross that everything goes well. I have the exam later tonight at either 7 or 8, so we'll get through what we can. We'll do the Quizlet reviews. We'll try to take like little frequent breaks in between, because I think I am going to be studying for like the long run. And then from there, we can see about doing some biomechanics, as well as maybe just quickly review for another class. There's a concept that I haven't really talked about, and it's basically neural tension testing. So pretty much what happened is you can stretch, you know how you can stretch muscles? Well, you can actually stretch a nerve as well, so that's going to be super exciting. So we'll get to it in a little bit. Sunny said, no one attended class? No. So again, because my program's hybrid and whatnot, when we had physical class with him, he made this whole big buzz and all that jazz, like, I'm not doing a review, and you know, basically if I gave you a review, it's gonna give you the answers. The outline that I gave you should be enough, you need to do some work. And I'm like, bro, I wrote 40 pages of a study guide. What are you on? Can you at least let me know I had the right content? Because some of this stuff, again, my biggest issue was that it wasn't in the lecture. So I'm kind of like, hello, can we go over that? And he basically said no. So I'm like, okay, cool. But yesterday at 7:55 p.m. he's like, hey, we have a review on in 5 minutes at 8 o'clock, see you then. No one knew there was gonna be a review, so no one went until they saw the announcement, and they were like, whoa, what the actual heck? And so that's pretty much what happened. So whoever was there basically shared their notes, so I'm like extremely grateful. So we're gonna try to go over that. But hi Sunny, by the way. Hi. Thank you for also sending your brain cells in exchange for your love. I wish, you know what's really unfortunate about this class? This is one of those classes that no matter how much I study for, I don't think I will ever really be ready for what my professor has. I don't mean to keep complaining about the same professor, but gosh darn it. Potato, hi, welcome, hi Nydia, hi, welcome. Oh my goodness. So let's get to it. So pretty much, I don't know if anyone has inserted like super new content in here, but I know definitely at the end Yeah. Someone, oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire. It actually goes up here. Okay, so one of my classmates was really nice. Practical stuff that I'm afraid is gonna be on the test. Cool, 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 cool. So, let's talk about these notes. Let's see. So, in addition to the lecture stuff and the other stuff I have to prepare for, excuse me, we have lab stuff as well, which is why I'm like super stressed, because after this exam that I have tonight, I really need to focus on a lot of the lab stuff, which is a lot of the physical hands-on concepts, and that's what basically my my classmate had put here. Again, it's just really talking about the concave convex rule and understanding that, again, if a concave surface is moving, it's going to be same rule, same glide, and then if a convex surface is moving, it's an opposite rule, opposite glide. Lucky, hi. Thank you for the contribution. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sunny as well, thank you for the karaoke. I appreciate it. Thank you. I can't believe it. We're 63. Let's go. Anyway, I hope you're doing super well. Welcome. So what's gonna happen is that, again, the hip is a ball and socket joint. So again, if we have two of our hands, one is gonna be into a fist, the other one is gonna be in a cupping C shape, and that's basically how our hip looks like. So the head of the femur, or our thigh bone, is going to sit within the concave pelvis into that acetabulum. And then it's going to pretty much do its 3 degrees of freedom, which we had talked about. It does flexion extension, it does abduction adduction, so abduction adduction, and it also does internal rotation and external rotation. We can do several techniques to help improve mobilization of an individual. So if someone is like, hey, I'm having a little bit of trouble flexing my hip, we can follow the concave convex rule. So let's say it's an open chain motion, which means that the distal segment or the foot is not fixated, so we're holding like their thigh in our arms and our loving embrace. And we're like, okay, so when the hip normally flexes, it should be going anteriorly, right? So if it goes anterior and it's the convex femur that's moving in that open chain motion, it's gonna have a anterior roll, but because it's convex, it's gonna be opposite glide. So anterior roll, posterior glide. So to help improve that moment, what we're gonna do is a posterior glide. So we're gonna just bring it on down, okay? So there's different mobilization techniques we can do, and they all kind of correlate with one kind of motion. What kind of motion, like the flexion extension, abduction adduction, or internal external rotation. And my classmate goes over that, so let's see. So when we flex the hip, we are moving superiorly and anteriorly. So think about it again. Superior means going up, and anteriorly means going to the front. So if we do that motion, that's going to improve flexion. And again, we had just talked about that concept. So because of the convex surface moving, we're going to do opposite of that. So an inferior glide or a posterior glide will be more beneficial. Hi Selleck, hi. Let me give you a shout out. Welcome. And hi Joma, hi. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Hope you two are doing super well. Happy hump day. Happy hump day. You know how it is. I actually had to request a day off today because I'm so worried about this exam. I'm like, please. And she's like, you know what? That's great because I need you Friday. And I'm like, I don't want you to need me Friday. But it's okay. It's okay. All right. So continue on with mobilization. So what about extension? So think about it. We talked about hip extension. Like if you were standing, you would kick your leg back. And when you kick your leg back, you're also bringing your hip posteriorly. So what happens is that because it's still the convex surface moving, though the hip is moving posteriorly, that's going to be the roll, the glide to improve extension is going to be anterior. So you'd mobilize and help improve that movement by pushing or gliding into the opposite direction. And then again, in this case, the anterior or the front. Work suddenly had big issues for me to solve, so today, I'm sorry. I can agree, it definitely is a day. Woo, day, woo. Wouldn't have any other way. Woo, days. Oh, Oh, hold on one moment. Sorry, I thought my classmates were saying something. They're like, when is the exam? And I actually have no idea. I feel a little bad. I don't know when the exam is. I keep saying it's either 7 or 8, so blah. Let me politely sip some coffee and then we'll get to it. Alright. So when we adduct the hip, what's gonna happen with adduction is, again, it has the word ADD. We're gonna bring it closer to our midline. Let's say you're kicking your leg out to the side, your adductor muscles, or the muscles located medially, are going to help bring that leg back in. Some people may have issues with adduction, but understand that when we adduct the hip, we're bringing the femur medial, or closer to midline, or closer to center. So again, reconsider the concave convex rule. The convex femur is moving on the concave pelvis, so even though we are rolling medially, to improve adduction, we need to glide laterally. And so it's going to be the opposite for abduction. So if we want to kick our leg away to the side, that is going to be a medial glide. I don't know why you put stretch. I have to double check with him why are we stretching rather than gliding. Hi Pam, hi. What? Why are you so early in the morning? Oh wait, time zones. Wait, don't tell me it's like 7 a.m. your time. Right now in Bearcat Mountain, it is 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is a reasonable time to be awake and study, so boo! Boo! Friendly you time, honestly. Otodoji, hi! I don't know why my follower thing didn't go. I'm so sorry. But welcome to the Kakwa. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome. It's exactly 7. What are you, a witch? I had to guess because as soon as you said it's so early in the morning, I'm like, this cub is PST. I just know it. I feel it in my bones. It's 9:19 in Yeehaw. Welcome, Wondering. Alta. Hi. I want to live in Yeehaw. I was talking to a few friends because I have a other friend who lives in Yeehaw, and I got to visit them along with a group of other friends about this time last year. And it was super fun. I mean, everyone actually kind of sucks driving. There's something about Yeehaw where people drive like absolute buffoons, but that's okay. I didn't get into a car accident while traveling, so that's all that matters, right? You seem nice, thank you. I appreciate it. I am nice if I do have to say so myself. I'm not very secretive about my city. No. Feel free not to dox yourself. I live in Bearcat Mountain, man. Bearcat Mountain is the whole East Coast, so I don't know. When you're like this in traffic, you don't develop strong driving skills? No, I would think honestly the opposite. I don't know, man. Even in Bearcat Mountain, people drive like absolute buffoons. There's been times where I had to slam the brakes on the left lane, and I'm like, bro, what are we doing? Who's here? Who doesn't understand the left lane is for passing or going fast? I will end them. But no worries. Oh my goodness. Because this is like slightly off topic, but I was just thinking about tags and whatnot. Super off topic. I was like, I had this really funny idea before going live that even though education is not a game, Twitch is doing this theme this week called What's Game Week? What? Like WUT? And I'm like, what if I just tag myself in there? Yeah, but the whole purpose of the stream, or the theming and the tag, is to introduce games that people have probably never heard of before. And I'm like, bro, this is the game of life right here. I'm studying. I don't know if I should tag it, but I'm like, no, I don't want to get disrespected. They're gonna be like, Tippa, this is not a game. But still. Oh, well, if that's the case, I live in lunar orbit. Let's go! Find me all you want. Literally cannot get to the moon. One day, I don't know, space travel seems to be a thing, my dude. Or it's starting to, apparently, but who knows. Anyway. So let's talk about just the 2 more motions that we could do, because remember that the hip is 3 degrees of freedom. So remember, we can also do internal and external rotation of the hip. So what happens again, concave convex rule, when you internally rotate your hip, so let's say you bring your toes in towards you, like you're trying to be anime girl and you want your toes to touch together. When you're doing that kind of motion, the toes facing each other, pointing towards each other, that's going to be internal rotation. So for internal rotation, it's going to be moving anteriorly. So what you want to do is a posterior glide. So in the same case, it's going to be for the hip or the external. When you bring the toes away out to the side, that's going to be moving posterior. So what you want to do is do an anterior stretch, because as you externally rotate, you're going posteriorly, and you want to just do the opposite. Also, just know, apparently long axis distraction of the hip is going to improve all the motions. So what is long axis distraction? Basically, you have the person laying, you put them in that open back position, the 30 degrees of flexion, 30 degrees abduction, and I think slight external rotation, yes, and you just pull on their leg. And I'm not talking like a jerky motion, I mean like a slow, gradual pull where you don't have to use strength, because to be honest, cubs, I am not strong in my arms. My legs, heck yeah. My arms are sticks. But you can like basically stand in an AP stance, so one leg in front of the other, or a staggered stance, and you pull the person's leg as you lean back. So you just let all that happen naturally, you know? As natural as pulling someone's leg is. Hi Zach, by the way. Hi. Anime girl knee tuck and toe touch at the same time? Oh, I can't even do that while sitting. Wait, I guess. Honestly, that's gonna be my power stance. But welcome. So let's talk about, if we talked about the hip, let's talk about the knee a little bit, okay? So for the knee, what's gonna happen is that we're gonna have the same idea of there's a concave surface and there's a convex surface. So we're gonna have a concave tibia on a convex femur. Give me just one moment. Let me actually just pull up an image if you cubs don't mind, okay? Concave, convex knee. Because I think it's much easier to visualize. I don't like I'm kind of picky. I don't really like looking at anything if I don't have an image. Because you could tell me anything you want and I'm just like, okay, but how does that look? I want a decent one. There's a lot of people who make like really simple what do you call it, drawings. I mean, I guess this works. Hold on. I like this one a little bit better, but it might be blurry. Alright, so what's gonna happen here with the knee again? So it's saying that the tibia, which is right down here next to the fibula, so your shin bones, or the what do you call it, the bones below the knee, they're going to be right here. This again is the tibia, this is the fibula. So our thigh bone is going to be right up here, the femur. It's saying that the femur is convex, and then it's saying the tibia is concave, which you can pretty much see in this image. This is a ray rounded structure, hence the word convex. And then remember, if you're ever confused about the difference between convex and concave, literally think of concave as like a cavity or a bear cave. Rawr, gowl. With that in mind, you know the cave is going to kind of be the caved in structure, have that like little indentation in it. So let's see. So if the tibia is concave and the femur is convex, let me think about this really quick. I'm so sorry. Apparently the body kind of follows a how do you say it, a pattern. So maybe I have to draw it out because my brain, you know, is So when I mention pattern, what does the hip look like again? Sure. Sure. This is the hip, right? And then we have the head of the femur right here, right? And we're saying that this is a convex surface. Moving on the concave tibia. That's the fibula. You know, this is not awful. It's not offensive. So they say like an on-off pattern happens with the body, and I just want to make sure that this is still true. So let's use some lines, okay? So this. Oh no, it's a curvy line. No, hold on. So this. So the pelvis, we agreed, is definitely a concave surface. Head of femur, concave. So if the top is concave and the wait, wrong one. Convex. Alright, so the pelvis is concave and this is convex, so that is why. No, I guess it doesn't follow this pattern because we had just agreed that this tibia right here is the convex surface as well, so. Huh. Never mind. Never mind, waste of time. Sorry. Alright, this is pure memorization, baby. Sorry. Hi, Monte. Hi. Welcome. Thank you for the contribution. I appreciate it. Thank you. But, so the thing with the knee is that now that we've kind of addressed, we fully addressed, what is concave and what is convex, the only other thing we need to address is this going to be an open chain or closed chain? And this is something we can talk about to heck and back. We can also talk about this even for the hip when we're talking about the pelvis and the head of the femur. It can also be a closed chain, open chain motion, but I think the knee is a little bit more popular because this is really important for your walking cycle or when you're squatting and all that other wacky nonsense, okay? So, this is what we're gonna do. For the knee, when it's off the ground or an open chain, because that's again what we addressed, open chain is when the distal segment or the foot is not fixated on something or it's on like a surface where it can't really move. When the knee is off the ground, that tibia is gonna be in motion. And so what's going to happen is that when the tibia is in motion, it is that concave surface. And when the concave surface is moving on convex, we're going to have the same roll and the same glide. So if we are, let's say again, we're all sitting and we don't have cool standing desk and we're all sitting, you just kicking your knee out is an open chain motion. And what's happening is that you can even see it and feel it for yourself. It is your tibia that is moving. That bottom bone right below the knee is moving. And because it is moving, again, that concave surface is doing the articulation with the convex femur. And so what's happening is that you are doing an anterior roll because you're kicking anteriorly or to the front. And because it's convex, it's going to be the same glide. Anterior roll, anterior glide. So what about, let's say when it's on the ground. When it's on the ground, that is a closed chain motion. And what's going to happen is that the tibia is not moving anymore. It's your femur or your thigh bone that's moving. So that convex surface is going to be moving, which means that it is going to be an opposite roll, opposite glide. So as you, let's say, squat? I don't know, maybe let's not do that. Let's just keep it simpler. Convex surface is femur is moving, so for whatever reason it goes anterior, you would do the opposite glide. So anterior roll, posterior glide. Alright, let me sip some water really quick. I filled up my water bottle and this is gonna sound silly. I haven't filled up my gallon of water bottle to the top for a very, very long time. I feel like it's been like almost a month. Ever since A, it broke my mirror, but B, I've only been able to drink like half a gallon of water, which has been disgraceful because I used to drink a whole gallon and I was like, heck yeah, I'm gonna be so healthy, but now I'm just like If I could even get like 30 ounces of water in me, I'm good. So let me politely sip. I hate when I sip though. But it's okay. I'm already at the 11 o'clock time, and that means I'm 30 minutes earlier than expected on the water bottle. So thank you, water bottle, for dictating my life and when I should be drinking water. Yay! Oh, hold on. Goodness gracious. Drinking water has betrayed me. Anyway, so this is just other notes that my classmate had put about just knowing the difference between like accessory motion and classic motion. The really just a summary, so I don't necessarily have to read all this, is that accessory motion again is going to be consistent of two types. It can be component motion or joint play. So component motion is what we've been talking about with this concave convex rule. This is going to be something that's going to help facilitate a kind of a particular movement, and it's definitely under voluntary control. This is something we can definitely do. If we say, hey, we're going to flex our arm, you're going to flex your arm. Your arm just doesn't do it by instinct, you know? I mean, instinct, well, involuntary, you know? And if you're kind of so confused about the difference of like, wait, isn't everything voluntary? No! Our muscles and us moving are voluntary motions, but involuntary is kind of like your heart pumping. You don't tell your heart to, you know, pump and not pump. It just does it kind of on its own. So, yay, the heart. Anyway. So what's gonna happen is that the reason why component motions are important is because it's gonna detect joint dysfunction. So if we're not able to move a certain way, if someone's having issues, that's why knowing the concave convex rule is so important, because we want to help mobilize and facilitate that joint motion and see what we can do. We're gonna provide like a glide and see like, hey, this is help improve your motion. After joint play motions, those are actually not going to be voluntary control. They're going to need an outside force for it to occur, and they do not follow the concave convex rule. Because sometimes it can be just like convex on convex, and it's like, well, how do you do the concave convex rule if you have two of the same ones? You don't. You can't. You just can't do it. I'm sorry. An example of joint play that we use though in our class though is the concept of distraction. So that is the pulling the hip example that I was talking about earlier, that long axis distraction, that again is going to help improve all the motions. Can't set the heart to manual? Yeah, but you can set breathing to manual. No. Anyway. So my classmate, bless his heart, had did all this, so let's kind of talk about it. There's a lot to take in, Alex. So to improve knee flexion, we had just talked about the concave tibia and the convex femur, and because we're going to put this in open chain motion, again we're moving the femur, so it's going to be the same roll and the same glide. So if you want to improve knee flexion, and we know when we do knee flexion, when we let's say even now when we're sitting in our chair, knee flexion is, our knees are already slightly flexed, or not slightly, they are flexed, not even slightly, they are flexed. But if you wanted to like bring your heel to your butt while you're sitting, you're bringing your knee or your shin or the bottom of your leg below the knee back. You're bringing it posteriorly. So what's going to happen is that to improve knee flexion, and because it's a convex moving on concave, you want to, as it rolls posterior, again us moving that leg back, we want to glide it posterior as well. But we also have to consider the other things as well. No, actually we don't have to consider anything else. I think everything else is going to be it is what it is. Like inferior glide of patella moves inferiorly. Posterior glide of the tibia is moving posteriorly. Oh, okay. So I think we can skip that. I think these are all lab stuff, so I mean they were all lab stuff. We had already like accomplished that, but this stuff I don't really want to look at, not because of anything, but this is something how do you say it? This is something that once you get the concave convex rule, you actually need to apply it. So I need to just politely borrow a body to actually like do this kind of motion. So yeah, it's good to talk about it, but not too good to focus on, you know? I wish I could show you Cubs, like I would just use my own body and be like, alright Cubs, here's my I'm going to push down posteriorly, or I'm gonna push I'm gonna push posteriorly or in this downward motion. And remember, we talked about that being a posterior roll, and because it's open chain, we're also doing a posterior glide when we do this. And what does that improve? Knee flexion. I can humor us and try to do it on MS Paint, but that's too time consuming at the moment. Again, it's just better to do it on a person. Hi Sai, hi, welcome. Curse head pads. Okay. Are you ready? 1, 2, skibidi dibidi doo. Hi, what? Oh, no, my study stream. I fixed it. And a nice polite pat. Thank you for the kiss head pats. You want to see what's cursed about it? I just summon a hand, you know. The usual. Monte, what's with the huh? Hi K-Duck, hi! And Ronald Rabbit, hi! Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. What a cute name. It's actually really pretty. But welcome. Oh my goodness. Oh, you know what? Sorry, this is not to say anything in particular about your name, but you know, I think like the L at the end is just so pretty. I ran it like, you know, Danielle is like a Danielle. It's like a common name, you know, but not saying like, oh, it's common. But I had met someone whose name is Danielle, and I'm like, oh my goodness, holy heck! I love the what do you call it, the variety with the L's. Mulcha, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate you, the itty bitty bits. I contribute to wholesome, comfy bearcat cutie. Thank you. And thank you somehow for recognizing I'm a bearcat. Not that isn't the brand or anything, but I feel like a lot of new cubs who stumbled in, they're like, hey, you're such a cute rat. And I'm like, I'm offended for all rat VTubers. So I'm like, what? Thanks for recognizing me. I'll never forget. Is it because I'm like grayish, purplish? They're like, yeah, you rat. And I'm like, what? Anyway, this is not to be offensive. Okay. Let's get to it. So, my classmate was so nice, and they basically inserted snippets of another tutor's notes. And so what happens is that tutors are so good. They give us their previous notes in hopes that it helps out, and so he wrote some of the tutor's notes in here. So let's review that. Once we review that, let's see if we can review the PDF that my other classmate made from that review before. Let's see if we can decipher again the written notes, and then we'll go into the Quizlets. From there, we'll take like a little maybe baby break. We'll try to focus on biomechanics, and then go over another concept. It's not the order, might be a little bit switched, but again, we're here for the long run, baby. Anyway, let's talk about osteoarthritis or arthrosis. Sorry, my bad pronunciation. Also known as OA. Basically, that is going to be something you might have heard before. It's going to be a degenerative joint disorder at the hip. Normally, this can be caused by like a tight capsule. Like again, there's a capsule that forms at that ball and socket joint at the hip, or hip dysplasia, or leg length asymmetry. I'm so sorry, I'm uncultured. I don't remember what aplasia means. Or dysplasia. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, the development of cancer. my bad. Osteoarthrosis. Let's see if I could get like a cute picture in here too. Ooh, this looks awful. This looks awful. Awful. Let me see if we can yeah, this works. So let's put that picture here. So osteoarthritis or arthrosis again is going to look like this because this is our normal healthy head of the femur, right? Well, our osteoarthritis, what's going to happen, arthrosis, oh my goodness, it's going to be this degeneration. What's going to happen with this as well is that there's going to be gait deviations. Gait again is another fancy word for walking. And then what happens is that with the tight capsule that we have here, there's going to be like abnormal loading, which means like no loading or unloading, which is going to cause stress, which is going to increase and help facilitate the idea of the degeneration at this hip joint. For treatment, what you want to do for this is that you want to help stretch any tight muscles and the tight capsule to help prevent the degenerative joint disorder. Alright, let's talk about muscle strains. So again, strains are in relationship to the attachment site of the muscle to bone. And what happens is that you can strain your glute muscles. Your glute medius and minimus, because I know a lot of cubs, you may be familiar with gluteus maximus, but if you peel the gluteus maximus in your head, that's the most superficial like gluteal muscle we have. But if you peel it off, you have two other gluteal muscles in there. You have the medius and the minimus, and I can actually show you that if you're unfamiliar. So let me get a picture of that because I am a visual learner. Yay! Also, kinesthetic? Yeah. Maybe also auditory as I read this out to you. So what's gonna happen again with the gluteus medius, which we could see right here, and then the gluteus minimus is even deeper than that. So again, this is like an onion. It has layers. Sorry, I would never speak like that again. So gluteus minimus is gonna be our most deepest layer that we have, and the middle is gluteus medius, and the most superficial is going to be this gluteus max muscle. So when we have a muscle strain in relationship to the gluteus medius and minimus, the mechanism of injury is going to be fall, overuse, prolonged weight bearing on one lower extremity. So fall, maybe you fall on your booty and you're like, ow, my booty. Yeah, that happens, I guess. Overuse. So what happens is that your gluteus maximus muscles are extensors, while your gluteus medius muscles are your internal rotators. And your, let me see. Oh my gosh, it's one other action. Is it not a abduction? No, I'm so bad. Oh my goodness, I had to refresh on my anatomy. Yes. Okay. They're abductors, yes, so they abduct and internally rotate. So they're helping again with that kicking the leg out to the side motion and the twisting of like the feet towards you, that internal rotation, you know? That is going to be overuse. So if you do a lot of like kicks out to the side, that overuse can actually cause some muscle strain. K-Duck says, oh yes, now that's what I need to learn. And I did feel that too. Oh no. Oh, were you working out too hard? Did it kick you in the booty? Absolutely no worries. Have certainly fallen on my booty and gone, ow, my booty, exactly. Very common, right? Easy to happen. I think a lot of people think like it's much easier to fall towards their back anyway, because like falling, look, listen, there's no benefits to falling, okay? When we fall on our booty hoping that our butt can serve as a cushion, but sometimes we could even like risk breaking our tailbone, or I guess apparently in this case also muscle strain. Or you fall out to in front of your face, but you want to protect your face, So you use your hand, and then you can have something called a whoosh injury, which is falling with outstretched hand or something like that. I don't know where the S is. But whoosh is like the sound of you falling, I guess, and also a mnemonic, which I can't again think of like the accurate, but again, falling on outstretched hand. And then you risk like breaking that, so it's kind of like, wow, just don't fall, my dude. Have better balance. Don't put yourself in really risky situations. Speaking of super risky situations, I'm way too lazy to go find this TikTok because it's probably buried into my likes, but there's someone who went bungee jumping in, I think, like South Africa or something like that. I don't know. She was going on like a little vacation, and she was jumping off like one of the highest areas in that region, and what had happened was, instead of falling normally, because you're supposed to kind of like jump it and whatever and let your body, I don't know, whatever you do with bungee jumping, she kind of just fell. Like she just slipped off the edge, and she started freaking out and everything like that, and she ended up grabbing the bungee cord, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you grabbed the bungee cord. I can't believe you did that. I mean, she didn't get hurt or anything, I'm just letting you know. I don't know why I brought that up. I guess it's just falling, living on the edge, etc., etc. But that was just such an interesting TikTok to watch. To be honest, I didn't know why she wasn't able to like grab the bungee cord, which sounds like awful. It's just something I'm not like well versed in. But until I saw the comments where it's like she could have literally died or something with her spine, I'm like, oh. Oh, my bad. I see. Okay, I learned. Even sitting too long could cause it? Oh yeah, no, that's why it's important to stand up and stretch. Again, my secret is standing up and stretching. If you ever get super lazy, just drink a bunch of water. When you drink a bunch of water, you probably have to urinate more often. So that encourages you to stand and get up from your desk, and then you're like, oh, I've been sitting for a long time anyway, so you take like a nice standing break, you know? Speaking of water, I want to hydrate again. Hold on. Pee-pee dance? Yeah, that's gonna be me in a few moments. Anyway. More concepts about muscle strength. So we could talk about the 80 muckner. Sorry, I'm confusing. I'm using words together. Adductor muscles, or the groin muscles, and we can be referencing the adductor longus or the adductor magnus. So again, we had talked about the adductor muscles being located in the medial thigh, also known as, you know, the groin area. What's going to happen there for the mechanism of injury is that you're going to have a strong eccentric contraction. So what does that mean? So, excuse me. Strong meaning not weak. Eccentric is going to be like the elongation of a muscle, and then when it goes to contract, so it's being activated. So kicking a ball can actually cause muscle strain. Let's say you kick a ball really hard because when you kick a ball, you're doing hip extension, and you are do they make kicking a ball like you're about to flex? Yeah. So if you're flexing the knee, you're going to be using your hamstrings, which are muscles in the back of your thigh. And so as the hamstrings are contracting and it's being a concentric contraction, how do you call it? Eccentrically, what's going to elongate are the muscles in the front. So the muscles in the back are working hard, the muscles in the front are going to elongate or become eccentric. And what's going to happen is that as you do that strong kick, that strong eccentric contraction can strain, again, the adductor muscles. Speaking of hamstrings, basically an eccentric contraction at the end range with hip flexion and full knee extension. So basically the opposite of what we're talking about. So instead of kicking a ball, our leg is up straight and we're basically at near full hip flexion. So let's say you're standing up and you decided to do like a super high kick. That's basically the mechanism of injury that you could have a muscle sprain with. Give me one moment, Cubs. Someone made an edit to the document, so I'm actually curious to what their edit is, but I know one person has their actual name on here, so I don't want to mess that up for them, you know? But the issue with people who do edit the document is that sometimes you don't really mean to edit, you know? They probably like press space. Alright. Never mind. I don't see any changes, so we're going back to where we started, okay? Alright. So for hamstrings, what's gonna also happen is that if you have a muscle strain with them, you may have muscle imbalances, prior injury. I don't know what they mean by that. Advanced age and insufficient warm up. Oh, I guess they're saying what else can be a mechanism of injury. Muscle imbalances, prior injury, advanced age, and insufficient warm-up can also cause hamstring strain. So that's why it's important to stretch and not go full into an activity if you don't have to. We could talk about the grades of strain. So remember, grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. 1 being the least severe, grade 3 being the most severe. So grade 1 is going to have a minor tear with loss of strength and range of motion. Grade 2 is going to be a severe tear with loss of strength and range of motion. Grade 3 is going to be a complete tear with full loss of strength and range of motion. So everything is going to include loss of strength and range of motion, but it's going from minor, severe to complete tear. So a minor tear, oh, okay, you're losing a little bit. Severe tear, yeah, you're gonna lose a little bit. Complete tear, yeah, you can't activate that muscle anymore if there's a complete tear. There's no attachment to between the pulling or the SCA or whatever like that, having the cross-sectional area to even pull off. So it just makes sense. Let's talk about the capsular patterns. So what's going to happen with the capsular patterns in the hip? We can use this abbreviation called FAME. So the capsular patterns are basically what is the most limited your hip can be in. And well, actually maybe that's not it. Hold on. It's either that or something else. What is capsular pattern of a joint? Okay, a capsular pattern and restriction is a limitation of pain and movement in a joint-specific ratio. So what does that mean? I'm pretty sure, 60% confident at this rate, that it's just how a patient would present, and they would present normally in this order. Sorry. I'm pretty sure that's it, but goodness gracious. Anyway, so if that's the limitation of flexion, abduction, medial rotation, and extension, that's going to be the abbreviation of FAME. F for flexion, A for abduction, M for medial rotation, and then E with extension, with slightly limited lateral rotation or external rotation. Another source or another researcher had said, actually, it's not FAME, it's meal. My head pads! I'm sorry, hold on. Thank you for the head pad though. Oh, there it was! I'm sorry! Here, I'll re-redeem it for you. My bad. I was wondering why it's not working, but thank you for the head pad. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry it wasn't working in the beginning. But yeah, so the second researcher is like, nope, it's not FAME, it's meal. And meal says that's medial rotation, extension, abduction, and then flexion. You just gotta take off the F. With slight limitation, lateral rotation. So that's the only thing that it shares. Both are gonna be slightly limited with lateral rotation or the external rotation, but just know either it's FAME or meal. The reason why there's even two is because it's actually difficult to isolate the capsule because the bones that are around the hip, that are at the hip, that are the actual hip, the muscle and ligaments are going to impact it. But you're too precious. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. What do you call it? Activation How to test capsular pattern. You would use active range of motion or passive range of motion, and when you do that passive range of motion, it's gonna be either that classical or accessory motion. So classical again being like our flexion extension, and accessory being how do you say it? Our joints. Hi dude, hi, welcome. What's up? Studying, you know me. Hold on one moment though. What? I felt like I was leaning in, so I had to readjust myself. I promise I'm not studying like this. Alright, I'm fixed. I'm upright. This is a free posture check. What? Man, I have an exam today, so that is why I'm studying. Boo. Oh yeah, baby sack, let's go. Aniplex, hi, welcome. So what exactly are you studying for? So I have an exam at either 7 or 8 o'clock today, and I've been trying to study this because this is like my second and last exam because I have finals next week, and my professor is an absolute booty hole for putting one more exam and then being like, oh, actually next week we also have a chemo save. Like, heck off. So I'm studying this. I'm basically studying like general anatomy right now. All professors are booty holes? This is so true. This is why I also want to be a booty hole as soon as I get the power into my career. I'm gonna go teach, and I can't wait to be a booty hole. No, I'm just kidding. What do you call it? I had joked around with the Cubs about this situation, and I was telling them, I'm like, look, my current professor for this course in particular has motivated me to become a professor because of the most minimal effort he's received, and I'm sure he's making cash monies doing this, but he sucks so much, and I will tell him in his face. But I won't. I will just tell him through an anonymous review at the end of the semester, you know, those course evaluations. This is why I went to trade school and not college. I'm a journeyman certified diesel engine mechanic and engineer. That's actually so cool. I want to go to trade school. I think learning trade is like, honestly, A, just so valuable, and B, honestly, it sounds fun. There's a lot of trades that people can do, and if you want the quick way to just like ignore college completely, I think it's honestly a good way to go ahead for it. Trade is super underrated, so I'm glad that you're what do you call it, already graduated. You have your life, you have your career. I'm jealous. I'm so jealous. Unfortunately, I went the grad school route, so right now I'm in a graduate program. So I did my bachelor's, and now I'm trying to get my doctorates, and I'm just like, why the idea of school and being successful with college has been like really hammered into me when I was young, so I guess. As long as it's not nursing, I regret much in my life. Oh wait, what do you mean, Amni? Did you try going to a nursing program, or are you currently a nurse right now? Because either way, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I'm grateful, but I'm sorry. Hi Power! Good luck, Tipanya. I'm sure you're gonna ace it. Gosh, I hope. Thank you, K-Dog. Thank you. And hi, Power. Thank you. Currently, I'm sorry. I have a lot of, so when I was in, in my first 2 years of college, a lot of people, or getting the associate's degree, there you go, super undergrad, you know, a lot of my classmates were trying to be a nurse, but the issue with nursing, you're aware of the issues with nursing. But other than that main one, it was actually really hard to get into like the local programs. It was just super competitive. So I am sorry, but I respect your hustle. I respect that you're currently in nursing. I honestly wish you the best of luck. You're doing great, sweetie. Oh my goodness. Ultra says my parents are still upset I never went to college, but they can't complain. I ran off to join the US Navy instead. 15 years of service? Oh, let's go! Thank you for your service. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, no, they shouldn't be upset. You're already making like something of your life, and honestly, like that is honestly more than enough. There are a lot of people out there who I can't judge their circumstances, but I have a few friends who are a little bit older than me, and they don't really necessarily have their like lives together. And I thought I was a little bit late as a forever 17-year-old, but they're like super late in society standards. And honestly, as long as you're happy and staying afloat, that's honestly what matters. But they're definitely not falling within like the traditional means of like, you should get some kind of career by the time you're so and so age, and they just haven't, you know. But yeah, no, it's super tough this day and age. That's why I just don't judge the circumstances of it. All my friends who are in that position have had like a really rough upbringing. Not saying anything in particular, just, you know, life happens. Thank you for your cervix. Thank you for your cervix. Thanks. I'm sorry for the dot. I'm sorry. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. You're doing so good. Good job for getting to it. You're a super smart individual. Nursing is tough. Healthcare is tough. You did it though. Oh my goodness. All just those because everyone's pulling you in different directions, saying they know what's best for you, and half of them are just trying to take advantage of you and your monies? Oh no. Look, listen, you sound like you have a really good head on your shoulders. Don't let anyone take advantage of you, okay? Okay? It's, this is gonna be super cliche, so I'm really sorry. But it's the idea that it's your life and you get to live it however you want. If you're happy with the way that you're living right now, then so be it. No one can really judge you for that, you know? If your life is like, oh, well, it could be better, then yeah, it could be better. You recognize that issue, and then you do what you have to do to address those problems to get to a life that you want, you know? Oh, it's too late for that? That's why I'm in debt. Oh my goodness! Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but I'm just like, yeah, live your best life. No, I can't. This is what happened. I'm sorry. I'm actually really so sorry to hear that. That's... Life is full of learning experiences, and sometimes you just have to learn the hard way by actually going through it. But I'm so sorry about that. Hopefully, that issue can definitely be resolved with time. But yeah. Amni says, I'm a travel OR nurse. What is OR? Hold on one moment. Let me look it up. Let me not be like OR nurse. Oh, operating! Oh, look at you! But recommended PA school to anyone who has to? Okay, let me have a conversation with you, Amni. So, I can't really necessarily, like, if you see what I see and you're familiar with healthcare, you know what career choice I'm going for at the moment. Maybe not right now because, how do you say it? This might be your first time seeing like the study stream, but if you see like other things, you'll be like, oh, she's definitely this, but don't dox me, please. I just say general anatomy for a reason. I also, after I graduate, want to do traveling as well. I heard that's just a really good way to get out of student debt. And to be honest, I'm not gonna lie to you, a lot of people are like, hey, look, listen, you know, you should really not do traveling when you graduate because yada yada, you're still new and you need to be more familiar with the field and you should be like locked down in this one place. Listen, I don't really like change or like moving around, but the idea of travel sounds still really appealing to me. The reason why I would still like to do traveling after I graduate is because I have to do like 3 full-time clinical rotations when I graduate, or not when I graduate, towards the end of my graduate program, and I'm basically being thrown in there anyway. So what's gonna be the difference with traveling, you know? I'm only gonna be there for a few weeks and get paid more money and get whatever additional stipends, is that how you say it? Stipends? Sorry. It doesn't matter, you know? Even it's like, but you don't understand the system, Tipa, and this and that. It's like, someone's got to teach me. I'm just here filling because some person decided to get pregnant, and I'm just here temporarily. You guys are just, in desperate need. I know about like the nursing shortage. I don't know how up to date is it now and everything, but I still assume there's a high demand for nurses even in this day and age. Even like, what do you call it? I don't want to even say post-COVID. Post-COVID is not a thing. We are not post-COVID right now. We are still in current COVID. But it's definitely not as bad as it was before. But now, especially this season with like the flu season and everything like that, I had a where I work, I had a client come in, and basically she's like, yeah, my husband went to the hospital the other day, and there's another patient who's like, yeah, they went to the hospital because they're born in like the 1930s and like the flu had knocked them out, but that's a whole nother subject. But she's like, yeah, I went to the hospital because my husband did da-da-da-da-da-da, and it took him so long and they didn't have enough beds available for him. And I'm just like, she was like, oh yeah, there's like 8 people ahead of us, but there's no bed. And I'm like, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. But PA school, that's a whole nother topic. Here, let me catch up with chat and I will tell you my opinion with PA school, but I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100% because my career choice is very similar to, I could have done the PA route. The issue's just I don't like needles or blood or anything like that, which sounds really stupid, but I could have just been an orthopedic PA and I would have been happy and I would have made more money than my current degree. And again, I know it's not about the money, but also this more money job also required 2 less years of school, so I lost. The only reason why I didn't want to do it was because of needles. I wasn't necessarily interested. I liked what I saw when I did my shadowing hours of my current career, for the most part, other than the cash mills. And how do you say it? Oh, there was one thing I wanted to say. Oh, I think I needed to take genetics. I think that was the only difference between the course that I'm in now and PA school. I needed to take genetics, but I did the GRE. I did everything else that requires to go into PA school. I just didn't think I took that and organic chemistry. But I could have been a PA. I'm another kind of P now. But yeah. It's okay now. I'm already in this program already, so it is what it is. But I'm honestly not gonna lie to you. There's a cosplayer that literally had like a similar route to me, and then she's like, even though I finished my graduate program for this degree and whatnot, I realized when I did it and I graduated, I don't like it. And I think that was absolutely crazy. And she's like, I actually got accepted to PA school, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you are living the dream, but gosh darn it, I can't imagine ending, like, finishing your program. You did, let's see, 4, 5, 7 to 8 to maybe even 9 years of schooling just to be like, yeah, I actually don't like this career choice. And then still get accepted to a PA program. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, sorry, I'm catching up a chat. I'm sorry. I'll study, I promise, but I'm having a good time chatting. Oja says it was 2020. I was having a rough time because of the lockdown, discovered VTubers, and then next thing I knew, boom, dead. I am so sorry. I honestly feel the same way. I actually debuted in 2020. So I know about falling down that rabbit hole of like other VTubers and be like, oh my gosh, this person is so cool. Oh my gosh, this person is so cute. Oh my goodness, I have nothing else to do. I like the streamer. I like how cute they are. I like how cool they are. I like their model. I like their personality. Oh my goodness, my favorite artist is turning into a VTuber. Like, stuff like that. So I understand that whole situation. So I'm so sorry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome. Oh, Maj, hi, welcome, by the way. Thank you so very much for the tier and sub for 7 Ohakimasu. I appreciate it very, very much. Welcome. Thank you. Boom! But no, I'm so sorry. Mach, by the way, says, I don't know much about the medical field, but it wouldn't make more sense to move around and see different ways. Wouldn't it make more sense to move around and see different ways everything can be done and stuff? It does. It's true. That's one of like the pros of doing like traveling in the medical field. The issue is just a lot of people have like there's a lot of pros and cons, honestly, and traveling is still not like, even though I'm like, yay, more money and more this, obviously there's a few cons to it, and then there's a whole ordeal that you have to do, because yeah, you could be traveling, but one of like the stinkier things about it is that when you do travel, you still need a permanent address and a home. So let's say I am in Bearcat Mountain, and then I'm like, you know what, I want to do like a traveling opportunity in New Mexico. I still have to pay for like the housing in New Mexico and the housing in Bearcat Mountain. Now again, I know there's stipends and agencies that can help like cover that and all that, and then again the more money you get from the traveling gig can also help pay for that, but it's just kind of stinky, you know. I can't just be a hermit or live like an RV and be like, I'm traveling, baby. Or maybe you can. I haven't really looked too much into it because I'm currently not at that stage yet, but I have heard like a lot of people go on about it, you know? But yeah, not so much post-COVID as we are post-freakout. Yeah, I guess post-freakout is probably like a better way to say it, you know? But yeah, about it. Thank you. The ortho PA is legit. Those guys are really cool. I bet I could have been them. But it's okay. This is no time for regret. This is time to study and hope that I pass this, you know? Well, what a good conversation. Thank you so much. I appreciate ya. Alright. So, oh yeah, we're talking about capsular patterns. Hold on, let me sip some water. I'm so sorry, I'm so dehydrated, and I feel so nasally too, so you have to forgive me. Give me just one moment. One moment. No! I accidentally unplugged my monitor! Hold as I fix. Alright, back to studying. I hydrated, I should be good. If I sound nasally again, I'm sorry. Alright. So, treatment for capsular patterns. So basically we have to treat in accordance to the tissue reactivity, and we talked about that being low, medium, high in the other previous study stream. We can also talk about subject reactivity, phase of healing, and functional goals. So tissue reactivity is again assessing, hey, is there pain and is there an end field? And then again, it goes from the low, medium, high. Subject reactivity is, hey, is this person able to even do this? Can they do it with pain? Are they doing the activity with pain? Do they have to modify the activity, or are they okay with this activity? There's no pain whatsoever. They have like a low subject reactivity. Phase of healing, acute, subacute, or chronic, I believe. And functional goals. So, how do you call it? It's just what works for them and what works for their lifestyle, which is going to be super, super important. Apparently in the tutor notes, we have to know about the 18 steps of trochanteric bursitis. And so, let's look that up really quick. I have a really vague idea. I wonder if it involves the bursa. So the bursitis is going to be the inflammation or swelling of the bursa, which again is going to be that fluid-filled sac near the joint on the outside point of the hip, known as the greater trochanter. So let's see if we can get like a little cute picture for that one, okay? Alright, so this is the bursa right here. This is going to be what is considered a healthy head of the, or a healthy greater trochanter, or that region. And then we have the inflamed. It's red. It goes owie. It hurts. There's irritation. There's swelling. Everything is going to be present right here. What happens is that the patient may present with an achy feeling or feeling stiff. Their joint might feel, or that area may have more pain when they move it or press into it. And really, just looking at it, it may look swollen or red. So how are we going to determine that with the 18 steps? So the best thing for bursitis is that hey, let's do palpation. So we could do palpation for condition or palpation for tenderness, and those are going to be the best options. For treatment for the bursitis, we can decrease the inflammation depending on the TSI, which is going to be that tissue-specific impairment, or muscle, or tight capsule. We have to understand the 3 complications with femoral neck fractures. So again, this is our femur right here. This is the head, and so our head sits on a neck. So this is our neck right here. What happens is that if there's a fracture that occurs, we need to be wary about these 3 complications. Avascular necrosis, so basically a lack of blood supply. Remember, blood provides the nutrition that our body needs, and if you don't get that, it's gonna decay. I don't want to say decay because it sounds like every time I say decay it's gonna be like, ooh, zombie. But it might as well, you know. There could be a non-union, which is it's not going to form together, right? Like non-union fracture. Yeah. He didn't really go in depth with that. I just kind of took it off the name. Yeah, it's just not together. Oh boy. Let's see what else. And then post-traumatic DJD, or degenerative joint disorder. So that can be a complication. So what about 3 complications with posterior fracture or dislocation? I assume this is going to be the same thing with the neck of the femur. It's going to be the same thing with the avascular necrosis and post-traumatic degenerative joint disorder, but the only difference, because we're focusing on the posterior aspect, is that you might have sciatic nerve damage, which is something that we'll talk about a little bit later, maybe with the NTTs, or the neurotension testing test, okay? So we need to know our basics about the anteversion, retroversion, and we've talked about this before, that the anteversions are going to be like the toes pointed in. Let's see if I can grab a picture really quick. Anteversion versus retro. Okay, one moment. Right? Not the prettiest picture, but it gets the job done, okay? So what's going to happen here for anteversion is that we need to understand that the toes are going to be pointed in. So this is normal. Our feet should be going, where's my mouse? There you go. Going straight. Then femoral anteversion is when it comes in. So the toes are pointed in. Remember, like our anime girl Teehee. I'm so cute. Ooh, point right, point left. What's gonna happen with this toes pointed in the femoral anteversion is that there's gonna be increased internal rotation. That's how that motion is gonna be happening, and then external rotation is gonna decrease. Let's see. Slight anteversion with external rotation. So even if you were to bring the toes slightly out, there's still gonna be some slight anteversion. So trying to get the toes. That's kind of weird to visualize or say, I suppose, huh? Either way, your toes are gonna be pointed in. I'm sorry. You're gonna have what they call like pigeon-toed. So the end field, if we're going to do for passive range of motion and we're passively moving someone into external rotation, we're gonna try to get them out of this internal rotation. You're gonna feel a bony block, which is not normal. Having a hard end field is not normal. What you want to be feeling is a cartilage end field, which is going to be normal, which is going to be a firm end field. End fields can vary from soft, firm, hard. When we talk about soft end field, we're talking about maybe like if we are doing a bicep curl or if we're flexing our elbows. The reason why it's soft, or maybe in my case it's soft, I'm pretty sure it can also be firm due to if someone has like a really buff upper arm, but or arm in general. But my end field is definitely soft and squishy. My poor stick arms. Firm is for a lot of other things, so, and anything else that you can think of, like maybe like me. And then I'm so sorry. And then hard end field is like when you're outstretching your arm, so you're doing elbow extension. You feel a bony block, and that's where you're gonna feel when you passively externally rotate this person's leg. You're going to feel a bony block, which again is just not normal for the hip. So what about retroversion? Alright, so if anteversion is toes pointed in, retro version is going to be the opposite. It's going to be toes pointed out. Another cool way to memorize this is that retro, you know, it's like, ooh, groovy. Retro's like the 70s, 80s, am I right, dude? Or something like that, right? Or retro gaming. It's like in the past. It's behind us. So what's happening with retro version is that our toes are no longer here, but they're going to be pointed out. So I think this is what people refer to as like the penguin walking or the little waddle, 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 waddle. So the toes are going to be pointed out, and there's going to be increase in external rotation, which makes sense because the toes and the leg in itself is externally rotating, and it's going to definitely lack some internal rotation. If you're going to move them, you won't. This is a new concept to me, coxaplana. So anytime we see the word coxa, it's going to refer to the, how do you say it? Hip. Plana, I'm not entirely sure, so let's actually read through this. So apparently coxaplana is the flattening of the femoral head. With that, it's going to reduce blood flow, which again is bad. And this can lead to leg calves disease, which is again the flattening of the femoral head. Let's see if we could grab a picture of that though. Pull this one up. Put that here, put that there. We could probably take this out. There you go. Nice. Kind of nice. Oh, there you go. And so yeah, so another way of the coxaplana, I guess you could say, it's also legs calves disease, which we talked about in our previous study stream as it being an osteochondrosis, if that's how you pronounce it. Osteo meaning bone, chondrosis meaning like involving the cartilage. So bone cartilage. It's going to be involved in this, and the idea with this again is there's multiple osteochondrosis, and that's going to be, in this case with the hip, involving the flattening of the femoral head. Right? So now we're moving on to Unit 11. So Unit 11, what we're going to have to know is about ITB friction syndrome. So IT band is the band that we have on the lateral side of our leg. Let's see if I can also grab a picture of that. Give me just one moment, okay? Alright, so this is again the lateral side or the outer side of our leg right here, and this is the iliotibial band. Ilio meaning ilium, tibial meaning tibia, which again is our thigh bone that we have here. What's going to happen is that this band, IT band friction syndrome, there's going to be an increased pressure on the lateral epicondyle of the femur. TFI tensions. I don't know what TFI means. Huh? My dummy? Hold on. TFI tension. Oh, I think they meant L. TFL is a muscle called the tensor fascia lata, or latte, however, multiple pronunciations, I guess. And that's going to be a muscle also on the side. So let me fix that. And let me also get a picture for you guys as well. Right? I really think they mean L. Holy heck. Do you think we could sandwich it in? There you go. No, the different sizes will kill me, but it's fine. It's okay. The exam is today, so it doesn't matter. Nice. Thank you. Alright, so it's gonna have tension on the TFL muscle, which is right here, and you can also see it. Oh, my mouse! You can see it here. You can see it here. Is it better if I zoom in? Yeah, right here. Right, zoom out. And also, this can be associated with runner's knee, which I'm not. I am not a runner by any means. So let me double check. I'm pretty sure it's just inflammation. Oh. Runner's knee can also be called patellofemoral pain syndrome. Damage to the cartilage under the kneecap. The cartilage under the kneecap is a natural shock absorber. This may develop when the knee is overused or injured, hence the term runner's knee. The most common symptom is knee pain that worsens when walking up or down stairs. Kneeling, squatting, or sitting cross-legged may also hurt. This is usually treated with rest, pain relievers, or PT. If these treatments don't work, surgery may be needed. Okay. TKA, total knee arthroscopy. Yeah, arthroscopy. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. My pronunciation and my knowledge for these things are just going out the window. Goodbye forever. Goodbye. All right, but they wrote TKA is due to OA, osteoarthritis, DJD, degenerative joint disease, RA, rheumatoid arthritis, vascular necrosis, or infection. Okay. Wait, how's this Unit 11 and we just went to Unit 12? Who wrote this? Okay. So we're going to the foot, and we talked about the foot before being divided into 3 different sections. We could talk about the hind foot or the rear foot, midfoot, or forefoot. So the hind foot's going to consist of our heel bone, which is going to be our calcaneus, and then right on top of that's going to be our talus. We have the midfoot, which is going to consist of the cuneiform, navicular, and cuboid bone, and then our forefoot, which is going to be the metatarsals, and our toesies, the phalanges. Oh, I think you just copy and pasted the lecture. Pretty much know that pronation and supination is a triplanar motion. So when we talk about classical motion, as we did earlier, classical versus accessory, classical motion again is going to be in one specific direction. It's flexion, it's extension, it's kicking the leg back, kicking the leg forward. Triplanar has the word tri in it, which means 3. So pronation and supination requires 3 classical motions for this thing to occur. So when we talk about pronation or supination of the foot, we're referring to, if you can imagine this, and you can even do it yourself if you're, I guess, barefoot. I don't know, I feel like it's better barefoot than with shoes right now, but it's kind of like a scooping in motion of your feet, or the bottom of your feet coming in medially or towards the midline. That's going to be your supination. And then when you do the opposite motion, you bring the bottom of your feet and you scoop outward. That's going to be pronation. So supination in, pronation out. You can even do this with your hands, but again, it's not it's not really the same, because I feel like pronation, supination of the foot is way different than the hand. But to give you a better idea of what supination and pronation is, if you put your palm up, that is supination. It's like you're holding a cup of soup, and then if you dump that soup out and you're balling and you're playing on the basketball court and you're a pro basketball player, that's pronation. Pronation is your palm down, supination is your palm up. And it's that motion going. In a previous study stream, when we weren't focusing on the lower extremities, we were talking about the upper extremities and talking about how your bone moves and the articulation and the concave, convex, and other fun biomechanical things that happen when you do this unique motion of supination and pronation. So let's talk about it. So, okay, if supination and pronation are triplanar motions, what are they exactly? So let me see if he has it written. If not, we could definitely talk about it. He does, but let's ignore it. Let's see if we could go off from memory. So triplanar motion for supination, let's think about it. We're bringing our foot in, so it's going to definitely be inversion. It can be internal rotation, or they say internal rotation is synonymous in this case for the foot with adduction. So either one of those, adduction or internal rotation. And what we're going to do is we're also going to plantar flex, I believe. So plantar flex, invert, and internal rotation. So for pronation, it should be the opposite motion, right? So for the opposite motion for pronation, we're going to evert, externally rotate, and dorsiflex. Remember, plantar flexion and dorsiflexion. Plantar flexion is when your toes are pointed down like a ballerina, and then dorsiflexion is bringing the toes up towards you. Okay? And then this is what it says here. We can confirm pronation, dorsiflexion, inversion, and external rotation. And then supination is going to be plantar flexion, inversion, and internal rotation, okay? We could talk a little bit about compartment syndrome. So compartment syndrome can happen anywhere, but because we're focused on the lower extremities, let's talk about the leg in particular. So we're going to talk about let's go in order. Anterior, lateral, or posterior. It says deep posterior. I don't think that's the right name, but we can check that out in just a little bit. So for anterior, we're going to be focusing in the front of our leg. So I'm actually not a big fan of how this is written. So what page are we on? 68? Let me look at something. So I'm gonna write that we are on page 68, and then we're back on page 30. Perfect. I like this one a little bit better. I like that this has an image and it breaks it down. So, excuse me, digesting my breakfast this morning. So for the anterior compartment syndrome, again, we're focusing on the front of the leg or our shin area. Things that we have to be careful about is 3 different structures. Some of them are not applicable, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. So when we're talking about anterior, the nerve that we're focusing on is the deep peroneal nerve. Remember, that comes off the common peroneal nerve, which is in the back of the leg. For vasculature, we're talking about the anterior tibial artery and vein. And then for muscles, we're focusing on the muscles in the front. So we have like the anterior tibialis, extensor hallucis longus, and extensor digitorum longus. What's going to happen for anterior compartment syndrome is that this most likely happens due to direct trauma. So imagine being kicked in the shin really hard, or maybe even something even harder, maybe a motor vehicle accident. We talked about that, I believe, with the PCL, the posterior cruciate ligament, of how people can get into a motor vehicle accident and they have this thing called the dashboard injury, where basically their leg gets shoved in, or like they hit their shin and then it gets shoved in, and then you like break the PCL, which is not fun. So that can happen. What's going to happen with this direct trauma is that the muscle imbalance is going to cause the muscles at the anterior surface of the leg. So again, our anterior tibialis, for example, to work really hard, and that's going to cause swelling and possible inflammation. We basically just have to be careful with this, because if the swelling continues to build up, there's going to be less space available for like the other stuff. So like your the veins and your nerves. And what's going to happen is that if the swelling continues, basically, or if it's a traumatic onset, you definitely want to go see your doctor, because nothing is going to solve that swelling until you go seek medical professional help. But if it was due to something else, like, oh, I just overused this and I worked out too hard and whatever, then you're more likely able to settle it at home without getting that help. But I'm a big advocate of, if you feel something's wrong and you feel like you cannot control it, this is out of your means, please do go seek medical help. I know healthcare is super expensive, but goodness gracious, you are too important to like die dummy, die dummy. Anyway, so for the lateral compartment syndrome, there's not really a picture, but we can look at this picture right here. Lateral referring to the outer musculature. So what's going to happen in the lateral compartment syndrome is that the nerve we're going to be focusing on is a superficial peroneal nerve. Keep in mind that for the anterior, we're talking about deep. So for the lateral, we're talking about superficial. Recall that we were just talking about the common peroneal nerve. When you hear the word common in anatomy, common means that it's going to branch off. So in the back of our leg, we have the common peroneal nerve, which is going to split off to the superficial peroneal nerve, which is going to innervate the side or the lateral side of our leg. And then it's also going to become the deep peroneal, which is innervating that anterior surface. So for lateral compartment syndrome, there's actually no veins that run down here, which sounds kind of wacky. So we're only focusing on the nerve and the muscles. For the muscles, we're just going to focus on the peroneus longus and peroneus brevis. Peroneus, by the way, can also be called fibularis longus and fibularis brevis. the names are pretty much interchangeable. I personally like fibularis longus and brevis better, but who am I to say, you know? Just like the anterior compartment syndrome, how do you say it? This can also be due to the deep trauma, direct trauma. So lateral and anterior can happen both to direct trauma. This area is not really commonly associated with overuse. You don't hear a lot of people being like, oh man, I gotta work out my peroneus longus and brevis, you know? Unless they do a lot of eversion of the foot, so like kicking your leg out. I don't think you really need to bulk up that area, I guess, but you should work on it. But that's why it's not associated with overuse. No one's really specifically working on it. When you hear people working out, they're like, oh, I need to do my biceps, or I need to do my triceps, or my quads, or my hamstrings. You don't, again, hear much about that muscle. Again, if it is a traumatic onset or anything like that, the patient should be referred out to medical personnel or potential surgery, okay? So now our last one is going to be the deep posterior compartment syndrome. So I was shaming the name for the other one because I'm like, I don't think this is right, but now looking at the picture, it definitely is right. So in the back of our leg, or what most people associate with calves, the most superficial muscles that you might hear about are more common are like the gastrocnemius or the soleus, and you're like, oh boy, my calves are tight, or something along those lines, right? Well, if you remove those two muscles, you're going to end up with a more deeper layer of muscles. So you're going to end up with the posterior tibialis, the flexor hallucis longus, and flexor digitorum longus. These are your deeper muscles here, and these are the muscles that are also going to be affected when we're talking about the posterior compartment syndrome. What else is going to be affected is the nerve. So we have posterior tibial nerve, which makes sense. Posterior tibial, back of yeah, but this is not the tibia, but it comes off from up there and it's coming back down, nerve. For the vasculature, we're going to also focus on the posterior tibial artery and vein, and the peroneal artery and vein as well. So isn't that kind of wacky? So the lateral compartment syndrome, though it has these muscles, the artery and vein don't necessarily fall away. It's going to be back here rather than off to the side, or the lateral side right here. So this is actually more associated with overuse, while again the anterior and lateral are more associated with the direct trauma. So with overuse kind of thing, we kind of just have to see like, hey, what is potentially causing the swelling and possible inflammation that is creating this pressure on the nerves, artery, and veins. So how we're going to treat is basically, hey, what activity am I doing? let's maybe like wean off that a little bit. But if for whatever reason you're not able to do that, again, go seek medical attention and help and see what can be done for it. Pretty much, let's see. Once we do identify like, hey, maybe this exercise is causing me this kind of condition, what you want to do is address the strength deficits and the potential of tight muscles being present, okay? Alright, so let's go back to page, what was it? 68? Ta-da! No! Oh wait, was it 68? No way, hold on. Oh, I guess not. Okay, that's fine, it's whatever. Let's talk about these. I have more detailed PowerPoints, notes above, but I don't want to keep scrolling up and down, up and down. I'll scroll up and down if we need a little bit more, like, I was gonna say closure, I'm like, that is not the right word. If we need more details about it. So, medial tibial stress syndrome. So that's going to be pain at the posterior border of the tibia and posterior tibial medial soleus. So, we're looking that one up. This is the first time I've heard of that. The name is definitely, like, what do you call it? Self-explanatory? But, like, what does that mean? This can also be called shin splints? Interesting. It's a condition in which pain occurs over the shin bone or the tibia with running or other sports-related activity. It is usually due to overuse and occurs in athletes who participate in repetitive activities, especially running and jumping. Shin splints result in muscles, tendons, and bones when they become overworked. Main symptom is pain in the leg. Treatment is rest, ice, and pain relievers. Interesting. Let me grab a picture really quick, okay? Yep, that's what I had. Wait, you had shin splints? What? Sorry, I don't mean to be like, wow, that's so cool, but wow, that's so cool. I honestly, like, I know this sounds awful, but I love when my cousins are just like, yeah, I have this, and I'm like, wow. I love real life experiences, I guess, because it's one of those things where it just makes the stuff that we're learning so real, you know? So, there's gonna be AKA shin splints. So pain at the posterior. I mean, I think it might be really beneficial to like copy and paste this really quick. Oh, plantar fasciitis. Oh yeah. No, that is super common. Alright, let's not highlight this. Let's not bold this. Let's do this. And let's do this. The main symptom is pain in the leg. Pain caused by this. We'll do overworked. Yeah. And we'll make this maybe a little bit smaller because this is more of a defined thing. So again, medial tibial stress is the pain caused by overuse. And it's going to be pain at the posterior border of the tibia. So posterior meaning back of the tibia. This is pictures of the front, so this is kind of wacky. And posterior tibial and medial soleus. Okay, this is definitely medial soleus right here. Alright, we'll look at that again when we get time. I didn't realize that this is called shin splints. That's so interesting. Alright, plantar fasciitis, super common. It is the inflammation of the fascia that we have on the bottom of our foot. Apparently this can occur due to excessive hindfoot pronation and supination. So hindfoot being like our talus and calcaneus, the heels right there, they may have excessive like cupping in or cupping out, pronation, supination motion. Plantar fasciitis may occur because there's weakness or tightness in the muscle. It can also occur due to poor footwear, excessive time spent on feet. You will have decreased dorsiflexion, so you can't really bring your toes up. And heel spurs are a possibility. Heel spurs again are like the bony, it's kind of gonna be kind of weird, bony prominences that kind of just occur. They're not fun. They're not fun basically. Peas. Hold on, my cat is on my desk. Hi baby. Bye baby. So for my new cubs who are tuning in and lurking, they have a cat named Peas and I love her so much. One day I'll have a cat cam. Today's not the day though, because my cables don't reach. But what happened with Peas, who I love and adore so much, is that I have her bed right next to my desk. I brought like a foldable table desk and I just put her bed and she just likes to hang out next to me and I appreciate her. Baby! Sorry, I wish I could show you. Okay, now she's just blocking my screen. Baby, you gotta go. Baby, you gotta go. You can't sit on my mouse. Get off my mouse. Get off my mouse. Hold as she figures out her life. No, I can't eat her. But she wants to sit in between my keyboard and my computer screen, which is also a very popular spot. So let me get that set up for her. Peace cam? Peace cam? Hold on. I can do it. Peace cam. I just have to not dox myself. I'm so scared. Let's see. Ah! Kawaii. So kawaii. Hold on. Peace cam time. Oh, but don't judge my desk. Hold on. Let's see. There you go. Peas Peace camp. Peace camp. I love her. I love her so much. I love her! Oh my goodness, my baby! Okay. Anyway, sorry. She's gonna be chilling here. I love her. If I keep petting her, she's gonna... She wants education too? She does! Big cat? No, don't say that! No, please! Ah! What a short-lived moment. This is so sad. Alright, well, that was a thing that we definitely did. Let me just do this instead. It's okay. My caller thinking she got offended. Yeah! Cat, don't go! Don't go, please! Don't go! She's under the bed now. I can't get her up. It's okay. Next time she's here, I'll have my camera ready, so that's fine. I think the head pet got too far. I know. She's so fickle. I love her though. Anyway. Where were we? Oh yeah, plantar fasciitis. So yeah. So Achilles tendon injury. So we associate Achilles again with the back of the heel, and there's a tendon that's going to be right there. Achilles tendon, like all other tendons, are going to be prone to tendonitis or osis. Tendonitis is going to be the reference of the inflammation of the tendon, and osis is going to be the degeneration of the tendon. The Achilles tendon can rupture in a very weird way when there's sudden passive dorsiflexion, so we move the leg up with resisted plantar flexion. So kind of like a weird counterbalance motion that's going to literally hack up your tendon. So you're passively moving your toes up, but then suddenly I guess you get like a sharp jab down, a resisted plantar flexion, and that's how it's going to rupture or injure. How you can treat it is that we could do cortisone shots, but you could only have 3 to 4 cortisone shots per year, because if not, I think it's something along the lines that you're going to increase the chance of your tendon degenerating or deteriorating, which is kind of stinky. When you're testing for MSTT, muscle selective tension testing for the Achilles tendon, what the patient is going to present with is that they're going to have a weak strength and it's going to be painless. And the reason why this happens is because it's a rupture, so it's a complete tear. Severus disease is going to be osteochondrosis of the calcaneus. This is going to be pretty much, how do you say it? When a child is growing, osteochondritis can occur. It's basically a, how do you say it? A disorder with their growth plate, and in this case it's the growth plate with their calcaneus. And yeah, it's just inflamed basically. That's all. No! Mate, thank you for the clip. Thank you. We generally are stinking, Tipa. Go take a shower. Go take a shower. Don't make your feet stink. Alright. I like my notes better about this stuff, but we could talk about it. So things you need to know about hallux rigidus and hallux valgus is that hallux rigidus is basically when the toe becomes rigid. It's really just not movable. Excuse me. And hallux valgus is when you have bunions. So hallux rigidus is going to refer to the stiffness of the first MTP joint, or our first toe. There's going to be decreased range of motion and extension, so if you try to bring your toe up, you're not really able to do that, especially when you're in a chronic stage of healing, or just chronic in general. You need about 65 degrees of MTP extension and gait. So I know a lot of people are like, my toes suck, my toes don't do anything. No, your toes do a lot. You actually need that toe extension and gait, and we'll talk about the gait cycle when we get into biomechanics, okay? If you need 65 degrees of extension in just regular walking and gait, you actually need about 85 degrees of MTP extension for running. MTP is extended during gait and pulls on the plantar fascia, pulling the rear foot into supination, which is a closed pack position. And in biomechanics, the reason why a closed pack position or having a lot of symmetry with the joint is important is because it allows you to have the most ability to push off. Zach says, what the heck, I didn't say my feet, I can't believe I'm being blamed. Show feet? No, it doesn't even matter about showing feet, it's about how stinky their feet. Anyway. So lack of MTP extension can actually lead to plantar fasciitis. And lack of MTP extension can also lead to hallux valgus, which we just talked about was the bunion. We have to understand that hallux rigidus can actually occur, or hallux valgus can occur either structurally or functionally. If you can realign the joint, then it's functional. That just happened just because of how the body may be working and how the body adjusted to whatever activity you're doing. But if it's structural, the bones just, they're hecked up. If you try to realign the joint and you can't, then it's structural. So what's gonna happen here is that this can be caused by hypomobility, so lack of movement, hypermobility, excess movement, effusion, edema, which is both swelling, muscle weakness, and muscle tightness. Pals, hi, hi, welcome, 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 welcome. Wave. Wait. Hi, let me give you a shout out. One moment. Welcome, welcome. For free, I can make some good money with my weird booty toe. You could. You know, my classmate, not to call him out, one of them is actually really insecure about taking his socks off. And we're all like, why? Sorry, those are my eyebrows. But why? And apparently his toes kind of like crisscross or like overlap with each other. And we're like, oh. I mean, that's not normal, but it's fine. We're not gonna judge you. And then I have a friend many years ago in the prime age of, what do you call it? Tumblr. She sold feet pictures, so that was fun. She was telling me her journey where someone paid her really good money to step in sand, and I'm just like, I need this for myself. I want to get paid $500 for stepping in sand. I mean it's whatever floats people's boats, you know. Same, yours does that too? Oh heck. We actually could talk a little bit about toe disorders. I have pictures about like the hammer toes and claw toes, and we could talk about that and take like a little baby break. Ooga booga. I passed out during anime night? Yeah, I know, I noticed. I had to disconnect you because I'm like, oh, this hacker passed out, but it's okay because, you know, ooh, time zones. But no worries. Hi, Lim. Hi. Good morning, or well, I guess good afternoon and a good evening to you. Welcome. Manta says, what a line of business. Truly, honestly, I think the website's like Feet Finder now. That's the popular thing that the kids are using. So if you guys want to try it, let me know. Actually, cuz apparently you can sell your poop for really good money. That's what one of my professors was saying. So we gotta find that line of business, you know. Let's go buy a freezer, poop into like a little horse bag, and then send it off. Apparently you need to be under the age of 30 though. So it's selective, but I think the most of us can do it. I don't remember why. I'll try to Google it or something really quick, okay? Selling poop. I'm glad your teachers know so much, honestly. No way. Alright, let me read this out to you, Cubs, okay? How to make up to $180,000 a year selling your poop, if you can stomach it. Every time you poop, you might be flushing money down the drain. So there's actually 3 companies that can give you money. There's Human Microbes, which pays $500 per stool donation. If you poop daily and send it, you can earn about $180 per year. Good Nature offers $25 to $75 per visit and up to $150 a month. And Poop with a Purpose pays $50 per donation and up to $1,500 per month. We got a business here, Cubs. Yeah. No more feet pictures. We're literally selling our poop. Well, let's see. So apparently good natures, the reason why they do stool donations is to study for potential C. diff treatments. And they're based off in California, Massachusetts, or Arizona. Oh, this one is not as picky. The donors can be up to 18 to 50 years old, at a normal weight, non-smokers, and no history of gastrointestinal disease or drug or alcohol abuse. Let's go! Do they take shit posting? I mean, whatever you post in is probably shit posting. You must be able to donate 3 to 4 times per week. I can't do that. I can't do that. Cubs, I have something wrong with me. Well, maybe not as much anymore, but when I was younger, right? How do you say it? I'm so sorry, you don't really actually want to hear this, but I only pooped once a week, and I thought that was normal, okay? I told my mom a bearcat about it, and she's like, you should be pooping every day! And I'm like, what? I think I told my friends about this. We had a conversation and they're like, aren't you dying? And I'm like, no, I've been alive for quite some time, for over 17 years in fact. I have not been dying yet, but they were just so shocked. They were just like, yeah. Apparently Poop with a Purpose has one location in Massachusetts. You have to be 18 to 49 years old, pass a health screening, be fully vaccinated against COVID-19, and be able to donate 3 times per week at their location. And you'll earn about $50 per donation and up to $1,500 per month. You can't keep that shit in? Let it go, you know? Exactly. Life lessons here with Monty. And then a human microbe is apparently you can be anywhere in the country. Donors can be anywhere in the country that dry ice is sold, but the requirements for donation are stricter than other organizations. The stool is given to receptionists for transplantation rather than study. Donors must be in exceptional physical and mental health. Why the mental health? I'm so sorry. I should probably like share this with you, Cubs. I'm here absolutely chilling. I'm so sorry. Yeah, sorry, this is the website. I'm on like Penny Hoarders right now. And let's see. They're so picky. Yeah, once you put mental health, I'm like, bro. Yeah, Poop with a Purpose. These are 3 organizations where you can donate poop and get like a few, like at least 1,000 a month. Alright, so physical and mental health, yeah. And ideally under 30. Donors should have a specific Bristol stool type and minimal antibiotic use. You earn $500 per donation. You can also ask for more receipts if the if the recipients want the poop to be encapsulated or mixed with antifreeze solution. The cost of any materials or equipment, dry ice and shipping will be paid for by the company or by the stool recipient. How to sell your poop. Don't rush to the bathroom yet. This is how you have to do it. Fill out an application. See if you apply. Submit a sample. And then love your life. So, what does smoking do to poop? I really don't know. But that's only one company. Again, so we have 3 companies. The first one basically, look, you have to be not overweight, not smoking, don't have any GI disorders or drug and alcohol abuse. And you need to just poop as frequently as possible, 3 to 4 times a week. Or you could just be under the age of 49, pass the health screening test that they give you, and be fully vaccinated against COVID and be able to poop 3 times a week. And then this one is the most picky. You have to be under 30, you have to be physically, mentally healthy, and some other wacky stuff that goes out of my my scope of practice. Yeah. Imagine failing the poop test. Imagine. This is so wild. I didn't know that existed. Yeah, I just heard about it last weekend, so I was like, ooh. So if you're like, hey, I can't sell feet pictures, at least you can sell. Rip, I can't donate my schizo. You can to the other 2 at least. Maybe. Just not that one. The one that pays more, you can't do. But hey, look, listen, if someone paid me about $30 for my poop, they can take it. It's fine. I don't care. Yeah, anyway. Let's talk about these like last few highlighted stuff, and then I'm gonna take a little baby break because I've been sitting for 2 hours, so my body probably hates me. So, you know. Alright, so bunions, by the way. So, what happens with bunions is that trees with excessive forefoot compression can cause these. Hallux valgus, which is what we were talking about above, can cause it. And medial and lateral just depends on where it is on the foot. If it's medial, it's dealing with the big toe, and if it's lateral, it's dealing with the pinky toe. Dies. Hammer toes and claw toes are caused by contractures and tendons. No, Tippa, I can't do this. I have to read it. Alright. Okay, hammer toes are caused by contractors of tendon extensors at MTP pulling to extension, and contraction of flexors occurring at PIP pulling to flexion. So what the heck does this mean? PIP is in flexion, so the proximal interphalange. And into flexion, while everything else is going to be an extension, and this is going to make more sense once I show you Cubs a picture. As for clawed toes, it's going to be related to, I believe, high arch, pes cavus, so high arch with hyperextension of the MTP with flexion of PIP and DIP. Sounds really wacky. Again, I have to show you a picture and we can break it down a little bit better. Morden's metatarsal is pain over the metatarsal with no change in sensation. While Morden's neuroma is going to be a bundle of nerves causing pain, there's going to be a change of sensation in the web space of toes and tenderness while palpation. Pes cavus is high arch, pes planus is flat foot. Alright, so let's talk about this a little better into detail because I love my pictures. Okay. Here are the bunions, by the way. So these are my notes about basically that the bunion is going to be the prominence of the metatarsal head of the first MTP. So here you go, this is our first MTP right here, metatarsal phalange, and this is the bunion happening right here. This happens when extosis occurs, which is going to be a benign, so harmless, a growth of bone extending outward from the bone surface, and a callus is going to occur, and we're familiar with callus of being that thick and hard area of the skin. So that's going to happen again. This is the medial bunion, and then you can have the same thing on your pinky toe, lateral. Ocha, I gotta go to work. Oh no! No worries. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you very, very much. I hope to see you later and have a good day at work, okay? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It was so nice. Oh no! It was so nice starting my day with you. I look forward to catching more of your streams in the future, of course. Normally, I unfortunately don't normally stream this early, but if you're in Bearcat Mountain Time or EST, I'll definitely catch you more, I promise. Or I guess even PST. It depends on the work schedule, you know? Well, I'll see you later, okay? Bye, 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 bye. I'm in CST. Oh, let's go! In the middle. Let's go! My son, I don't want to hydrate. My bladder's already so full. I can't do it. I can't hydrate, but I can posture check because I'm going to take a break soon. But hi, G. Hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I stream 2 in the evenings? Let's go! I will politely try to catch you then as well then. No worries, no worries. But have a good day at work, okay? Thank you for joining again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, but I will posture check. I was gonna take a break soon, so that's why I'm like, no worries. I will do these routines. I appreciate you. Let me also give you a shout out really quick. Each I keep catching you at random times streaming. And you're playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Let's go. I want to play that game so bad. I just want to play it once and be like, I did it. You're on bunions? I hate those. I'm sorry. We'll move on to hammer toes and claw toes, and then I can take the break, okay? So oh, I'm so sorry, hit the mic. So hammer toes are going to be formed by basically, we don't hecky know. It's unknown etiology, and it's going to be associated with contractures to the tendon of the foot. So basically what happens is that the PIP is flexed while everything is going to be extended. Thank you. I've been trying to get back into it. Oh no, absolutely no worries. I'm proud of you. Good job getting back into it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I've also been addicted to Modern Warfare too. Alright, but okay, but real question. Is Modern Warfare free? Is Is it free? Point right, point left emoji. Yeah. I do need to go now. Beware of frogs in your toilets. I will, K-Dog. I will. I'll make sure there's no frogs. I'll be sure to super flush it too. But thank you for joining. Have a good one. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day, okay? Warzone 2.0 is free. Let's go! Let's go! Huh? Point left, point right emoji? Yeah, point right, point left. Right? Oh! I keep putting the wrong order. I'm sorry. I don't know what directions are. Yeah, cop the free Warzone. At the moment, it's not worth the $70. I would never pay $70 for a game. I am so sorry. For the full game? No. Simply no. Yummy feet? I guess if you're into hammer toes and claw toes, these are yummy, but not to me. But anyway, so claw toes are going to be that right here. We have the flexion right here, and then everything else is going to be. No, actually, never mind. Yeah, no, it's flexion here and flexion here. Do I have the skeleton photo or the X-ray? No. Alright, so hammer toes, again, we don't know what happens, but the PIP is flexed and everything else is extended. And then for the claw toes, basically what happens is that everything is flexed in. Hence, claw. Gar. Or gow. Claw toes are going to be associated with high arches, so opposite of flat foot. And they're pretty much considered a neurological condition. So, ooh. The full game is a solo campaign and the standard multiplayer. So wait, so the free one is like unstandard multiplayer? Hold on. Honestly, I only got the full game because I got it on a huge discount. The dream of having a huge discount. Honestly, that's how I felt with Sony Vegas. Someone had advertised on Sony Vegas 18 is oh goodness, I forgot about that. Sony Vegas is, how do you say it, on sale for like $25 bundled with other things. And listen, I have a history with Sony Vegas that I don't want to admit on stream. But my recent edition of Sony Vegas 14 was giving me so many problems for whatever reason. So I was like, look, I'll just pay to not have these problems anymore. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that all my video editing will be pretty nice. But so far, it looks the exact same, except now they have a super dark mode instead of their standard gray. Wow, so amazing. I can't believe I paid $25 for this. Anyway. Select says the free one is Tarko? And Battle Royale modes? Wait, so you're saying I can't play with my friends? What does this mean? What does this mean for me? Hi, Blue. Hi. Welcome. Oh, no! No! I lost my place. There you go. Oh, you can? Oh, then heck yeah. I'm getting the free version. Does it run better at least? Sorry, I'm losing my voice for whatever reason. I don't know. I really haven't tested it out. Like, I wish I could show you Cubs, honestly. What had happened is I haven't really done a lot of video editing just because of the finals and whatnot, but hopefully soon, you know? As I continue to lose my voice. Hold on. Hi Storm, hi. Welcome. A VTuber live streaming exam study session? Interesting. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I am studying for finals, so I'm kind of like, I dropped the follow when you rated into Kohaito the other day. Oh, hi. Oh my goodness, welcome then. I appreciate you stopping by. I was making a joke about this because I'm like, whoa, studying's interesting, right? I'm gonna tag this as the What's Game Week for Twitch and see how that goes. But I don't want to get in trouble because again, the What's Game Week for Twitch, and that tag is supposed to be for games that are what do you call it, obscured or people have never heard about. Hence the what game, or like what spelled like W-I-U-T, like what? COD Warzone 2.0, all reviews mostly negative. What happened? I don't know. I'll see what happens when I do get the opportunity to play it. Only after finals. My pleasure. I mean, as far as content goes, it's a fair game since there is an educational category. Well, actually... So the game Education, for whatever reason, is actually like a scary horror game. Like, let's actually see what it is. Education game Steam, maybe? Hold on. It's really hard because when you type the word education, I don't know, man. But like if you look at how do you say it? Here, let me open it up really quick. When I click the tag education, it shows like this creepy image. So I just only assume that this is just like a scary like image. Here, yeah, education is having done some terrible things in his youth at school. His memories call Bart Blake back to that place of his nightmares. Let me take a screenshot and show you, Cubs. Yeah, there's an ASMR category. That's not a game tool. Kaloon? Hello? Wait, what if I just start playing games? What do you call it? What if I just start playing games so I'm playing it ASMR? I'm playing Overwatch 2 in ASMR. Holy cow. What the actual heck, team? Go get him! Get him! What the heck? Kill him! Kill the Genji! I don't think I can do ASMR. I want to humor it. And I've humored ASMR study streams because I'm just like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. But I don't know if I can do it. Come on, let me give you a shout out though. Holy heck. Thank you so much. I'm gonna ace those finals. God, I hope. If not, I'm gonna visit your school HQ, please. I would love to have you in Bearcat Mountain. We can go hang out and eat really cool foods and all that. It'd be really, really cool. Let me know whenever you come by. Oh my goodness. Blue says, fun fact, they have Excel speedruns and competitions now. You'll get a puzzle to solve and you need to use Excel to solve it as fast as you can? What? You know, I've actually never really used Excel like that. I'm actually not an expert whatsoever. I don't know how to use it. I really don't. I know how to use PowerPoint. I know how to use other things, but Excel just never occurred to me. I've used Google Sheets, which is obviously similar to Excel, but like even then, if you tell me to do all those wacky functions and math equations in there, I have no fucking idea. Sorry for the cursing. I'm sorry. I felt my voice going, so I was like, what if I just sound demonic for a moment? By the way, sorry. So I can go back. This is a game of education, by the way. And look how spooky it is. Ooh, so spooky. So it's not really a formal education tag. This is supposed to be a game, apparently. I'm only sleeping developer when they suddenly gain a lot of traction on Twitter. Honestly, I think it's such a cute tag, but wait, I didn't realize that was like a game. I thought Twitch was really, what do you call it? Really catering to those like uncapped subathons where people are like, yeah, I'm going to sleep. Not that I have an issue with ASMR or anything. Oh, don't worry, Storm. No, I get it. We're not hecky on the ASMRs. I'm just saying that I understand your concern about that. But thank you, Boo. Thank you. Fortnite ASMR. Okay, Cubs. I'm slurping a chug jug right now. Okay, halfway. Wait. I'm getting shot. What the heck? Is that Goku? Okay, I'm not doing it ASMR. At least not for sure. Hi, Robo. Hi. Welcome. As if Tip could only stay calm long enough when playing Overwatch. I promise you, I will have a challenge. No, I won't do that. I don't hate myself enough for that. To do an Overwatch challenge and be like, okay, can I stay calm? Can I do it? Maybe not. Music to my ears. I'm glad, Colin. I'm glad. Thanks for the shout out. Of course, my homeboy. I could say very calm. I have a very calm personality. This Excel has a lot of cool functions people don't know about, and you can do a lot of useful things, even making lists or organizing info. I want to do that. I don't know. On TikTok, I saw people use Excel sheets to organize their lives. And I'm like, wow, I want to be that person. Doesn't write anything. Doesn't write anything. some people have made like games in Excel, like of like a game of your life. Like, hey, you get experience points if you do this, this, and this. Like, it was a really cool formatting that the guy had, and I wish I could find it. But again, everything was like buried in my likes, and I'm just like, ah. But Storm says, well, hey Tip, I won't say anything if you want. Okay, I'll do when I politely come back from my BRB screen, okay? This is a legit education stream, and you're providing content with comedic twists while you're studying for important finals. Fair game? Fair game, let's go! It is a fair game. We should do it. They should make a Zatsudan category? Nah, that's just chatting. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, a game? What am I gonna... like... I'm sorry not to laugh at the idea, but what I was imagining when you said Zatsudan game was I was imagining like the Dingo Rompers or the Danganronpa, like the court cases when they fight and you have to like shoot the words and whatnot. I'll be like dermatones, milestones, shoot. I think that'd be so funny. Objection! Oh my goodness, speaking of objection. My favorite big hamster was playing Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. So please do check her out. She's a part of my Nyatterko group and she's super cute. So yeah, if you want to see more objections and whatnot. I actually think I brought some of the Phoenix Wright games, so I do want to play them on stream eventually, but I have like a cute order of games that I should be playing once finals are done. I'm sorry, Cubs. One day you'll see me play video games and not but I will play Overwatch because there's a new competitive season and I really want to re-rank. But for now, I am gonna politely BRB. To be honest, I drank too much water earlier in the stream 2 hours ago. I'll come back better, stronger than ever, less nasally probably. And we'll continue learning about Big Ham. That's her. That's the big hamster I'm talking about. That's her. What good timing! Hi, Big Ham, I was just talking about you! You're gonna run away! Don't run away! Not like my actual hamster who ran away. That's actually a really sad story. Now that I bring this... No, I'm just kidding. Don't run away! Hi, Big Ham. We're just talking about you because Amni said objection, and I'm like, oh my gosh, speaking of objection, did you know Big Ham was playing Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright? So I just shouted you out literally less than a minute ago. So what good timing! I am now inhaling air. A moment of silence. Anyway, welcome! I definitely wanted to check out the Phoenix Wright games because I think I brought like 100 treats, so I want to try them out. But it's the best game. I'm too afraid to check it out. That's why I've been politely lurking. K-Dog says your birthday's coming soon? K-Dog, I feel like I just celebrated your birthday last week. Last week. I'm sorry, last year. It's that time again already? Peter, happy early birthday! Happy early birthday! Happy early birthday! Happy early birthday! Any breathers in chat? Oh, me! I am enthusiastic in breathing. Watch me go. Hyperventilates, dies. Hi Mary, hi, welcome. How's studying going? It's going well. So, there's a lot of new cups here. I have to update you with the situation of how I'm studying and whatnot. But I'll do that after the BRB because my bladder is full. I need to go pee. I'm so sorry. I gotta go. I gotta politely go. Oh heck, dermatones? Oh heck yeah. We'll talk about that in just one moment. I'll be right back.
私はここにいるから曖昧な未来であって何も怖くないよ差し出された手に触れて絡まった糸が優しくほどけた不条理な気分で舐めてあげるから星の夜にねあの森で待ってるからあの場所で待
I'm back! Congratulations, Potato! Congratulations, congratulations! Alright, and no, I don't hate you, I just have to BRB. It's okay, I was sitting for 2 hours. 2, count it, 2! Or as Simplefoot would say, 2 hours. So I had to take a little baby break, but we're back into it, okay? I am refreshed, I am renewed, I am relieved. So let's get to it, okay? So right now, what's gonna happen, I know a lot of new cubs have come in. Basically, my professor, the one that I don't like, basically sprung on a review session 5 minutes prior. So he made an announcement at 7:55 for a meeting at 8 for a review. But when we had physically met with him, he's like, yeah, there's no review. I'm not doing the review because I'm giving you guys the answers, whatever, right? And then he made a complaint basically saying, no one showed up for the review. We're like, what? Sir? So the people who did make it like last minute or went in the time spot because his reviews are supposed to be an hour. So by the time people realized maybe around like 8:30 that he had said something, it was like, oh, okay, let's take notes. So after we review the dermatomes, myotomes, and reflexes, we're gonna go ahead and go to a PDF that one of my classmates made. We're also gonna go over some handwritten notes that another classmate made, and then we're gonna try to do some Quizlets. By that time, maybe we'll take a little break from this subject. Maybe I'll take a gaming break. Maybe I'll focus on the biomechanics study guide that I still have to do. we'll figure it out. But let's focus on this for now, okay? So now for dermatomes, right? We talked about how a spinal nerve is going to innervate a certain section of the body, hence this like really wacky colorful image that we see on the side. That same spinal nerve is going to also innervate some muscle action. So we have the dermatomes, which is going to involve sensory, and myotomes, which is going to involve muscular. We also have reflexes, but we'll just talk about that a little bit later, okay? So as a refresher, I wish I could just do active recall, but this is going to be something much later. We'll active recall later. So, excuse me, for L2, it's going to be the upper lateral thigh. So L2 spinal nerve, lateral upper thigh, and then we're going to work our way down. L3 is going to be medial knee, and you see that coming on in from the lateral side. Medial knee is kind of a stretch, but you can also, I think, see it L3. Yeah, right here as well. Alright, L4 is going to be medial calf, so the middle of the calf right here. And then L5 is going to be lateral calf. S1 is going to be the lateral border of the foot, and then S2 is going to be the back of the foot. So we basically just work our way down. It says, what is $5? What? If you want my honest answer, $5 is $5. Glad I could be here. Welcome to my tip talk. Or thank you for coming to my tip talk. Alright, so let's do that in order again. Active recall. So it started from L2, right? So L2 is upper lateral thigh. Oh, we could write this out. Active recall. Keyboard ASMR. So L2 we said was upper lateral thigh. L3 must be then medial knee. L4 is medial calf. L5 is lateral calf. S1 is going to be the lateral side of the foot, and then S2 is going to be back of the leg. I think that's literally how they phrase it, right? Upper lateral thigh, medial knee, medial calf, lateral border, back of leg. Let's go! Alright, so that's just all in order. I forgot I'm sharing this document with people. That's fine, it's whatever. So for myotomes, let's talk about the lower extremity myotomes. So myotomes are really important because we had talked about this in the previous study stream, but we talked about like spinal cord injuries, and what happens is that if a certain spinal cord is basically gone, injured, compressed, no longer, you're not able to do these actions anymore. So we can talk about that in just a moment, but Dingus, hi, welcome. Time for a multi-way stage shoots and ladder match. Wait, I want to get in this. Hi Dingus, hi. Let me give you a shout out as well. Welcome. How's it going? No, how's it going for you? How's life? My life is just full of exams and finals right now, so you have to like forgive me. Welcome. Alright. I remember. Yeah, so for L1 and L2, which we had just talked about, that's going to be responsible for hip flexion. So again, like even sitting right now, if you were to like do like marching in your seat, you bringing up your thigh, that's going to create hip flexion. So that's going to be L1, L2. L3, L4 is quad extension. So your quads again is the four muscles in the front of your thigh. That's going to be responsible for knee extension, which is why when people do how do you call it, quad sets, I suppose, or the little like machine that you have at gyms, this is why they like kick up with the weight on top of their I guess we would say ankles. That would be working out the quads as you put yourself into knee extension, and that's going to be L3, L4. There's a slight overlap. L4 is going to also be tibialis anterior, which is going to help with dorsiflexion or the toes pointed up. Yeah. I think it's working but chilling here. I've actually been here since it started. Sorry, I don't know what noise that was. I can't even make the noise that I want to make. No. Oh no. Okay, that's absolutely no worries. I hope work is treating you super well, minus the hecky meetings. I'm so sorry, but thank you for lurking though. I appreciate you. Thank you. Dare I say bass? Wait, my I don't know. Thank you either way. I'll take the compliment. Thank you. Sorry, where did my eyebrows go? Where are the quads in the front, the back, or the quads are in the front. Your hamstrings are in the back. So where's my mouse? Quads in the front. Here's your buttocks. Hamstrings in the back. Hamstrings, quads. Hamstrings, quads. My lower vertebrae are garbage, so this is oddly relevant. No, Hunk, no, don't say that. I'm sure you have a not garbage. No. It's okay, my back is pretty hacked up too, so I honestly don't blame you. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this, okay? So, my ham booty strings? Yes, your ham booty strings. This is what you feel is tight when you like go like touch your toes down, you know? Whatever you do, thing is, do not check STSG. Hey! Spoilers. But hi, Hunk, welcome. Alright, so myotomes, right? So L1, L2, hip flexion. L3, L4 are quads. L4 is tibialis anterior, dorsiflexion, so the toes coming up. L5 is going to be responsible for EHL, which is going to be the shortening of extensor hallucis longus. Really weird name, complicated, sounds spooky, I promise it's not. So EHL, extensor hallucis longus, let's break down the name. Extensor, so we're extending. Hallucis, is referring to the big toe, and longus just means it's a long muscle. So extensor hallucis longus is going to be responsible for just bringing your toe up. Wow, so amazing. That's what L5 is responsible for. S1 is going to be for flexor hallucis longus, so basically the same thing, except instead of bringing our toe up, we're going to curl them in. We're going to flex them in, kind of like those claw toes that we were seeing earlier. And then S2 is going to be our hamstrings, which is going to be responsible for knee flexion. So again, we just talked about L3, L4 being quads, and that's knee extension. So hamstrings is going to be knee flexion. S3 and S5 though are going to be your sphincter muscles. So what happens with that is just dealing with stuff like excretion of fecal matter can be an example of that. Because you have something called a booty sphincter. Anyway, butthole muscles? Yeah, have you not seen your... hold on. Sphincter muscles. What do you call it? Booty string strong. Basically. So, you know, really in my... nowhere, not even my graduate program, but hopefully they will eventually soon because there is a specialty in pelvic health. Ever really focus on the pelvis, but yeah, you have muscles, my dude. Unfortunately, all I'm seeing a lot is female genitalia at the moment, and I don't think that's appropriate to show even for educational purposes. But you have like, oh my gosh, what is it? Like the coccygeus muscles and all that stuff. So let me see if I can get that. Classmates are gonna be so confused. We have like this muscle, like these muscles over here, like your sphincter and all that. All right, let me take this out before anything. But yeah, you have muscles here below. You see, this is your pelvis, this is your hip, this is your sacrum, and you know this is all your excretionary area. Yeah. Have you not seen your butthole muscles? I'm sorry. sorry. No. Not what I'm about to say. Have you not seen your butt? Listen, if I was that flexible, I mean, I guess there's other ways to like look at your butthole. You can use a mirror, I guess. Anyway, that's not the point. That's not the point. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Politely dying, accidentally turns off monitor. Hold on. Please hold. A special team dedicated to buttholes and female genitalia, also male genitalia as well. Pelvic health is no joke. Basically what happens with this is how do you say it? Something. I think one of the like more common examples we can talk about this is like when people how do you say? Oh, like when people laugh and they're like, I laughed so much that I peed myself a little bit. You think that's normal because you hear like the reaction of like, haha, I laughed so hard, I sorry for the informality, I like pissed myself. That's what people say. That's not normal. that's not normal. You have to check on your pelvic health and see like what's wrong, because it might just be something related to the musculature there, you know? Or it could be more. Go seek help. Dinga says, I need to do some hamstring workouts. Starting to think my diet's looking kind of silly being built from the front. No, it's okay. I remember when I physically went to like a chain gym, I saw someone's quads and I was absolutely like enamored. I was like, what the heck? maybe enamored is not the right word, but it was pumped. I'm not a muscle kind of bearcat. I'm not gonna be like, ooh, you're so musculature, ooh. But like, I was like, man, this guy's quads are humongous. I couldn't help but say, I'm like, bro, I don't think ever in my life will I get quads like that. Honk says, my family got EDS and oh no, my sister has a breakdown of cartilage at the bottom of her pelvis. No! I'm so sorry. Heck, genetics, honestly. Unless you're a vampire, then no bile scene for you. This is true. Vampires do not have a reflection, unfortunately. If I were that flexible, what did she mean by this? I'm trying to say if I was like a human centipede. If I could just twist myself Like, you know how people like break a rib or something, or missing a rib, and they can perform activities on themselves if they're males? This is what I'm saying, but for myself as a female centipede. I'm so sorry, Cubs. Anyway. What does she mean by this? I too can be in love scene with someone's big quads. Not like overly massive, but big as size. It is! The stream has officially taken a turn. I'm sorry. But, wait, Cubs, have you seen, you know the guy, oh my goodness. You know the guy who does the mixed messages songs? He did Red Flags. Red Flag song. It's actually really, really good. I hope I don't get copyrighted, but it's actually a bump. And I promise it has like relevance, okay? Hold on. Yes, you have? Oh my goodness, isn't it so good? Hold on, this was the wrong one. On second dot? Ew, no, Cubs, wait. Da 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 ba ba da ba 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 ba. Maybe I should have better prepared. Hold on, back to the music. It's amazing, right? I really, really like it a lot. Hold on. I don't know if it's better to see here. Flashcards, so cool. YouTube, oh, there it is, kind of. So, we'll play like a little preview of it, okay? Because I don't wanna get super copyrighted, okay? Okay. Hold on. We gotta take off this coffee music.
The date started off so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cartoon dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all, a masterpiece of art called
Human centipede, human centipede.
I think that I'm gonna get murdered tonight.
Human centipede, not ironically.
She said
The costume design was a highlight. I like it.
Alright, that's that. Wait, actually I have to show one part of it though. Hold on.
me what the plot's about.
German
This.
doctor says they need one last to mouth.
Cool.
Human centipede, please.
So yeah, that is probably why I had centipede in my head. That's basically the whole explanation of why. If I can't play the song, all of it, I will be more than happy to link you Cubs to watch it. Get bent, honestly. That's what I would send to a friend. Like, hey, listen. Absolute banger. And if you have not seen their mixed messages song, that is absolutely hilarious. So let me pop that out as well. It's also really funny, and it's a continuation and yada yada. Ta-da! This guy right here, so good. I love the mixed messages. But I can't play it because I'm scared. I'm scared of copyright. Anyway, I lost where I was in my study guide. Hi. I love Scooby-Doo too. Same. I think Scooby-Doo is a really cute cartoon dog. But yeah, not all red-haired people are crazy. No, they're not. They're not. Nothing against redheads whatsoever for me personally. It's actually really funny because one of my classmates, he's so funny. So he's married, right? And I forgot, for whatever reason, my other classmates were talking about like gingers or redheads, and he's like, gingers are so hot. They're so hecking hot. And everyone's kind of looking at him weird, but you have to remember he's married to a redhead. So he's just talking about his wife. It's like actually like super cute. Anyway. So let's try some active recall. We'll talk about reflexes, and then we'll move on to my other classmates' study guide. Okay? So L1, L2, we said that's gonna be hip flexors. L3, L4 is going to be. It's not quads already, is it? I think it is quads. L4 is gonna be for dorsiflexion for tibialis anterior. L5. Oh, what did we say L5 was? Oh, extensor hallucis longus. So S1 should be flexor hallucis longus. S2, was it S2 to S4? And that's sphincter muscles? Is there not one for dorsiflexion? No, we're missing hamstrings! No! Alright, but that was actually pretty good. Active recall. S2 is just hamstrings. S2 hamstrings. The SS hole is oh my goodness, you are so good for that. How do I handshake you? Thank you so much. Truly. Oh my goodness. God bless America. Anyways, so we'll try to review over this study guide, and again when it gets a little bit closer after we take a break. But I think we've talked about this like study guide for like 3 days now, just in preparation for this exam. I'm tired of it, so we'll look at it later. Let's talk about what my classmate has. This is a PDF, so I can't really edit or put Word documents, but I'll try to grab pictures if we definitely need it, okay? Then again, I have the handwritten notes, which will determine. Like, they're definitely readable and everything. I'm honestly like, maybe I'm so used to typing now. Anyone who could write really fast, especially with how fast my professor talks, I absolutely respect it. Beautiful handwriting, beautiful speed handwriting. Alright, so for whatever reason, this is what he talked about in the review. Some things may be applicable, other things may not, so we'll kind of see and talk about it as we go through it, okay? So let's start with the spinal cord. So, know that the spinal cord ends around L2, so at the second lumbar vertebrae, and then the quadra equina starts. So, the quadra equina is just like would you say like the bundle of the nerves that kind of look like a horse tail, and hence the word quadra equina, quadra referring to. I'm like, caudal refers to the head, right? So what the heck does quadra mean? But equina is in reference to the horse. Spinal cord and brain, upper motor neuron. Let's see, upper motor neuron, central stenosis, DTR spasticity, and Babinski. We've never even talked about Babinski sign though. I only know that from like the other program. Heck, this man. Doc says I'm gonna head out. Thank you and good luck. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. If I don't catch you for your birthday for whatever reason, have a happy early birthday like I said, okay? Thank you for stopping by. Have a good one, okay? Bye. Oh my goodness. Outside of the spinal cord, you're gonna have lower motor neuron lesions, which are gonna result from foraminal stenosis, which decreased DTR. Oh, increased DTR. Decrease. Deep tendon reflex, right? Yes, I think that's what DTR is. So what's gonna happen is the summary of upper to lower motor neuron lesions is other than how the stenosis occurs or how the lesion may occur in itself, whether it's a central stenosis or brain stenosis. Upper motor neuron lesions are associated with spasticity. It's hyperreflexia, while outside of the spinal cord, so nothing really, not directly with the brain, outside of the spinal cord is going to be lower motor neuron lesions, which are associated with that decreased tendon or deep tendon reflex, or that hyporeflexia. Also, muscle weakness and atrophy is going to occur. So hyper is like everything's super hyper and super extreme, while lower motor neuron lesions, everything's decreasing or dying. We could do testing for myotomes, dermatomes, or deep tendon reflexes to determine what level of the spinal nerve root is involved. and pretty much no for lower motor neuron region, more radicular, yeah, affecting the nerve or innervated muscle, so MMT. Huh? I'm taking this information so superficial, I'm so sorry. I want to apply it, but these, I swear to you, Cubs, these are not concepts that he has really talked about. You know, he like talks about reflexes like really briefly. He's like, just know Achilles and patellar, but then apparently in the review he's going all about this, and I just feel bad for those who are not as familiar with that concept. But anyway, so contractile versus inert tissues. So understand that for contractile tissues, that will be on the test. Oh, it will be 100%, but it still sucks. We could do muscle selective tension testing. Remember, this technique of how to do this is basically not, it's similar to manual muscle testing, but excuse me, we're not trying to break their form or anything like that. We're using like a finger or two, and we're applying pressure to help stimulate a contraction, and if for whatever reason they're not able to do it, or if they're feeling pain, then we can assess as appropriately. So for MSTT, it should be weak and painful for contractile tissues, and for MSTT for strong and painless is going to be inert tissues like ligaments or capsules and whatnot, and that's going to help rule out any of the muscles, you know. Ways to confirm tissue reactivity or specificity. I can't say words anymore. We're going to use special tests to help kind of determine the tissue reactivity. We talked about grades for ligament sprains quite a lot, but we can reiterate that again. It goes grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. So grade 1 is going to have minimal fiber tearing, no increased motion noted with stress testing, and it's going to be painful with stress testing. Grade 2 is going to be moderate fiber tearing. It's going to have increased motion noted, so it's going to have some laxity involved, and it's going to be painful with stress testing. Grade 3 is a complete fiber tear. There's not going to be any end field because this thing is separated. The reason why there's no end field is because when you stress test it, you're not really going to reach an end, and it's not painful because again, it's completely teared off. So we can match the tissue specificity. Matching tissue-specific impairment with the most appropriate step to find tissue reactivity. So in this case, for tendinopathy, we can use MSTT, we can use MMTT, because we want to assess the strength, like, hey, what's wrong with this tendon? We're just seeing about the pathology of what might be wrong with the tendon. We could try to lengthen the tendon through MLT. We can also do palpation of either PFT or PFC. PFT stands for palpation for tenderness, while PFC is palpation for condition. Bursitis, again, that's swelling in the bursa and the inflammation. You can use PFT or PFC. So there's an overlapping of, you can palpate for either one, but you can use pretty much most of the M's, if not all the M's that we have in our 18 steps for a tendinopathy. We talked about open pack and closed pack positions of the hip, knee, and ankle. I'm just gonna go over here really quick just because it's a little more spaced out. So again, open pack is that like sitting like a king, as my classmate would say. So we have 30 degrees of flexion, 30 degrees of abduction, and external rotation. While closed pack is like if you're really hard, trying to kick really hard of a soccer ball. So you're gonna kick that ball and put your hip in the full extension, full internal rotation, and full abduction. So what's gonna happen here is that, remember, open pack is where what position you want to put your patient in order to do mobilizations, while closed pack is the most symmetry, the most congruent. You don't want to work in this. The cool thing about knowing open pack and closed pack, it's not like a direct, if you know one, you'll know the other, but it is pretty much opposite. So as you saw, we have 30 degrees of flexion right here. So then full extension, it's not really like 30 degrees of extension. You want to put yourself in full extension against that closed pack. But that makes sense because again, the most congruency, most stability, For the knee, we want to focus in about 20 degrees of flexion, while in closed pack it's going to be full extension. For the actual patella, I don't think we really need to know, but I would keep it at neutral to be honest. And then patellofemoral is going to be 30 to 60 degrees of knee flexion, so just the opposite, okay? As for the talocrural joint, the tib, fib, and talus, remember the talus is on the leg, hence talocrural. That's the direct translation of the word talocrural, talus on leg. You want about 5 to 10 degrees of plantar flexion, so you want the toes to be slightly pointed down. There's a ratio here. We can talk about that a little bit later if we have time to review. There is a ratio of moments or movement with each, how do you say it? Each foot ankle motion. Like we'll talk about, oh, what's the ratio of pronation to supination, inversion, eversion, medial glide, lateral glide. We'll talk about that in a little bit. For the subtalar, which is going to be right below the talus, and that's going to be the articulation of the talus onto the calcaneus, that's going to be about neutral to 5 degrees of pronation, or the foot kind of coming slightly out, okay? For closed pack, we're going to talk about talocrural being in dorsiflexion. So instead of plantar flexion at 5 to 10 degrees, we're talking about an open pack. We're going to put in dorsiflexion, so bringing it slightly up. And then again, you can also feel like a little bit of that tension bringing the toes slightly up. And then subtalar is going to be supination, so bringing the foot slightly in, curved in, like cupping in, is going to be that supination motion. While again, remember we said an open pack, it's neutral to 5 degrees. For osteochondrosis, we talked about this being a general progression of a pathology, especially for children. It affects the growing skeleton, a lot of the growth plates, etc., etc. And what's going to happen is that this group of disorder is going to affect the form of abnormal growth, and it's going to occur maybe due to injury or overuse of the developing growth plate and the surrounding ossification center, so the bone solidification areas. We need to know the difference between Osgood scapulars, which is, or forgive my pronunciation, but that's going to involve the tibial tubercle versus Shindig-Larsen Johansson syndrome, which is going to involve the inferior pole of the patella. So I don't necessarily have a picture of the latter one, I'm so sorry, what is it called? The Shindig-Larsen Johansson, but I do have a picture of the Osgood scapulars disease. So what it's saying is that the Osgood is going to be down here at the tibial tuberosity. It's right here down here, inflammation and affecting those growth plates and whatever, or growth area. And then the other one is going to affect the inferior pole of the patella, so it's going to be right down here. I believe this is also referred to as the apex of the patella, and the top is going to be the base. So what are we going to do? So pretty much what happens is that for both of these, you may have pain or contraction of the quad. So again, if you're going to extend your knee and you're having pain with it, what's happening and how can we assess that? So we can make solid judgments by having you do perform active range of motion. We can perform an MSTT, so the muscle selective testing to see, hey, do you have pain with this? Hey, do you have the strength for this? And if you do have the strength for it, then we can proceed with MMT to give you a more accurate grading. MSTT, again, it mostly goes with like ligament, or like how to say it, to assess if there's a tear. And pretty much you don't really want to push too hard on anyone if you think there's a tear present or suspected, which is why you do an MSTT. But if you do the test and you're like, hey, I don't think they have a tear, you want to do an MMT, and that MMT is going to be from a grade of 0 to 5, 5 being, whoa, you're so strong, nothing's wrong with you, the 0 being like, hey, I don't know if it goes 0, I think it might be 1. Heck, either way, the lowest one is basically called trace, and the trace basically means that, hey, if I ask you to contract your quads to extend your knee, what's going to happen is I'll feel a muscle contracting, but you're not actually doing the motion, which is kind of stinky. Grade 3, which is in the middle, means that you're able to handle some pressure, but basically it's a matter of fact. The reason of why you get a 3 is that can you perform this motion against gravity? So let's not talk about the quads. Let's just talk about, like, if I just put up your leg, like you're laying on the table and ask you to raise your leg. If I push down on that, well, no, I don't think that can't, like, I guess it is assessing position, right? If I push down onto your leg, and let's say we're doing it above the knee and we're testing like a hip flexion, and I'm trying to push you into hip extension, what's going to occur is that if you're able to hold it against my resistance and against gravity, you get a 3. If I push you down and you're not able to hold it against gravity or me, you get somewhere between a 1 or 2. 2 is for allowing modifications of the position. So sometimes maybe the patient is able to do it, but they're not really able to do it in a position that is with gravity. So you have to put them in a position of, let's see, what is it called now? Not gravity, anti-gravity, minimal gravity. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's the music law. I'm sorry. I got you. Thank you for letting me know. The music definitely did pick up, and I did adjust the volume when we were talking about the human centipede stuff. So you have to forgive me, and then my voice is probably getting like monotone, so I'm so sorry about that. Let me know if that's good. I can lower it more if you need me to, okay? 0G? No! Oh my gosh. I don't know the name of it. I feel so bad. MMT, gravity eliminated. There you go. I had to Google it. I feel so dummy. Sorry, it's been a while since we did like MMTs or anything like that, so I'm kind of like, You're the one who said opposite of gravity. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Alright. Gravity is a government lie, it's true. But here we are, gotta stay grounded, my dude. Thank you for the headband though. Thank you. Gravity, put your hands up. Yeah, get out of this town. We're eliminating you. Bam! But basically what that means is that for that same example I was using of bringing the leg up and trying to get it against gravity, I believe gravity eliminated would just be having them in sideline. Because, you know, gravity is a force that is pushing us down. So what if you eliminate it? You have them laying on their side and they're just holding that same position and you're still trying to push them back. Then gravity is not affecting them up and down, and you're still applying the same amount of force and still testing the same muscle action. So that's actually really neat. Alright. Let's see. We talked about the difference in the milestones, but we actually really did skip on reflexes, so I'm sorry about that. We all forget words sometimes. If it makes you feel better, I don't even know what word you were looking for means. It's okay. Gravity eliminated just basically means that, hey, if a person isn't able to do an action in gravity, just put them in position them in a way that they are, how do you say it? Not going against gravity. We're gonna eliminate gravity in general. So if we bring, like, okay, let's do arms. Let's say if I ask you to raise your hand and you're not able to do it, you're not able to do it against gravity. But what if I ask you to do it laying on your side, and then let's say you're testing your left arm, so I'll have you lay on your right side, and I ask you to do the same motion. Hey, can you bring your arm overhead or your hand overhead? And you're able to do it. Putting yourself in that position is gravity eliminated. Okay? Alright, so let's continue on. So reflexes, so L3 and L4 and S1 are reflexes. L3 and L4 is in relationship to the patellar tendon, which is going to be, how do you say it? Oh, like the traditional thing where basically, you know, the doctor hits your knee and you basically see, hey, do you kick out or not? Because that is a reflex. Hi, John. Hi. Welcome. What a cute emo. What the heck? Noted. Yes. Welcome to study stream. Welcome. So basically, when the doctor kicks your knee, please, I hope you have no doctor that kicks your knee. When you have the doctor who hits your knee with a little like mallet or hammer, what happens is that your leg should kick out. But if it kicks out dramatically, you're like, oh! Then that's hyperreflexia, and there might be an upper motor neuron lesion present, so we're connecting the information that we had above. Or if you do kick out, but it's very low, very below the normal, basically, what's gonna happen is that it might be it's hyporeflexia, and a lower motor neuron lesion may be present, or compression as well, and for hyper is nerve irritation. She's an amazing artist. I love her. Cute. Cute. I'll have to definitely give her. Hold on. I'm putting her in my little notepad so I can check her out later. Hold on. Notepad open. Check out artist. Thank you indirectly. We talked about improving limited flexion and extension 2 hours ago. But as a review, we can talk about how the knee, the tibia is concave and the femur is convex, and we could talk about the concave convex motions and just understanding about open and closed chain movement, so we can actually kind of ignore that for now, okay? For knee notes, hamstrings can prevent anterior translation of the tibia. Okay, so this is again the same thing if we put our hands into a fist and we stack them on top of each other, one on top and one on the bottom. What happens is that the ACL and PCL is going to help prevent the translation of the tibia. ACL is anterior, going up to the front, while posterior translation is going to be towards the back. So what's going to happen here is that the ACL is going to prevent anterior translation. So if you have your two hands or a fist stacked upon each other, the bottom one, if you have that translate forward, the bottom one is punching forward, maybe like towards your screen. That's anterior translation, and the anterior cruciate ligament is helping to prevent excess translation like that. Strengthening the bicep femoris can allow for strength to laterally rotate the tibia for extension. So one of your hamstring muscles, the bicep femoris, can help also with external rotation because of how it's attached. Alright, let's talk about the Q angle. Q angle is a little bit weird, but basically it's the idea of, I believe, like the ASIS, anterior superior iliac spine, your patella, and I really want to say your ischiotuberosity, but I don't think these are the angles. Oh wait, it's right here? Heck. If I may ask, what year or class level is this material? First year. But graduate level, not undergrad, unfortunately. I want to go back to undergrad. I know I don't want to go back to undergrad, but I'm tired of studying every day. Boo studying, boo actually trying to get the concept of trying to have a career. Bah! But yeah, let's see. So for the Q angle, our normal Q angle when we are doing the measure from the ASIS to patella and ASIS to the tibial tuberosity, this is going to be about 10 to 15 degrees. If you have an abnormal Q angle, what's going to happen is that you might present with genu valgum, and I have a better picture here, but valgum basically means that you're going to have those knock knees, or our famous like anime girl pose where the knees are together and be like ooh woo. And if you have less than 10 degrees for the Q angle, genu varum may be present. So again, that's going to be where the legs are bow-legged and they're going to kind of stick out a little bit. Saying first year before graduate scared. No, don't be scared. You seem really knowledgeable in your anatomy, so I'm kind of curious if you don't mind me asking what you're studying or where you may be in your life. And you don't have to tell me, honestly, like I understand like personal information and whatnot. But I was just like, yeah, if you're still like an undergrad, don't worry. don't worry. But you might see this in like your anatomy courses, so not like a terribly new concept, but still new nonetheless, you know? But let me show you a decent picture. Genu valgum. Sorry, I'm like trying to. I should have just scrolled. I shouldn't have been lazy. Med school spoilers. Basically, sorry, look away if you don't want spoilers. Free yourself. I know a lot of people right before I got to graduate school, they're like, maybe you should review the muscles and see the actions, and that's really gonna help you. No, I turned off my entire brain. I was like, no, I am not doing this right now. I am not studying for muscles until they let me. Alright, so anytime we have the word genu, by the way, genu is in reference to the knee, while coxa is referring to the hip. So we have valgum and varum, and then we have like this fun little like you don't put on mnemonic or anything like that, but like fun quirky way to learn stuff. So valgum, gum makes your knees stick together, so that's why you have like the little bow-leggedness, which you can see right here, like the anime girl. Teehee. What is a rum mnemonic? I don't know. Use your imagination. So rum makes your knees spread apart, hence the word genu varum, and you're gonna end up with bow-leggedness, so like this. But I'm nowhere near you. I graduated with a BS electrical engineering. Ah! What a cool degree, what the heck? Here you have me being like, wow, hello fellow medical cub. No, I'm an engineer. I have so many engineering cubs. Holy heck. I'm gonna gather you all into like a little group and be like, here you go. Here's a new engineering buddy. Go talk about math. That is honestly so cool. Rum? I love rum. No. No. Anyway, going back to queuing, and all that. Where are the music major cubs at? Okay, so this is going to be kind of interesting to say, but in my other program, I actually had someone who majored in music, and I think this is like the really cool thing with graduate program. Now, is it beneficial? No. But what happens is, how do you say it? For my graduate program, as long as you take, and this goes for any, I assume, but as long as you take the prerequisites and do all the other things, like maybe the GRE, have the appropriate GRE scores, the competitive GRE scores, get your letter of recommendations, get 2 to 3, 3 more recommended, and do your shadowing hours into the field that you want to be in. Basically, it doesn't matter what major you have, you could just apply. So one of my classmates in my previous program, basically what had happened was he was a music major, and I'm like, you're here in the healthcare field? And he's like, yeah, I wanted to do like music therapy, and this is where my interests kind of aligned. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. Hi Sam, hi, welcome. Monte says, can make cyborgs with all the engineering and medical experience. Yeah, with my anatomy knowledge and everyone's cyborg knowledge and engineering, together we can rule the world. Lucio main confirmed. Honestly, by the way, Monte, I meant to ask, how are you enjoying Overwatch? Sometimes I see you on it, I'm like, I'm gonna play. Does Galmer be studying? That they do. Hi SG, hi, welcome. I'm so tired. I don't want to study anymore, but I have to. I feel so bad. I think I'm gonna go for 3 more hours. Yeah, so really? Yeah, no, I'm so serious. I'm only on this is not a Google Doc, but I'm only like 2 out of 7 pages. I still have to go over this other girl's notes, and I have to do the Quizlet, so I'm gonna be here for a little bit, and then hopefully I can take like a gaming break, and then hopefully I could just study with other classmates, maybe like an hour or 2 before, and then I take the exam, and then I sleep. Z. You wanna sleep now though. Z. Close my eyes. Anyway, I drank coffee today, so I should be more awake, but I might have to make myself another cup. I'm really liking it. Wrecking Ball is so fun to play. I'm so glad. That makes me super happy to hear. Wrecking Ball is really fun, but I can't. I literally feed as hamster. I've seen Big Ham's hamster, and I'm just like, an inspiration. Be who you want to be. Be the ball. Be the ball. Oh no! I think no, but honestly, I played with some friends at night. It's good. It is good. I hope you're enjoying the new season. I saw the new hero came out, and I want to try them out. But again, not a tank main, by the way. Hi, Paige. By the way, hi. Welcome. John says, you darn kids get study streams today. Back in my day, I had to study by myself. Uphill in the snow, both ways. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I promise, I would be studying by myself, but it definitely is not as fun. I like having the company, and again, I humor myself. I don't really know, but I would like to go into teaching, so this is just practice of speaking to a class. Hello class, my name is Dr. Tipanya. And I'm here today to teach you about Q angle. So recall that the normal angle is 10 to 15 degrees. Ashley, thank you for shouting out Big M. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. And Paige, thank you for noticing the little bow. I have my Christmas outfit on, but I didn't think it was really appropriate for the study stream. So anytime I game, I'll wear my Christmas outfit. But I wanted to still have the Christmas spirit now, so I had to put the little bow on Tipanya. Talk about ham and the big ham shall appear? Honestly, ways to summon big ham. Kratos. Yes. So none of this guy. But yeah, no, big ham's been here, so it's fine. Anyway, oh, we can talk about all the ligament stuff. Oh, I just got here. You're new to me. Well, I guess Ashley has a point, huh? Anyway, so let's talk about MCL. So we can see MCL here. MCL. Excuse me, I'm dying. Excuse me, I'm dying. Okay, so MCL, where the hecky did I put it? So look, this is the MCL right here. MCL stands for medial collateral ligament, so it's not really surprising to see this ligament is medial of our knee. This is again our thigh bone, the femur, and then this is our tibia right here, and this is our patella, our little knee that we can move around up, down, left, to right, which is horrendous. What's going to happen is that the MCL is going to prevent valgus stress, so any force that's coming out from laterally, or laterally to medial, so any lateral force pushing in to this is going to help try to restrain that valgus force so our knee doesn't just hacking, break and collapse, Let's see, restraints to anterior tibial translation when the ACL is injured. So we talked about the ACL preventing anterior translation, so if for whatever reason the ACL is not able to do its job, MCL can replace it. And superficial MCL is primary restraint to external rotation of the tibia. Static restraint to the medial knee is superficial MCL, joint castle, deep MCL, and PCL. So reasons why you may tear your MCL is because maybe you have a sports collision to the outer knee. Someone maybe does a karate kick to your lateral side and at your knee, and then that will rupture the MCL. Maybe you turn on a planted foot with cleats on, so Sure, use your imagination. I'm trying to think about it, but I'm just not here. We talked about valgus stress. Could have a femoral twist with a fixed lower leg. Signs and symptoms basically goes through the different grades of grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3, which we talked about. We can have different ways to address this. Understand that if you do have a ligament ruptured, you just need to do surgery. There's no other way to fix that. Ligaments don't really heal naturally like that. And we talked about in the previous study stream that basically, if you have to choose between getting your ligament teared or break a bone, it is so much easier to break a bone. Why? And this is gonna sound crazy to some of you guys, but breaking a bone is just easier to recover, easier to rehab, and if anything, it comes back even stronger. There's a concept and word to it that is escaping me, but basically your bones grow stronger when you break them. I'm not saying to go break your entire hecking body, I'm just saying that is just what it does, which is really cool. Your ligament though, once you tear it and once it has that laxity or looseness and instability, yeah, it's just never going to be the same. You're going to be more prone to these injuries and whatnot, so kind of stinky. But yeah, if it's not completely ruptured and you have grade 1 or grade 2 and ligament sprain, what you're gonna do is you're gonna do price. So you're gonna have it protected, you're gonna rest, ice, compression, and elevation. And basically how you want to progress with any kind of rehab, if you do address it in that manner, is that you want to focus on stability for the medial knee, because again, you're going to have instability because you're going to have that laxity, so doing anything to restabilize it to prevent that re-injury would be super nice. There's different ways to test the MCL. We can literally do a valgus test, or we could do a lateral pivot shift. These two are considered special tests that we could talk about a little bit later, okay? LCL. So LCL is going to be located right here opposite the medial. So if I told you, ooh, the LCL is lateral, oh wow, is it fun? Lateral collateral ligament is going to be preventing various forces and various forces are going to be coming medial. Spraining your LCL is actually really not that common because there's not a lot of forces that come medially. You're not going to have someone kick you or karate kick you from like your inner thigh, you know? But it does happen. Tears do occur like this. The same thing pretty much goes, you can test it with a bear stress test instead of a valgus. It has the same grades, same progressions, and basically there's really not much to it, unfortunately. It's just not something that's commonly sprayed, you know? PCL is also not as common, so PCL and LCL are really just not common sprains. It's the MCL and the ACL that are like the main like highlights that we want to talk about with this. But PCL is going to stay in the posterior side, so it's really hard to see on this one. This is not really the image, but you see that where the ACL is right here, this band, there's this tiny little baby band right back there. That's gonna be the PCL. PCL again, posterior cruciate ligament, and that's gonna help what do you call it, with posterior translation of the tibia on the femur. It's also gonna help with rotational stability of the knee. Basically, how you can injure the PCL, even though again it's not as common as the ACL, is that you're gonna fall on the flexed knee. So basically, you just fall on your knees, and what happens is that falling on the knees might do such a hard rupture of the tibia, and it's going to posteriorly translate it to the point that it will get injured or tear or rupture. Forced hyperflexion can also do it. Dashboard injury, same concept with the falling, except your knee hits the dashboard and it shifts it backwards. And just falling on the tibia, where the tibia is going to be forced posteriorly. Anything like that is going to tear it. Let's see. Signs and symptoms, we could do special tests. We could do a posterior drawer test to test the PCL. We could do sag sign, which is basically seeing if the leg droops if we put it into like a 90-degree angle. Godfrey's. I don't remember Godfrey's. I feel so bad because I was testing a special test with my classmates and I was like, what's this? What's that? I think Godfrey's has another name. Is it not SAG test or Godfrey's? Yeah. Well, we'll figure that out later. Intervention, same thing, price, and then for grade 1 and 2, just do weight bearing as tolerated, and grade 3 is going to be a long brace. We could do, oh yeah, see, look at that, yay! A posterior sag sign or Godfrey's test is the same thing. So again, you're keeping your legs up and you're looking for that sag. Posterior drawer test I can show you when we do kind of study that material. And reverse Lockman, not Lockman. Lockman's test is going to be also something we could do to test PCL and basically tell if there's a tear present. ACL, our famous ACL that's injured frequently, especially here in sports. Again, it's going to prevent anterior translation, so the two fists on top of each other and you punching the bottom fist out, that is anterior translation. Commonly sports related, it's going to be a direct blow to the knee with the foot planted. Mechanisms of injury occurs with or without contact, and the knee is positioned from a flex to fully extended. Most common contact mechanism of injury is valgus abduction injury without contact. So basically, if you have a lateral and outward force, that's also going to tear the ACL. Also understand that hamstring and glute medius and minimus strength is going to be important to support. Signs and symptoms, basically you won't be able to walk. You have rotational instability, possible effusion, so swelling, and basically you're going to have incomplete functional range of motion, primarily with extension. We could do some special tests, and we could test it with Lockman's and anterior drawer test. We can treat it conservatively, such as with Price, gentle passive range of motion, and progress with exercises as tolerated. And sometimes that might not be the case. Maybe you need non-conservative treatment, which in that case it's going to be surgery. To test for the ACL tear, we're going to do palpation. So we could do palpation for condition or palpation for tenderness, and we're also going to do special tests to confirm it, okay? So many. It's fine now. I think I'm gonna take a small little break. Really quick before we jump back into propeller conditions. So just give me a few moments. Let me gather some water. Let me stand up and stretch because I think it's been about another hour of me sitting, right? So let me stand up and stretch and love my life, and then we'll get back into it, okay? One hacky moment. I'll be right back. Ali. Yep. Alright, I am back. I am re-energized. I pet my cat. I drank some water. And you know what? I kept saying I was stuffy, and I keep saying that I'm getting sick, but I'm actually not getting sick. It's just because I ate before stream. I don't know. I put one of those like what do you call it, Vicks. I put the chest rub, so I am breathing and life is good. I am ready to get through the study guide. I have a renewed sense of I just need to get this over with. So let's do it. My energy. I had the kitty on my lap. She's asleep. I want a kitty on my lap. My kitty right now is under the bed like a hecking loner. She was on the desk earlier. I actually got to do like a little webcam session to like show her. But one of the cubs said she was sick, and I'm like, you can't just call her that. And then she walked away. What a nice life, honestly. Until like your legs start going to sleep, then it's like, Vicks. Honestly, I don't know if you're supposed to be like sticking it up your nose or anything. My mom was like, you rub that on your chest, you stick it up your nose. I'm like, okay, Mama Bearcat. My mom also frequently refers to Vicks or like the chest rub as like the Mentos. So sometimes you might see me like accidentally saying that instead. I'll be like, oh yeah, you want some Mentos? And Mentos refers to like the little mint candies normally, but that's what she refers to as like the Vicks. I used to just open the jar and You're too powerful. Maybe I'm just not like a big knit bear cat, but I'm just like, yeah. Up the nose feels a little bit too much. Nah, you just it is a very powerful cooling burning sensation. Chest and throat are usually good, yeah. So that's why I like placed a little bit and I pet my cat and I drank more water and I'm like, okay, I got the energy again, let's do this. So yeah, so right now we're on page like 4.5 out of 7. So once we do this, we'll try to read through the notes, and then we'll go through the Quizlets, and then hopefully maybe we could take a little gaming break, you know? Maybe a small gamer break would be really, really nice. Excuse the dice. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. So let's talk about patellar condition. So what the heck is a patella or patellar? Well, the patella is actually the little bone that you have in front of your knee, or this is what most people refer to as their kneecap or like their knee. It's this little triangular bone that kind of looks like those guitar picks that you can move up, down, left, right, basically. What happens is that people can have a patellar pain syndrome, which is going to occur when there's pain or a gradual onset of pain on the knee. It's a really generic term, but basically what happens is that it can be caused by one of two ways. It can be caused by hypermobility, or it can be caused by hypomobility. So when we refer to hypomobility, maybe the patella is too much movement. And what's going to happen is that genu valgus is going to cause increased lateral mobility. So what happens is that we talked about genu being in reference to the knee, and valgus, so talking about this like bow-leggedness, is going to increase the lateral mobility, which makes sense because it's going out lateral, and increase Q angle. So the increased Q angle, what's going to happen here is and we had talked about it with the hip. Remember, normal being 10 to 15. The increased Q angle is also going to play a part in creating this pain. And also hypermobility may also, what you call it, cause lateral patellar tracking, which is just, again, the patella tracking laterally, and it really shouldn't be doing that. As for hypomobility, remember hypo meaning below mobility, so low mobility, maybe it's a soft tissue around the knee, which is going to be limiting patellar mobility, which is why it's causing that pain. Maybe you also have a tight lateral retinaculum, which we were talking about earlier with the IT band syndrome. Remember that side muscle or that band that you have on the side of the leg attaches around the patella as well, and it's creating such tightness, which is going to create pain, which is going to be limiting that mobility that you have. And then also you can have tight quads or tight, again, the quads are the 4 muscles in the front of your thigh. Having tight of those can also cause knee pain because of where they insert, which is going to be below the knee. We also have the chondromalacia, which is going to be softening of cartilage. So basically this is just a degeneration of cartilage. This is not a tissue-specific impairment. This is a medical condition where you need to address this with your doctor, because there's really no good clinical test for this. You need arthroscopic observations basically to confirm whether you have it, you know? Thank you for the self-care checks. I appreciate ya. I just came back from break, so my posture is pretty good. So, but I could reach. That was my shoulder. did that pick up? If it did, I'm sorry. Alright, we're not reaching anymore because apparently that involves me popping my shoulder. Well, let me hydrate. Hold on one moment. Thank you for the hydrating. I appreciate you. It didn't. You're good. Oh, thank goodness. I was just shook. I was like, oh. Anyway, but thank you so much. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the posture check. So, for the softening of the cartilage, that's basically, again, we're needing medical attention for that. Again, we can't really do too much in the clinic. So, what are 6 impairments that can cause anterior knee pain? So, what's going to happen is that if you have patellofemoral syndrome, or again, this knee pain specifically anteriorly, you can have muscle weakness, which may be causing it, muscle tightness, edema or effusion, so like this kind of swelling, tendonitis or tendinosis, so degeneration or inflammation of the tendon. You can also have hypermobility and hypomobility, which we did just talk about right up here. So, let's see. They're recommending to look at the hip. So if you have weak hip abductors, so like weak gluteus minimus and weak gluteus medius, we talked about that earlier, about how the butt is layers basically. How many of you cubs may only be aware that of the gluteus maximus, but if you peel the gluteus maximus off, these deeper, because that's the most superficial layers, these deeper layers of the gluteus medius and minimus is going to help with abduction, so abducting, and also internal rotation. So what's going to happen here is that if you look at the hip and you have weak abductors and ER, it's going to create genu valgus, so we're going to have that bow-leggedness. And then just understanding the kinetic chain, if you have genu valgus, then you most likely have femoral internal rotation, tibio-tibial internal rotation, and mid and hind foot pronation. Yeah. This is literally it repeated, so that's why I'm like, yeah, we'll talk about that. So for coxa vara, remember coxa is in reference to the hip. So coxa vara is going to refer to the decreased angulation of the neck of the femur and the shaft of the femur. Yeah, the neck, the head, no, or maybe it's the head and neck. Heck, hold on. I feel like a fake fan. The head of the femur and the neck of the femur, not the shaft. My bad. Anyway, basically, this is coxa vara, which is right here. So what happens is that we have like a normal angulation of the head and neck of the femur to be about 125 degrees, right? So with coxa vara, what's going to happen is that you have less than 125. Let's say maybe, I think for one of the other examples, yeah, it's like 105. And as cool as that sounds, what happens is that you're going to create this like knock-knee at the knees. So that's why genu varum, or valgum, it's going to occur. With coxa valga, which we'll talk about in a little bit, that's going to be more than 125 degrees. So in this example, this is 135. And what's going to happen here is that bow-leggedness, or genu varum, or genu varum is going to occur right here at the bow-leggedness. Now, other things are also going to occur, so let's talk about that, okay? So with coxa vara, we have again genu valgus, so the bow-leggedness. I think the classmate got the information mixed. Because if you have a decreased angle, it's gonna also decrease the angle of the knee as well. And you could see that in this picture too. Alright, we're politely looking away from the information. We could talk about the conditions again briefly, because we talked about this earlier. Osgood sclatters is the osteochondrocyte, which again is going to affect the tibiotuberosity down here, while the inferior pole of the patella is going to be affected by the Johnson, Larson, Sindig, Sindig, Larson, Johansson. Yeah. Both are typically boys going through a growth spurt. Contraction of the quads create a traction force and stresses the area. It's going to have pain while running and jumping. And again, growth plate conditions. Osteochondrosis is going to be related with growth plate conditions. And we could basically check that if they have pain with contraction of the quads, we could do any of these things to assess. We could use active range of motion, muscle selective tension testing, and MMT. When lengthening of the quads, we could check for the active and passive range of motion for knee flexion, prone knee flexion, and the Thomas test. We could check for that to see the pain and see if we could correlate with that. Or we could just check with pain with palpation, which is going to be specific to that condition. I'm reliving a horror with this? No! What do you mean? What do you mean you're reliving the horror? I'm sorry. Hi, no. Welcome back. You changed your name again, though. Wait, how should I refer to you this time? Hold on. Let me know, because I feel bad if I we talked about compartment syndrome. I actually feel pretty confident with this, so I don't want to necessarily go through with it. We talked about gait cycle. We talked about ligaments. We talked about bunions. We don't need to talk about the windlass mechanism. Yeah, hopefully not. Hip, we talked about open and loose pack. Okay, this is kind of new information I'd like to go over though. Cam lesion this is not new information. This was in my study guide. But here's a picture of it. Basically what happens is that there's an abnormal bony growth that occurs at our ball and socket joint at the hip, and that's really gonna impinge and create like a lot of pain with an individual, and it can include groin pain, hip pain, or low back pain. And basically if you do any twisting or squatting or turning, you're gonna have severe pain because that bump is gonna articulate and create that pain. So that's just a structural abnormality. Alright, trochanteric fractures, we talked about this a little bit. Total hip replacement. So really in the notes they only had about like non-invasive surgery, but apparently we were supposed to go more into detail. So let's talk about a total hip replacement, okay? So total hip replacement, you can have different approaches. So if you have a posterior approach, which means that they did literally the surgery posteriorly, you want to avoid doing internal rotation and adduction. So what's going to happen with this is that you want to avoid this because these are surgical precautions, because you may, I think, potentially re-dislocate your hip if you do this. So you want to avoid turning in your toes, and you want to avoid excessive adduction. So let's say like you cross your ankles. Whatever leg is on top, that is the leg that's going past the midline of your body, and that is adduction, and you're gonna create a lot of pain if you had posterior approach total hip replacement. Dislocation, strengthen into the opposite direction to reduce glide in position and dislocation. Hypermobility, lateral and posterior joint capsule, and think about the glides of the joint. Okay, maybe it's not that now. Oh, I know you didn't change your username. Should I still refer to you as Hachimo though? I'm not sure, I'm so sorry. But we talked about capsular patterns of the hip. We talked about meal and we talked about fame. So for this one, this is fame. This is F for fame, or which is gonna be the flex. A is gonna be adduction. I know this is IR, but we can use medial rotation. Internal rotation and medial rotation are gonna be the same thing. And then extension, so the abbreviation of fame with slight ER. Or we can use this other capsular pattern, which is gonna be meal. So medial rotation, extension, adduction and flexion with slight ER, okay? Let's see. The commonality again is that both are gonna have slight ER external rotation. So what is the best binding for this? So the best binding is going to be doing active range of motion, passive range of motion classic, and we're going to determine the quality and quantity when we do go ahead and move that into either flexion, extension, or any again of the fame or meal movement. We can also check in the joint, and we can do passive range accessory motion, and we can think about what glides we will be able to do. Let's see. Let's talk about lumbar. So lumbar, we could talk about the musculature. We could talk about herniation. Lumbar herniation is pretty common, which is really unfortunate. So what's gonna happen is that a medial lean is gonna create gapping. So let's say you lean over and you side bend to the right, the opposite side is gonna gap. Pretty much if you do have a herniation, you're gonna have a lot of problems with a seated position, or like being seated for a long period of time, and forward flexion. So let's say you're seated and you're forward flexion, like, oh, let me go tie my shoes really quick. Yeah, you're gonna be in intense pain. When you go into extension though, so when you go like, I'm gonna like lean back, you feel better with that kind of motion. So you feel bad with flexion, better with extension. So, oh no, what if I have a herniation? Because it says single leg raise test to put pressure for herniation or increase discomfort. Cause I think I have a herniation. My back hurts when I raise my leg. Oh no. Oh no. I've been having back pain for the past month now for whatever reason. I just kind of woke up with it and I wasn't really sure what to do. And I was hoping the pain would go away and it didn't. So I'm like, wait, what if I have an extension? It doesn't necessarily feel better with extension, but I don't have that pain. Let's see, forward flexion, forward flexion. There's some tension. No, maybe I don't have a herniation. Maybe I'm just scaring myself. No hanging weight. No, seriously. I had asked my professor about it, and he was just telling me to do cobras as exercises because apparently having mid to low back pain is really common, and then if you work in doing this extension, you'll be okay. I haven't been able to do those, but I'm like, oh, okay, I'll try them. So hopefully maybe once finals are over and I can start taking care of my health again, maybe I'll go ahead and do it. But I was just like, no, but the pain does get worse with raising my leg. Don't worry, I'll properly use the Da Vinci robot this time for hernia repair. I hope you were properly using it the first time and the first other times. I will let you perform surgery. Let me get out of Bearcat Mountain. Send me your deets. No, but thankfully maybe it's not herniation. Maybe my back just sucks right now. Hopefully. I don't know why they don't talk about, so there's herniation and there's something else. So hold on. Herniation. Yeah. So basically there's like a flexion and extension bias. So basically there's an extension bias where people have an extension bias or feel better and like going more backwards or extending their back if they have a herniation. While on flexion, it's basically good for patients who have a spinal stenosis or like a narrowing of the foramen, I believe. That's a concept we'll go over. Or yeah. There's something called Freett's Law. We didn't really talk about this. This was in a discussion post. He said, just know it. And I'm like, huh? So when in neutral, basically, side bending to one side is accompanied by rotation to the opposite side. This is just the laws of what happens. So when in neutral, your back is straight. You side bend to one side, there's going to be rotation that occurs on the opposite side. And I also assume gapping because we just did talk about that. When the spine is not in neutral though, side bending to one side is accompanied of rotation in the same direction. Interesting. If motion is occurring in any plane, it will reduce motion in the other planes. So what does this mean for sleep positions to reduce pain? Neutral right rotation with left side bending. So if I rotate right, side bend left, is causing pain on the left side. So you just instruct patient to perform right rotation and side bending to the same side to alleviate pain. Huh? What? That's something I'll probably go over afterwards because I'm not maybe I'll watch a video about it or something like that. Ligamentous laxity. So again, we talked about how like moving something can be. So basically, laxity can occur with, as it occurs, basically it's just pain with prolonged sitting, and this is most likely due to poor posture. So posture checkups. Make sure to sit upright, or maybe not upright, but like definitely don't slouch. Uncross your legs, feet on the ground. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What's happening is that the posterior structures are overstretched, cracking in the back, the Golgi tendon organs, Golgi, there you go, tendon organs fire and inhibit the muscles around the joint. Typically lumbar range of motion is okay, but there is pain at end range due to stretching, so hip musculature is tight. Treatments to strengthen stabilizers like Motethetis and CA. Sorry, now I'm just taking this information at face value. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Sean, for the posture check though. Pull upright. Pull. Alright, so for scoliosis, so this is really common. I'm sure you've seen pictures of basically people's spines that are not supposed to be the way that they are. What's gonna happen is that depending on how bad it is, there's different ways to treat it. So if you have like about 10 to 20 degrees of scoliosis, which let me see if I can show you comes a picture really quick. One moment. Scoliosis. Sorry, my brain stopped. Will I get in trouble for showing? No, let's use this image. This is safer. So when we talk about scoliosis, again, this is going to be an abnormal curvature of the spine. Oops. Let me see, reset. There you go. So what's happening is that, wow, my back is not supposed to be doing that, and it really shouldn't, but there's different ways to address it, and it just depends on how much your curvature is. So going back, I think it's at 10 to 20 degrees of curvature is about something to monitor. It's not going to really impair any of your like abilities to do stuff, but you know, would be nice to like see if it gets better or worse. If you have about 20 to 40, you can do a brace and to help kind of like bring it back into its norm. I think I read somewhere that people who require scoliosis brace needs to wear it for like a very long amount of time. Not just like time lengthwise, like I think it's like almost an all-day thing. I think it's recommended to wear it to sleep and then doing activities like school or work. And then if it's anything worse than 40 degrees, you basically need surgery to repair it. What's going to happen is that the scoliosis is going to stretch the convex side, and you want to strengthen the concave side. So let's see. Stretch the convex side. Yeah, so you want to stretch this here because these muscles are going to be tight. And then you want to strengthen these, so you want to bring it back into alignment, basically is the goal with doing these exercises. And with that, we are done with both my study guide and the extra Word document that that my classmate has given us. Let's quickly go over the written notes. We're just kind of read them off to be like, hey, I read it. I might take another little baby break, and then we'll kind of go into the Quizlets and try to like work out stuff. Whatever I don't know, I just don't know it at this point. It's okay. But after like a little fun game break or whatever, we can definitely try to see what we can do, and we can go back to the ones that we didn't know. Like we could specifically test for those, you know. So yeah. All right. So let's go here. So thank heck and goodness about my classmates' notes. So basically just knowing about what's going to improve knee flexion. So we talked about the concave convex rule, and we talked about basically how an open chain, the convex surface is moving. So if we want to increase flexion, or no, this might be for the hip. I don't know which one she's referring to, but either way, just apply the concave convex rule. For the patellar conditions, we could talk about the Oshgood. I still don't know how to say it, but I'll just say Osgood. And that's going to refer again to the tibial tuberosity, while the Larsen-Johansson is going to refer to the south pole of the apex, or the patella. Continuation of squads. Tibial tuberosity. Know about compartment syndromes, and we talked about the anterior, the lateral, and the posterior. We talked about open and closed pack positions. We talked about the knee ligaments to heck and back, about the ACL, PCL, LCL, and MCL. Talked about what to do for grade 2. We could do and check for passive accessory motion and check for laxity. Talked about subject reactivity. We talked about dermatomes and myotomes. Lumbar radiculopathy, we kind of talked about. Basically, there's going to be some tingling sensation if there's like a compression of the nerve, and that it may radiate to other places. Most commonly, you know how people complain of sciatica, like, oh, I have my sciatic nerve, and it's like, oh yes, they have pain in the back of their back, and that pain radiates down the back of their leg. That's when people refer to sciatica, and that's just the lumbar radiculopathy, because you have that compression that's happening, and that's why the symptoms are radiating down the leg. Let's see. Single leg raise test to test for herniation. We just talked about that, and that scarred me, as I tell you that single leg raise is increasing my symptoms. We talked about cam lesion. We talked about IP tendinosis. So basically, this is new. It's going to involve every motion. It's due to overuse, weakness of abductors, and the Q ankle is actually going to be altered. So that's new information. That's interesting. How to improve knee extension. We talked about that. Okay, and that's that. Oh, and this was talking about, I guess, more of the herniations, about the nucleus of how it's gonna like bulge, basically, and you can have a medial or lateral bulge. And understand that if you have a herniation, you have an extension bias. So again, it's gonna feel better when you're stretching your back, but it's gonna feel worse when you're seated and flexing over, like when you're gonna fix your shoes. Collagen type 1 is to stretch. Collagen type 2 is the cartilage and compressing. I'm not sure what that means, type 1, type 2, to be honest. That's my first time seeing that information. So let me see. Central stenosis of the spinal canal, and the foramen is where the nerve is going to exit. Okay. Well, we could talk about the concept here about central stenosis, and how, again, they have actually a flexion bias and do worse with extension. So that's really interesting, but it also is what it is for that situation. The set cartilage problems. We're done. We're done. Yay. Kind of, not really. Alright, let's get to the Quizlet, because I think that would be fun. Let me see though. Whoop. Way to go, thank you. I'm dying. I don't want to do this test anymore. And imagine then I have to cram, because there's a heckin' cumulative, so I won't go over this material, but maybe some of the other stuff we had. Alright. So, let's talk about concepts, and let's go over what we know. I have 3 Quizlets that I'll go over. This one's only 24, so maybe after this one I'll take a little baby break just to like stand up and stretch and pet my cat again. And then afterwards we can definitely game, and then we can talk about at least another subject. Excuse me, or at least format my notes, because for biomechanics, because though I'm not really worried about biomechanics, I still would like to make a guide for it, and the exam is on Monday, so, and I have all these other practical stuff to worry about. So if I format the study guide now, practical stuff Thursday, Friday, I think I should be okay. Maybe. Anyway, So let's talk about mobilization. So again, we want to place patients into an open back position. If we're talking about the hip, we want to place them into an open back of 30 degrees of flexion, 30 degrees abduction, and slight external rotation. So once we put that, how are we going to improve the hip flexion and abduction? So then again, we'll talk about the concave convex rule. Again, ball and socket joint, that's what our hip is. So what's going to happen here is that our head of the femur is a convex surface, and the acetabulum of the pelvis is going to be that concave surface. Did I say that wrong? The pelvis is concave, the head is convex. So that ball and socket make one fist, one hand into a fist, one hand into a C in cupping. When we do an open chain flexion, we're bringing the femur, our thigh bone, up. As we bring it up, that means it's moving anteriorly. But because it is the femur that is moving in that open chain, and it's the convex structure that is moving, it means the opposite roll, opposite glide. So even though we are flexing, we are going to be flexing in a way that is anterior. So it's going to be a posterior or an inferior glide. But it said how to improve hip flexion and abduction. So what we have to realize again for abduction is that as we abduct, we're bringing it away, or we're kicking our leg out to the side laterally. But again, it's a convex surface that's moving, so even though it's lateral, we're going to do a medial glide. So the answer for this should be inferior medial glide. Ta-da! Okay, sorry. I know this one. So ratios we didn't talk about for today's study stream, but we definitely did talk about it last study stream. A normal ratio for TMT, or like that first, or like our big toe moving, should just be 1:1. It shouldn't be 2:1. The only thing that's 2:1 is in reference of supination and eversion. So what does that mean? So again, we'll talk about the concept of supination and pronation of cupping your foot in, cupping your foot out. When you cup your foot in into supination, you definitely feel like you have more motion, right? As into like putting your leg out. And that's why it's a 2:1 ratio. That's going to be the norm. This excuse me, I'm so sorry. This ratio of 2:1 plantar to dorsal TMT glide, or like the big toe gliding from up and down, or plantar, like what do you call it, the base of the foot or the bottom of the foot, and then dorsal being like the top of the foot. That means that the plantar motion is a, how do you say it, hypermobile. It shouldn't be moving that much. It should be 1:1. Feet, eat. Alright, so for this 2:1, again, it's going to be hypermobile, so let's flip the card. Yeah, hypermobile first TMT, anterior to posterior, and the normal ratio should be 1:1. So patient presents with status post-trauma, sudden effusion, and when we do a palpation for condition, they feel hot, and their passive range of motion is going to be an empty end field. How do you think this should be managed? Trauma? Go to the hecking doctor, my dude. Oh my goodness. Hi DJ, hi! But do you shake it all about? I'm about to when I party and celebrate. Let's go! Wait, hi, welcome. Hi, Sub, hi, welcome. Hi, sir, hi, welcome. Hello, you three. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Sir, thank you for the contribution. I appreciate it. Thank you. Soup? You know, soup actually does sound pretty tasty right now. Hey, what's with the panic? No panic. It's okay. Ah, panic! Oh my goodness, sorry. I can't get over the eyebrows. Chicken and rice soup? Ah, that sounds super yummy. Oh my goodness. What do you call it? Cubs, did I ever tell you? I took one of my classmates to eat at a ramen place, right? And because they're like, oh, I've had ramen before, and I'm like, oh, but this is like my favorite ramen, we should try it out. And what they did is that with their ramen, they ordered a bowl of soup or bowl of rice, and they just stuffed the rice, like they just dropped the ramen into their, like, oh my gosh, I can't speak. They dropped the bowl of rice into their ramen, and I just felt like slightly offended. I was like, I mean, It's not wrong. I mean, I do this with my soup, but not ramen. So I was like, oh, it's okay. You eat however you want, as long as you're enjoying it, you know? You mean former friends? No, I can't. They're not former friends. They're gonna be my classmates for life, which life means the next 3 years. But no, I can go for some corn chowder or what soup do I like? The broccoli soup. Broccoli cheddar soup. Yeah. Oh, with like a French loaf. It'd be so tasty. I thought this was a Switch menu screen for a moment. Wait, why? Why is that? Absolutely unhinged, honestly, but you know, I have to respect it. I just have to respect it. They ate it, they enjoyed it. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I mean, I can understand that, like, maybe you ate your ramen and you have a little bit of broth and you want to, like, dip your soup into it. Yeah, sure, whatever, you know? Bleh. Filipino moment. Truly. Absolutely, truly. But yeah, sorry. Going back to this dummy question, basically, if someone has trauma, we're not putting a heat pack. We're not doing light exercises. We're not doing manual therapy. This guy is going to be immediately referred out and have no treatment whatsoever. Ta-da! So thank you for the contributions. Well, thank you. With all the contributions we have so far, we are at 64%. So let's go. Go. Alright, so yeah, it's trauma. We're not dealing with this. And apparently if it's hot, it means to get out, which I don't really know, but I don't know. I keep forgetting. No, I'm sorry. It's been so long. I'm so sorry. I wish I could change the goal. I really want to, but that's okay. Maybe I will. Anyway. So first, TMT plantar glide improves what motion? So if we're just focusing on the first metatarsal and we're just focusing on that big toe movement and we're doing a plantar glide, this is kind of a trick question because you need to know the the concave convex rule for the toesies. I want to assume it's a convex surface moving on concave. This is my assumption. So what happens is that if we're saying it's convex, it's going to be opposite, and it's saying it's going to do a plantar glide. So we need to determine what is the role. Is it dorsiflexion? So as we are bringing our toe up to dorsiflexion, because we're bringing it dorsally up, it has to be a plantar glide to help facilitate dorsiflexion, right? No, it's not even that! But actually, technically, dorsiflexion is important for pronation, so I'm actually not wrong. Yeah, I'll put still learning. Alright, coxa valga is associated with what? So coxa valga again is referring to the hip. Valga is referring to that increased angle, because the normal angulation again is about 125 degrees. So it's going to be associated with bow-leggedness. So it's going to be associated with genuvarum, or I guess in this case genuvaris. Yay. Huh? Reflection? Reflex inhibition is due to blank and causes blank in extreme cases. I think I've seen this one before. I want to say it's swelling. Reflex inhibition is due to swelling and causes your nerve not to work, whatever that word is, in extreme cases. I was kind of close. So muscle inhibition is due to effusion, so it is a type of swelling. I'm gonna be honest with you, Cubs. I don't know the difference between effusion and edema. They're both swelling, but it's like something. Oh, okay. Edema is to describe swelling of the tissue outside the joint, while effusion is gonna be inside the joint. So edema out, effusion in, Sure. Ask me that later, Cubs. Ask me that later. So reflex inhibition, so the reflexes are not working because of effusion. It causes muscle atrophy in extreme cases because, again, if it's within the joint, I guess the muscle is not able to work, and if the muscle is unable to work and it's not doing anything, it is eventually going to lead to atrophy because your muscle is literally wasting away. So I'll put that as still learning. The MCL, the medial collateral ligament, and the LCL is taught in what position? So let's actually look and see. So we said that the MCL helps with valgus force and MCL helps with varus force. So maybe it's not internal and external rotation. Can this one be extension? No! MCL and LCL. Oh wait, what are they tight in? No, I misread. Wait, no, I didn't misread. I think I just answered it completely wrong. So it's gonna be external rotation of the tibia. So as we bring out, these two are gonna be working. I guess I think one of the major mechanisms of injury, basically, isn't it that it is taught? I don't know. Pure memorization, baby. What phase of the osteochondrosis is characterized by a fixed epiphysis? Let's see. So there's 4 phases that my classmate was really nice to insert into the study guide early on. I want to say a fixed epiphysis is phase 4, residual deformity. Yay. That's all. I can't explain that. I just kind of know it. Maybe not. Clinical presentation of someone with posterior hip dislocation will position their leg in what? So does this have to do with the surgery that we were talking about earlier and the not precautions? I guess it is considered precautions. Let's see. So it would definitely be adduction and internal rotation, right? I don't know about the flexion or extension options. Let's go! I don't know why. I don't actually really know why flexion. But it doesn't matter because I know the other two. Bam! Alright. Forefoot varus can lead to what kinetic chain effect? Okay, so the PDF that we had just recently looked at had kind of gone over this, but my memory of it's kind of sneaky. Forefoot varus can lead to what kinetic chain effect? So forefoot is referring to artosius being in varus, and well, okay, now we're just gonna do process of elimination because your girl doesn't know it. It definitely is. I'm pretty sure it's something with the knee, but it can't be hindfoot varus because what happens is that your hindfoot and midfoot move opposite of your forefoot. So if the forefoot is in varus, the hind and midfoot should be in like valgus or something like that. Okay. Means that the other one is in valgus. I'm just gonna say knee valgus. I'm just gonna say that. I don't know why the tibia or the hip would be super involved like that. Yep, definitely know it. Alright, oh, but we talked about shin splints earlier. That's super exciting. That was that medial stress tibial syndrome, right? Yeah. That's definitely the name. Oh, the name's right there. Medial tibial stress syndrome. That was very close. Which of the following statements is false regarding shin splints? A. It's exercise induced. B. The soleus is involved. C. AKA medial tibial stress syndrome. Or D. Neurovascular symptoms present distally. Oh, John, thank you for the contribution. I appreciate it. Thank you. So we had talked about this earlier, that's like an overuse thing that a lot of people who like run frequently, or especially athletes, are gonna have this kind of shin splint issue or pain in their shin. So it's definitely exercise induced, and we definitely talked about like the medial soleus being involved, and we definitely did say it's C, or not saying that the answer is C, but we definitely say that was the other name for shin splints. So I'm gonna just go with D, neurovascular symptoms present distally. Oh, okay. So if it has neural symptoms, it's probably an exercise-induced compartment syndrome. Okay, so shin splints are going to be different from the compartment syndrome, which we had talked about, the anterior lateral and the deep posterior ones. Because remember, the compartment syndrome is increasing the pressure, and if there's pressure on the nerve or anything like that, it's going to create neurovascular symptoms. Because again, the compartment syndrome, most of them, with the exception of the lateral, should include the muscular, the vascular, nerves. Yeah. Know it. Everything but the PCL is taught with what? Cry, sob, tears. Everything but the PCL is taught with. Definitely taught in extension. I'm moving my leg now. Internal rotation? Maybe. External rotation? Maybe. Flexion? Flexion. No! No! It's. Wait, maybe. What? Everything but the PCL is taught. Oh! Well, no, I sort of got it wrong. I believed in you? What's with the past tense? Why not present tense? I believe in you! It's okay. I should have screamed like that. That's probably like really like weird for anyone lurking. Run ruined? Honestly, hello? No, it's okay. I had 3 that I apparently didn't know, so it's fine. The run is not there. Everything but the PCL is taut. So the taut, it's tight, but the PCL. Okay, sure. And still learning. Hammer toes is present in which of the following positions? So we talked about the hammer toe, I think, having a flex PIP, and the rest are going to be extended. So I think it's extended MTP TIP with flex PIP. Excuse me. Avoid this for a patient with medial meniscus tear or a high TR. What is TR? What is this? Hold on. Let me also move myself like this. What? I'm actually not sure. I'm sorry. Medial meniscus. Standing hammer curls with a green TheraBand. You don't want hammies to pull on meniscus. That's right. Oh, okay. You don't want to do hamstring curls. Got it. Hallux valgus, proximal phalanx shifts blank, and metatarsal shift blank. Okay, hallux valgus is what we were talking about with the bunions, right? So the proximal phalanx shifts medial, and the metatarsals shift lateral, because if you have this bony protrusion, the bunion is going to push the proximal phalanx opposite of it, right? And then the metatarsal should follow? Yeah? Kind of, but opposite? Huh? What does a bunion look like? Hold on, cubs. We're looking at bunions again. So it's saying that pushing laterally. And so I guess the other toes are pushing medial? Maybe this is not the best image to show it, but I guess it would just be the opposite. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Which of the following are common mechanism of injuries for PCL? Oh, definitely. Dashboard hitting tibia in the car accident. I think this is multiple choice, so. Falling with knee extended. Falling with knee extended. No, I don't think that's it. A valve gets hit to the knee? No, that's gonna be in relationship to MCL. Falling on flexed knee. Yeah. And this is where we talked about, like, look, falling's not fun, yada yada. Either you fall in the front and hurt, like, your hand and wrist by doing a swoosh or whoosh injury, or you fall on your butt and da 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 da. So falling on a flexed knee and a dashboard hitting the tibia in a car accident, both are definitely going to be common mechanisms of injuries. Let's go. Mobilizations to improve knee extension and tibial external rotation. So for this one, mobilizations to improve knee extension. Alright, so the femur is convex and the tibia is concave. So when we do knee extension, I don't remember. Alright, but we're doing knee extension. It's just because it's not hip. That's why I'm like getting it like weirdly confused. But if it is going into extension from maybe like a flex position, would you say it's doing a PA glide? I'm just gonna flip it over. Let's go! So to improve knee extension in tibial ER, you would do a PA glide, the medial tibial condyle. Wait, what's with the weird hand? Is it because I guessed correctly? I was thinking. You saw the thought process. You heard the thought process. So apparently medial tibial condyle, the medial is going to be for the ER, and lateral IR always helps with flexion. Okay, tibial ER, the medial glide, medial is always going to help with ER, and lateral is going to always help with IR. I'm just going to put those together in my head. Blah. I'll put still learning, okay? Alright, all of the following are clinical findings for hip osteoarthritis except what? C-sign? What the heck is C-sign? Prolonged morning stiffness and foot pain. They get foot pain? I mean, I guess maybe because of the hip and then it affects the foot. Stiffness at night? I don't know. And biomechanical joint changes. Biomechanical joint changes are definitely clinical findings, so I'm just gonna flip it over as well. I'm so sorry. Ahaha. Stiffness at night. Huh. What the heck is C-sign? C-sign OA. No way. No way. Alright, cuz, so C-sign. Many patients with hip pain will complain of anterior groin pain or lateral hip pain, commonly cupping their lateral hip with their hand, creating a C with their hand. This is called C-sign. So, oh my goodness. This guy cupping and making the hand into C is C-sign. Hacker. So I guess they do have prolonged morning stiffness and foot pain. Again, I guess that would make sense because of how the hip is being affected. It's gonna affect how you move, so your knee should hurt and your foot should move. They named it after the hand pose. Yeah, it is a clinical sign apparently, or clinical finding that you would see. I can't wait for T-posing to be a clinical sign. Anyway, the new exert dominance, basically give him one of these. You know, this is actually the hand on the hip thing. They call it akimbo, I think, right?
Akimbo.
Yeah, and akimbo is basically that, right? Wait, no way. Huh? I'm just trying to look up the motion of akimbo. And I get the movie Guns Akimbo. And Guns Akimbo is that movie where the Harry Potter guy, sorry, I don't remember his name, Daniel Radcliffe, right? Sorry, I've never watched a Harry Potter movie, so I'm just like, I think I watched the first one 5 times, but I still don't really remember the plot. Other than, you're a wizard, Harry. But yeah, this is what akimbo looks like. Thank you. And apparently the movie that he featured in is called Guns Akimbo. Hold on. So that the image where you see him like look really crazy? Yeah, apparently that's from that movie. The more you know. Double C sign, honestly. Alright. Yeah, it's a weird movie. Is it? What? I'll have to check it out. Again, I didn't know that's where that particular picture of him came from, you know? Alright, we'll put that still learning. Excerpt Harry Potter? What? What? Anyway, both ACL and PCL are taught with which motion? Can this be external rotation? Internal rotation! Cubs, we got the secret. Robo says, watch me through the YMCA, and that ought to get help me get medical help stat. Honestly, YMC on my hip A. Wow, are you experiencing anterior groin pain? We think you might have osteoarthritis. That's silly. Alright. So if we said MCL and LCL are taught with external rotation, then ACL and PCL are gonna be taught with internal rotation. I still am gonna put it as learning so we get that as reference for later, but still. Images shows Klein lines. This is indicative of what pathology? What the heck is Klein lines? What? Slip capital femoral BPs. Sure. He definitely did not talk about that. I'm kind of mad. Oh, but I know this one, I think. Jumper's knee can mimic what other pathology? Wait, is jumper's knee the same as runner's knee? Asking for a friend. If so, I would say it's like the patellar femoral syndrome, right? Okay, so jumper's knee is not runner's knee. Hence the difference in name. Jumper's knee, I think it's like, what was it? Osgood Scatler's is due to like overuse in like a growing kid skeleton, right? So that's probably why that happens. So jumper's knee can mimic Osgood Scatler's, which is the osteochondritis, chondrosis of the knee mainly seen in children. Okay, big thumbs up emoji. Still learning. What ligament is taught in flexion? Okay. PCL? PCL. The reason why I thought about this is because every other ligament is taught in extension, which is the ACL, LCL, and MCL, except PCL. So PCL must be taught with flexion. So process of elimination, baby. A positive Holman sign is indicative of what pathology. So this is actually going to be in relationship to some of the special tests that I hope to go over in a little bit. But this is going to be for the testing deep vein thrombosis. Yeah. Ta-da! And then last one. ACL is taught in what position? Internal rotation. And extension! Yeah! Yay! Alright, Cubs. I know about 75% of it, which means I should be getting a C on that exam. Let's go! I need a 75 or higher. Let's go! I can't. I can't. Alright, Cubs. So we have about 2 more Quizlets. One is 94 like cards, and one is 124, which is why I was screaming. See, let's go ahead, Paints. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, but I think I'm gonna take a slightly little longer break. What I'm gonna do right now is that I feel my sugar going down right now. So I'm gonna probably go eat something really quick. So I might take a little bit more than a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes if you Cubs really don't mind. I'm just gonna eat a quick bowl of cereal and try to get whatever my sugar to go up. Blah. So I'll be right back. I don't know what to leave you Cubs. Cereal break, let's go. Yeah, C for cereal. No, but seriously, I'm so hungry. So I'm gonna eat a little bit of cereal because that's really quick and I don't have to necessarily cook it. And then we'll stay strong with these other 2, and then I hope we game, and then maybe I can get into this other study guide. Yeah? Yeah. Thank you for the head pat though. Thank you, honey. Thank you. I'm gonna go cry in my break now and pet my cat. BRB. No, but seriously, thank you everyone for being here. I appreciate ya. Again, it is gonna be a slightly longer break. Maybe I can find a video for us to watch or something. While I eat cereal, I'll be like, oh, that's so funny. Ha ha ha. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just eat and just like scroll through the interwebs while I eat the cereal, and hopefully it'll be only like 10-15 minutes. So please enjoy the Yuri Kuma OP. I'll put a little raffle, and I maybe will write that I'll be back around this time, okay? So people won't be like, oh, she's been BRB for a while. Alright, see you in a little bit, okay? Thank you so much.
かに響き渡る教会のチャイム、祈りを捧げ恐怖を裏切る。暗い森の中をさまよって暗絶の壁が残月になるの。透明な嵐に待ちなさい。甘い淡い蜂蜜でもっとベトベトにしたらお願い、いい子になるから私を承認して。風に舞う絵本のページが影になって記憶を揺らすの。ずーっとあの場所で待ってるから、空っぽの世界の中全てこぼれちゃっても、鮮やかにもがきながら時間を歪ませながらも見つけて、花びらがゆっくりと二人を包むよ、星の夜にねえねえ、迷い込んでしまった出口のない迷路、ぼんやり口ずさむ同じ聖書、秘密の呪文ちぎるようにオルゴールが静かに歌うの。透明な嵐に待ちなずに弱く荒く噛んでもっとぐちゃぐちゃになったらお願い、いい子になるから私を承認して。絡め合って恍惚な時が重ね合ってあの日を照らすの。ずーっと私はここにいるから、曖昧な未来であって何も怖くないよ。差し出された手に触れて絡まった糸が優しくほどけた。不条理な気分で舐めてあげるから星の夜にねえ。あの森で待ってるから、あの場所で待ってるから、あの場所で待ってるから、空っぽの世界の中全てこぼれちゃっても、鮮やかにもがきながら時間を歪ませながらも見つけて、花びらがゆっくりと二人を包むよ、星の夜にねえねえねえ。かすかに響き渡る教会のチャイム、祈りを捧げ恐怖を裏切る。暗い森の中をさまよって暗絶の壁が残月になるの。透明な嵐に待ちなさい。甘い淡い蜂蜜でもっとベトベトにしたらお願い、いい子になるから私を承認して。風に舞う絵本のページが影になって記憶を揺らすの。 私はここにいるから曖昧な未来であって何も怖くないよ差し出された手に触れて絡まった糸が優しくほどけた不条理な気分で舐めてあげるから星の夜にね
Ah, I'm so sorry. I was gonna write in like, oh, give me a few more minutes. I decided to treat myself to ice cream, so I was just like, oh, I just wanted cereal. Oh well, you know, I've been studying so hard. It's been almost 5 hours. You know, I think I should treat myself to a little bit something sweet. So I was just like, nom nom. And then I saw Big Ham drew art of me, so I was like, oh my goodness. So you have to forgive me for being a little bit late. So no cheese? No cheese, but you know what? I'm cheesed to meet you. Eileen, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow-up and the voice this time. Share, please? I will. I have cookies and cream. And you know what I remembered? I had chocolate syrup, so I like put a little bit, and I was just like, absolute heaven. Oh no, Harry, no! I'm a new person, but you got me waiting 10 minutes, and my phone was on 1%, but it was worth it to see you. Sorry, can't speak English. Charge your phone. Thank you so much. It's very nice to see you. If you die, I'm sorry. But thank you so much for your patience. I'm so sorry. I just got really hungry. I tried to eat like a big breakfast this morning, but like I ate like eggs and bread. Like, I mean, it can't get any better, can it, Cubs? And I was like, I'm gonna be so good for the study stream. Yeah. And then my sugar started dying, and then I saw my energy start dying. So I'm like, you know what? Heck. But Harry, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Go Club. Welcome. But no, seriously, thank you everyone for your patience. I didn't really I knew today was gonna be a longer study stream, but I think it's gonna be a little bit longer than even I want it to be. Not because I don't love being here, but because I actually have to study. So that's what happens when you're in pre-finals week, unfortunately. If my phone died a split second you came back, I would have been pissed off at myself. No, seriously, go charge your phone. I'm fundraising for those portable battery charger packs. Yeah. Alright, SG, have this one. SG, that is a beautiful ham phone, what do you call it, emote? I'm sorry. No, it's okay. One day you'll win. Here, look, I'll show you. I can win. There's already a raffle running? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how to raffle. Gamble. That's okay. Here, let me adjust this really quick. One moment. My mic is like right below me. Lane just keeps on winning. SG, what the actual heck? Lane, I'm sorry. You're super lucky. Lucky charm. Wait, I want to gamble 99%. Alright, I'm adjusting my mic. Hold on. Hate it here. Anyway, cuz, let's get back into business. So here's the remaining schedule. Now that I ate, I have the energy in me. I have my nice gallon of bottle of water right next to me as well. And Peace is leaving the room. My beautiful baby, my baby girl cat. We're gonna do the rest of the 2 Quizlets. They're gonna be really painful because one is 94 cards and the other is 124. Maybe we could take a gamer break. We could do like a mini cup chooses of like super quick games or something like that, and play like maybe a few rounds. I'm honestly kind of leaning towards Overwatch just because I know I can play like a game or 3 and then be like, all right, I got that out of my system. All right, time to go back into it. My goal is to finish the Quizlets, have fun, and then maybe do another class's notes like biomechanics. So I'm basically, it's instead of like a study stream, it's like a study with me stream. So I'll be typing up the notes and I'll be formatting them. I make pretty decent notes for all the new cubs who are here. So it'll be fun. Like this is like an accumulation. So we're learning anatomy, by the way. This is like a smaller screen. I normally have it much bigger, but you know, I put pictures. They're fun. Quotation marks. They're so fun. I love teaching. But let's get through what we can. My exam, I found out, is at 8 p.m. today. Right now it's almost 3 o'clock in Bearcat Mountain, or EST. So I think we can get done by let's see, we do the Quizlets. Let's see how much this takes, because maybe it'll take maybe an hour and a half. Then we game. Then I take a little baby break with trying to format the other classes' notes, because I would love to try to see if I can get them in today. If not, if it gets a little bit too late for my own liking, I might actually just opt into doing the other class notes, which is just basically talking about how to stretch a nerve, which would be fun. It's a really, really interesting concept and idea. It's just, again, not as fun to teach on stream because I need like a body to show you, and it'd be like better if I like for this one in particular, it's much better if you feel it. And the issue is just you can't do it yourself. You need someone else to do it on you. So that's why I haven't really touched on it yet. So heck. Wait here. Give me one moment. Let me just close my door really quick as you hear me go away. I still want to butter my roommates. As I throw myself all over the room. Hold on. And then sip water again. Sip it, please. I am away. I was away. Okay. Please let this man have it. As I check water. So, let's see how this Quizlet goes, and let's get into it. Hopefully within the next hour I can finish this. If not, I don't know. Cora, hi, welcome. Well, good job, I see you still No, not that. That's too good. Hi, Cora, hi, welcome. Hope you're doing super well. I've been quiet and studying, so if you enjoy that kind of content, welcome back. Alright. I can only offer a tip of out to you in these trying times, SG. Congratulations again. Alright. I know I've been looking at the last long time. Okay, so you're already familiar with the crying. Okay, that's no problem. Thank you for being here. I appreciate ya. Welcome. I promise I'm gonna game. I kinda wanna play Pokemon or Overwatch, something quick. But no, if I play Pokemon, I think I'm gonna get like too hooked. That's the issue. That's the issue with trying to game between study sessions. Posture checking and a moment of silence. Okay. And okay, SG. I just hydrated. Hold on. Thank you for the hat. Thank you. So I'm like, sip. No, seriously, thank you for the self-care checks. I appreciate it. Alright, feet. Damn, sounded like torture. Wait, what's torture? my loud gulping, or like anyway. Feet are flat, not cross. I inhaled some air. I hydrated and I got head pat. Going back for the water. It's just like, wait. I have like this gallon water bottle in one hand. But it's okay. We go back into it. So what causes synovitis? Wow, that kind of sounds like gingivitis, am I right? Wow, but it's not. We're talking about the synovial membrane in your body. So this can be caused due to injury of an intracapsular structure, like a meniscus tear. Excuse me. Oh. So synovitis can be caused by an intracapsular structure like a meniscal tear, injury to MCL or medial collateral ligament, or anterior medial fibers of ACL, or OA or RA, so that's our osteoarthritis or our rheumatoid arthritis. What causes hemorrhagitis? So this, I believe, is actually bleeding in the joint. Okay, solid attempt. Hemathroses. This can be caused by severe damage to the joint resulting in bleeding, like an ACL tear within the joint capsule. We can also have a tibial plateau fracture or damage to the bone or arterial supply. Some of these concepts we definitely didn't talk over, so maybe I'll just kind of like we'll read through it. I mean, it won't be fun, but or maybe we can go to like maybe yeah, like definitely did not talk about any of that. Maybe this is not a good Quizlet. Like Buckingham Tarot? Damn, these English shorts for long terms, honestly. MIA, CIA, shakalaka. Honestly. No, but I try to say the abbreviation. I wouldn't put you like cubs, especially in like high water, like you should actually have some healthcare knowledge and know about the ligaments in your body. Like, no, I would never do that to you, cubs. OA, RA, or Ora? Honestly, that's what I think about all the time. I think about JoJo. Which, speaking of JoJo, I really need to catch up with Stone Ocean. I seriously need to do that. I think, when, let's see, anime, well, I can't put it for anime night because I don't want to watch like one episode, but I think when finals are done, I want to watch JoJo and Bochi, because these are the animes I want to watch this season, but I wasn't able to incorporate it to anime night because they wanted to watch other shows. Anyway, so for meniscus tear, signs and symptoms is going to be like the acute joint line pain, gradual effusion, which effusion, by the way, is swelling in the joint, while edema is going to be outside the joint. I learned that earlier. Complaints of buckling or giving away, difficulty with full knee extension, and locking of the knee between 20 to 45 degrees, and squatting is painful. Okay. What test can be used? McMurray's, Apley's test, and the Sally's test are the only ones that I know of. Bounce home test, I'd never heard of. I think, again, this might be like from a different thing. I'm actually curious to see how they're going to perform McMurray's test. So McMurray should be like a test where you're supine, and when you're laying on your back, which is again supine, the person is going to basically bend your knee up to your chest and then extend it and then bring it back to your like chest, or maybe not to your chest but towards your chest. Like the knee is going to be flexed or bent, and so you do that a little bit, and I think you do it with some rotation. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness, oh gracious. All right, what are we reading? Alex, hey, hydrate. No, so many self-care checks. I'm good. No, I'm just kidding. All right, politely uncross his ankle and politely hydrates. Like, hi, how are you? How's life? Welcome. Cause I would have to be your V again while it's water drinking. Wait. Anyway, McMurray's test is when the patient lies supine, so on their back, while the knees flex fully, heel to buttocks. Okay, yeah, I guess. To test the lateral meniscus, examiner immediately rotates the tibia and extends the knee while applying a varus force, which is optional. So, what? If there is a loose fragment, a snap or a clip with pain will happen with the movement from extension. The test medial meniscus is about the same. Okay, I don't think we're gonna do this one. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do this Quizlet. Maybe we saved ourselves time. There's an ad? Yeah, no, this is actually maybe a little bit, sorry, hold on. So I don't keep running into ads. Let's kind of scroll and see what is the concepts that they have, because this just may not be it. Like some of the aspects apply, like, ooh, cute angle. Hello. I just wanted to stop by and wish you good luck on your finals. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I will take all the luck I can get. Inhale it, basically. I will do my absolute best. Thank you for the good luck, though. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is irrelevant. Sorry, so this is gonna be a what's relevant. So. And then we'll just fix it once we do the Quizlets. Or the actual flashcards, which I think the next one is more applicable. How's Plica treated? Or what is Plica? Plica and what special test is used to find it? So Plica is an excessive synovial fold not reabsorbed within the development growth. And we could test using this Plica stutter test, which is what I'm doing now, stuttering. So something about like feeling how your patella or your knee moves when you bring it from flexion to extension is basically how you do the Plica stutter test. And if you feel for any stutters, like the patella is not smooth or anything like that, that's how you know the presence of Plica is there, like you have it. How's Plica treated? Rust, ice, and Aintoporosa? I don't know. Oh my god, I read that as rust. I read that as rice. No, you're good. How's rice supposed to help? I don't know. Apparently rice is a miracle worker. Have you heard those people who like this is not the appropriate term, drown their like phone or something, like they drop it in water by accident and it's not turning on? They say something about putting it in like a thing of rice or a bag of rice so it can like absorb it or something. Have you heard it's a lie? Oh, is it a lie? Is it? I don't know. I never done it because I'm not dummy enough. See, I actually can't say that because I may have like my old phone when I was younger. I may have dropped my phone into the toilet by accident. Like I was at home and I left it on the counter and I went to go grab something. That thing knocked it directly in. Like it was nowhere near it, but it like bounced into it like a homing missile. Like that bounces. And luckily it still worked and everything like that. But I was like, holy heck, what the actual heck? It's like the slogan, birds are not real. Hey. Birds are definitely real, first of all. Anyway. Okay, we're skipping this, we're skipping that. We're skipping this, we're skipping that. We're skipping this, we're skipping that. I think this just goes more detailed than he really wants, you know? So let's try for this. This might be more applicable. So let's talk about muscle strain grade. So it should just be 1 to 3, right? Yeah. As soon as water goes in that circuit, it starts erosion of the copper. It almost instantly dead, especially when it's No! I didn't know that. I mean, why I knew that it wouldn't work if it gets into water, which is why they're trying to like push for these like waterproof phones and all that, or it can only handle so much water. I don't recall like the actual specs for like the new phones, but yeah. Sorry. Listen. I didn't know. I believe the stuff on the internet. Most common is around like 15 centimeters under the surface of water. Oh, see? Yeah, but no. Hold on, Cubs. I'm getting like super distracted. There's like a really like loud car outside, but it sounds like a truck. It sounds more like a tow truck, honestly. I just want to peek it. I just want to. Plus, I have to close my door anyway. Hi, Rip. It's me to pick you up. No, it's me. Hold on. No, it's just some guy mowing the lawn in the mood. Ah. Rip, how was your stream? As I speak from really far away. Hong Kong. Ah, don't tell me your stream's over though. Oh wait, it's 3. I'm okay. 2-hour clap. I'm sorry. Wait, or is it over? Let me see. It is? Oh no! How is this Splatoon? I peeked in when I had like a little break. I took like a 10-15 minute break to eat, and I saw that you guys were just shooting at each other. Like, it looked like you guys were posing for a photo and then just shot each other or something. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, my hands are still on the table. Were they go along? No, these are real hands. Not really mine, but real hands. It was fun. How was studying? That's how I feel about studying. That's how I feel about studying. I'm almost done though. I was just gonna go over this Quizlet, which is apparently 124 cards, and then I was gonna game. So if you wanna game, I'm game. And then I was probably gonna go back into studying after like 2 or 3 rounds or something, you know. Anytime? Let's go. But no, let me know, okay, of what you want to do, because I am not picky. Alright, so muscle strains, we are strain grades. We talked about grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. Grade 3 being the most severe, grade 1 being the least severe. So of course, minor tear, more severe, and a complete tear just makes sense. Back into the anime world I go. Oh no! Isekai, good lucks. No! Take me to the anime world! Take me! That's fine. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you. Please have a good one, okay? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, we are familiar with capsular patterns of the hip. We talked about fame and meal, both with like slight external rotation. Okay, this is not meal, it's milf. But it works, it still works. Phase 1 of osteochondritis. Chondrosis, sorry. I'm actually not as familiar with these, so maybe this is something to actually review. Boo! Actually reviewing and studying though. Oh, it's in the necrosis quiet period. Okay. So actually let's pull up, if you don't mind. My classmate wrote about it up here. Yeah, so we could go about stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. So stage 1 is going to be involving necrosis. So necrosis, also known as a quiet period, because the reason of that being is that the child who experiences this, because osteochondrosis is exclusive to children and then it can happen to adults because they had it in their childhood, the child's symptomless. There's nothing really to call attention to. There's zero blood supply though. Osteocytes and bone marrow die, and any imaging test that you take, it's basically negative, so that kind of reinforces the quiet period. Phase 2 is going to be revascularization, so the blood supply is going to return, and pretty much that now that you do examinations, symptoms are going to, or the condition will present itself, and symptoms will be present. So let's see what it says in the Quizlet. Phase 2, revascular. Okay, so we maybe just need to know the names, so that's actually not as bad. Excuse me. So this is going to be revascularization. Phase 3 of osteochondrosis is going to be bone healing, and stage 4 is going to be residual deformity. So let's talk about that again. So phase 1 is going to be necrosis. Stage 2. Stage 3, bone healing, and stage 4 is residual deformity. What is stage 2 again? I feel so dumb. Revascularization. Okay, from necrosis to no vascularization, we're going to revascularize, which is going to encourage bone healing, which will allow residual deformity. Yay! So what are 9 abnormal end fields? Your girl is not going to recall these, so... We can have a displaced meniscus, we can have a bony block, an abnormal muscle, pannus, which actually I don't remember what pannus is. Let me see. Pannus. A type of extra growth in your joints that can cause pain, swelling, and damage to your bones. Oh. Pannus in dogs. No, that's not what we need to see. Right, such as an extra growth, capsular ligament laxity, swelling, Joint adhesion, so it kind of sticks to one another. Capsule tightness and abnormal cartilage. Normal and field should be normal muscle, soft tissue, normal ligament, normal muscle, normal capsule, normal cartilage, and bone. Okay. They keep mentioning this, but this is not something he had mentioned in the outline or what I've seen at all. Something about Klein lines with the other Quizlet, but slip capital femoral epiphysis. It's going to be a displacement of the femoral head through the epiphysis, or the growth plate, that typically occurs during adolescence at growth spurt. Okay, so it sounds like almost like another osteochondrosis of the stuff that we were talking about. Displacement of the head of the femur through the growth plate. Bleh, sounds awful, actually. The grades, there's gonna be grades of it. I don't think he'll talk about it, but let's see. 60 is really bad. Anything higher than 60? Bad. Less than 30? Okay. But it's not okay. Either way, you still have the condition. It's just the percent. I assume the percentage of how displaced it is and how that's going to affect the growth potentially, but we can always raise it. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. Me not having this disease. Hi, Benchana. Hi, welcome. More study time? That's all I'm gonna do. Luckily, after this, what do you call it? PowerPoint, I'm hoping to take like a baby break, you know? I'm really hoping I could take a break because I've been here for 5 hours. And not that I don't mind streaming for 5 hours, but I'm studying for 5 hours. You felt that switch? No. Hey, thanks for your shout out. Yeah, no problem. 30% okay? Oh man, does that mean... Oh man, that means I did do well in school. You did! You graduated! Congratulations! You got more than 30%. You got less than 30%. That's okay. Like, what is it? What was like the high school GPAs? Yeah, you only need like a 2.0, right? And that's like a C average. Look, listen, you have to almost like fail all your classes to get that kind of grade at point average. If anyone could pass high school, anyone could pass high school if they just attend their class once a week and maybe do the assignments once a week. Anyway, yeah, I think I got through with like a 2.1. Yeah, exactly. So you're fine. You did it. You attend the class once a week, and you did assignments once a week. See, so easy. Laziness is a killer? It is. That's why I politely throw myself on stream and I'm like, I can't be lazy if I have an audience. That's the secret. I'm shaming myself about. No, I'm just kidding. I do work a little bit better with what do you call it, the Hawthorne effect, where it's the idea of like, oh, if someone's watching you, basically you'll do better. Like, you know, if your boss walks by and you're like slacking off, you decide like, oh, I guess I'm gonna start working on something because the boss is around. Basically that. My cubs are around, I guess I have to go study, you know. Jillian, hi. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. But yeah. So I've been trying this technique for a while. Plus, I mean, I would get really bored and lonely if I studied alone. Which, I mean, it's not like I could definitely study alone. But it's much nicer to do on stream. You had me out. Good. Oh, welcome. Seriously, I use that just because I'm just like, hey, kiss me on track. Because honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. If I was studying off stream, I would be like refreshing Discord. You can't refresh Discord, I'm sorry. Refreshing Twitter to see the same post over and over, and then being like, oh, my refreshing paid off because there's one new post. and then Twitter, Discord, I'll keep tabbing in and out. Did someone message me? No. Did someone message me? No. And the reason why I can't check if someone did or didn't message me is because I'm really bad with the announcements on Discord. Like, if someone pings me, I have all the servers muted. I have 9+ unread announcements, and I think that's like the max that they allow on the Discord. But if I open it up, it's probably like a few hundred. I'm trying to get better though, because I did recently leave some servers. that I wasn't really doing anything in, you know, or I don't really participate in the community anymore. So I mean, it's getting better. I'm the same way, honestly. And it's not like I need someone like right there, but it would really help. That's why I miss the times when I used to study at my campus library. But right now it's a little bit harder because being in a hybrid program, I don't really have like that liberty to do that. So I mean, I could go to my local library, but not to shame them, but it's not that great. I love the library. Support your local library, but the last time I went in the library downtown in my old school, that wasn't on campus just because it was like my day off, and I thought like, hey, this library is a little bit closer. It just housed a lot of homeless people, which was fine and everything, but they were like sleeping on the floor in the aisle. So I'm like, oh, I mean, I get it. Do what you have to do. I think I literally have every server muted except one. Same. I have like I don't know. It's really weird. I can't explain like how I have my stuff organized, because you think like I would put my own server on top. No, it's like somewhere in the middle towards the bottom of my my Discord, which is so dumb. But folders super help with the organization, and it really helps also, especially if they have like multiple announcements or pings. I'm like, okay, right click, bing, red. So again, I've been slowly getting better. Anyway, sorry. So this Osgood disease, the Osgood disease is basically another osteochondrosis. This is going to be in relationship to the tibial tubercle or tuberosity, while the other one that is very similar to it, the languid, which one was it again? It's like Johansson. Man, it's such a long name. That's why I don't remember it. But if I see it, I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah, tibial tuberosity. Will it have the other one? No. Alright, let's go find it, Cubs. Okay, if there's Osgood, there's Joan? Oh, it was right there! It was right there! Alright, I have to look up every Joe word. Joan? Oh, yeah. See? Versus Shindig, or I guess it's this. Sinding, Larson, Johansson syndrome. Yeah, that's a long booty word. That's gonna not be like the opposite, but it's gonna be very similar because of the location. But Osgood is tibial tubercle, which is like below the knee or below the patella. And I could show you Cubs a picture. Well, Sindig Larson Johansson syndrome is the inferior pole of the patella. So let's scroll up here. See? So this is Osgood right here, tibial tuberosity, and then Sindig Larson Johansson would be right here beneath our kneecap or the patella. Okay? The ligament that opposes abduction and valgus forces. So what's going to oppose valgus forces is definitely going to be our MCL, or our medial collateral ligament. I'm so smart. Just kidding. What is the mechanism of injury for LCL sprain? So, okay, so if we just said medial collateral ligament is opposing valgus forces, well, if there's a strong enough valgus force, it will eventually break. So same thing for LCL, except instead of valgus force or force coming laterally, it's going to be varus force. So that force is going to be coming in immediately. No, I'm sorry. What is the treatment in the acute stage of the collateral ligament intervention? So anything acute, I'm pretty sure we can do price. The protection, protection, rest, ice, compression, and elevation. Yeah. Also in the acute stage, we could do some isometrics. So basically, we allow the muscle to contract, but we're not doing like any extreme movement or anything like that. We're not like, ooh, do this with weights. It's just like, hey, can you contract your muscle for me? Cool. We can also brace it, tape it, or splint it. Those are definitely options we can have again for a collateral ligament intervention, which again can be for any of our ligaments. This one we're particularly focusing on the knee, so any of the ACL, anterior collateral ligament, posterior collateral ligament, medial collateral ligament, or LCL, or as you may commonly know, ACL, PCL, LCL, MCL. So what is the mechanism? What is the mechanism of injury for an ATFL injury? ATFL, now instead of the knee, we're gonna actually be going down to the leg now. More like the ankle, I apologize. So we're gonna be looking at the lateral aspect. We have three main ligaments. We have the ATFL, PTFL, and CTFL. The ATFL is gonna stand for anterior talofibular ligament. So anterior meaning front, talofibular referring to our two bones that we have as their shin bones below the knee, so the tibia and fibula, and ligament again is referencing our connection of bone to bone. So what happens with this mechanism of injury for ATFL is that we are most likely going to roll over on our ankle. Have you ever done this or heard of someone who rolls on their ankle when they go ahead and fall? That's basically what happens. And what happens when you do that, you put too much stress on the lateral side of your foot. And because of that, this ligament is most likely going to tear. But I think this is what they call like an eversion sprain, I believe. But I think there's like another motion associated with it. If I have to say, is it dorsiflexion? I think it's inversion and dorsiflexion. No! So it's actually going to be inversion and plantar flexion. So what's going to happen is you roll on your ankle. You are inverting the foot because the bottom of your foot is going to be going inward or medial in towards the midline of your body. And plantar flexion is in relationship to the toes pointing down, while dorsiflexion is the opposite, and that's going to be toes pointed up. So what is the mechanism of the calcaneal fibular injury? So this is again the maybe it's just called CF. I don't think this is a full name. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So calcaneal fibular injury, how can that occur? So that's one of, again, our ligaments on the lateral side of our ankle. I think this is happening through pure inversion. There's no plantar flexion, there's no dorsiflexion, there's no eversion, just inversion. Yeah, so it's just inversion with a neutral, or again, not really any dorsiflexion or plantar flexion. By doing this is also going to impact the common peroneal tendon. Interesting. What is the mechanism for posterior talofibular ligament injury? Okay, so I think it's also still inversion. We can agree on that. But do you think it's dorsiflexion this time? Okay, maybe none of those. Okay. So the posterior talofibular ligament, and I wish I can show you some pictures. Let me see. Oh my gosh, there's like 5, 6, 7 people in this document. ATFL. Okay, perfect. So this is your foot. Maybe not your foot, but a foot. And this is a good structure. Let me zoom in a little bit. So what's happening with the ATFL is it's right here, and again, we said that when you roll on your ankle, so you're rolling outward, you're going into inversion and you're going to plantar flexion. That's how you're going to sprain this ligament. But to be honest, every ligament in each grade, because remember we talked about the grades, grade 1 being the least severe and grade 2 or 3 being the most severe, grade 1, 2, and 3, all of it's going to result from an overstretched ligament, but doesn't include tears. So what happens of how you're going to end up tearing the ATFL is that if you get into grade 2, a partial tear will occur, while in grade 3 it's going to be a complete tear. So as we see, that's going to be, let's see. Our ATFL, we have our calcaneal fibular ligament right here, which again, that's pure inversion with neutral plantar flexion and dorsiflexion. And then we have the posterior talofibular ligament right here. And that's going to be back here. And apparently there's multiple things that can affect it, so let's double check. Do you think they mean severe? Sever? There's also Sever's disease, that's why. Severe abduction. So the foot being away. Bear's force, so a force coming medially, or a force coming laterally, because this is an abduction force hit from the side. I'm actually not really too sure. Let me double check something really quick. Yeah, I think it's this. Forced ER with plantar flexion. So that's what ATFL and PTFL will share. They both involve plantar flexion, but posterior is going to be external rotation, while anterior is just going to be inversion. Not that this cards are wrong, but I think specifically of how my professor would want to be worded. What's the mechanism of a deltoid ligament? Oh, I don't think they really went over that. Eversion force, and it's rarely damaged. So just the opposite of our medial ligaments. Okay, I gotcha. Which ligament is typically involved during a high ankle sprain? Is it not ATFL? Yeah. Bam. What is the mechanism of injury for an ATFL injury? We just talked about this, did we not? Is it not just the inversion and plantar flexion? What is the mechanism of injury for ATFL? Huh? This is the opposite. Why? That's whatever. I'm just gonna ignore it because both of my notes support plantar flexion, so it's okay. Grades we've talked about, but for ligaments, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, a tear is going to be present. The tear should be minimal, moderate, and severe. Grade 1 should have no laxity, and grade 2 and grade 3 should have laxity. So it's kind of unstable, it moves around, it's all. What's harder to treat? A fracture or a sprain? And it's definitely going to be a sprain. See, if we sprain or tear a ligament, there'll always be a laxity present. Even if scar tissue forms, it won't be as strong as the ligament. Versus a fracture that is casted, it will heal and there'll be no effect to stability in the rest of the joint. What is the mechanism of injury for the tendon Achilles rupture? I actually don't remember this one. I think this one was like, oh wait, it's both dorsiflexion and plantar flexion. This is the weird one. Yeah, sudden passive dorsiflexion with resisted plantar flexion. So this can also be injured with eccentric loading while running and jumping. So I don't really want to like politely visualize it, but that's most likely do something really wacky while running and jumping. What is the treatment to treat tendon Achilles rupture or Achilles tendon rupture? I don't know why they wrote it like this. Holy heck. Surgery or serial casting. We have to do an immobilization and then have them boot walk. Eventually, they will work on range of motion, strengthening, gait training, and hopefully by 6 months they'll be able to return to the sport. What is the mechanism of injury for compartment syndrome? So this can vary. This can be, I think, one of two things basically. Compartment syndrome, by the way, is just when an area of your body decides to swell, and it's going to be what do you call it? A compressed, compressed nerve, veins, and muscles. Thanks to Tipanya stream, I'm now certified PT. Wow! You think you could treat my back, Dr. PT? My pain increases when I do a single leg raise. Help! No, but seriously, I'm now a doctor, in fact. So many doctors in chat. Hello? I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh no, Rip, I didn't give you a shout out. Hold on. Sorry. Alright. Let's get to it. So basically, what happens with the compartment injuries, again, is that swelling applies that pressure, and sometimes symptoms can appear that are like tingling or just pain. It's such a pain. So let's actually talk about the mechanism of injury, shall we? So again, the mechanism of injury is going to be the increased pressure within a closed location, and then again, it's going to create that compression on the neurovascular and muscular structures. What muscles are in the anterior compartment? Sorry, give me one moment. I just realized there's like a little progress bar. There you go. And so then you can see like where I am, by the way, as well. But speaking of which, give me one hecky moment. I will politely be right back. One moment.
かに響き渡る教会のチャイム、祈りを捧げ恐怖を裏切る暗い森の中をさまよって暗絶の壁が酸欠になるの、透明な嵐に待ち出す甘い淡い蜂蜜でもっとベトベトにしたお願い、いい子になるから私を承認して、クズに舞う絵本のページが影になって記憶を揺らすの、ずーっとあの場所で待ってるから、空っぽの世界の中全てこぼれちゃっても、鮮やかにもがきながら時間を歪ませながらも見つけて、花びらがゆっくりと二人を包むよ星の夜にねえね
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That took a little bit longer than expected. My classmate was asking for help, so I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Yay! I can help. And then it's like, hold on. Let me get these resources for you real quick. Hi, Bear, by the way. Hi, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so sorry, Bear. What do you call it? Gambling bot kind of stinky, except for Marshall. Wait, no, Marshall's not excluded. Hi, Marshall, by the way. Hi, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the welcome back. Thank you. Honestly, do appreciate it. To who am I squeaking to? I love that. Did you drink and eat enough today? You've been going on for 5 hours, homie? Homie, I am not mentally okay. No, I'm good. I woke up when we had a message earlier. I had just woke up. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go cook breakfast and then do this and do that. So right now, I made eggs and bread, so I'm good. I did just have a lunch break less than an hour ago, and I ate a little bit of cereal, and then hopefully I will be able to, what do you call it, to relax and then study a little bit more soon, But yeah, I will. I know I've been going on for too long, homie. Too long. Alright, let's try this though. Alright, but we'll just have to get through it. It's okay. I really don't mind. This is my normal study sessions anyway, what they're supposed to be, and plus with finals around the corner. It just doesn't help because I've been focused on this one class because of how vague the professor is, so I'm kinda like hang in there, I'm hanging. The muscle interior compartment is where your muscles keep their antique furniture. Oh yeah. And this is why you do the anterior drawers test, because sometimes you don't know if the anterior drawer is going to be really working or not because it's an antique. So you need to see, do the drawers even move? I'm not kidding you. There is a special test called the anterior drawer test, and that's gonna test for ACL. So you're dead now. I'm a man of peace, not war. I do not reciprocate. Martial character development. But yeah. So when we refer to the muscles in the anterior compartment, one of the main muscles that are going to appear to me or be more prevalent is going to be the tibialis anterior. There's probably more. Tibialis anterior, your extensor muscles. I guess peroneus can count. And then hey, it says muscles, not all this. But you will find the anterior tibial artery and vein, and then you will also find the deep peroneal nerve being there anteriorly, okay? What muscles are in the lateral compartment, okay? So this one doesn't have any vasculature, but the nerve and the muscle should be the superficial peroneal nerve innervating both the peroneus or fibularis longus and brevis. Ta-da! Studying is paying off. I hope it is. Gosh, help me. What muscles are in the deep compartment? So the muscles in the deep compartment are going to be, again, the gastroc and soleus are the more superficial. So we're talking about tibialis posterior and maybe some of the other flexor muscles. We'll also find post-tib artery, vein, and nerve. No, we'll just find tibial nerve. But posterior tibial artery and vein will be present, as well as the peroneals. Peroneals doesn't have any, again, vasculature on the lateral side. All the vascularity is gonna be in the back side. So yeah, we have the tibialis posterior, popliteus, flexor hallucis longus, and flexor digitorum longus. Okay. What muscles are in the superficial compartment? I've never heard of a superficial compartment in my life, but if I had to decide if they mean superficial posterior, then it would be like the gastroc and the soleus. Yeah, there you go. Oh. And what plane is the posterior glide of a talus? So, I'm really bad with planes, really. So, if we're doing posterior glide of the talus, are we not just doing plantar flexion and dorsiflexion, right? And the talus is convex, on concave, so it's going to be opposite roll, opposite glide. So if we are rolling anterior and we're doing dorsiflexion, so our toes are pointing up, we're doing a posterior glide, and plantar flexion and dorsiflexion are going to be in the sagittal plane. Oh, thank God. No! What plane is the medial glide of the talus? Okay, pronation, supination. I don't think they count it as transverse, do they? Maybe they do. Frontal. Okay. That's just something I'll remember. We'll talk about it later. But medial glide and lateral glide are in reference to pronation, supination. So what's happening as you or invert evert? Yeah. Anyway, best exam findings for Osgood Sclattlers. Oh my gosh, I'll never learn how to say it. What does it mean, best exam findings? Oh, like how to identify it, maybe? Ooh, I think we talked about this. Any of the M's, so like the MSTT, MLT, MMT, and as well as both the palpation for condition and tenderness. This is imaging and palpation for tenderness. Okay, that's fine. As long as I could like beat that into my mind. What is hemiarthrosis? That's going to be bleeding in the joint or blood in the joint capsule. So, patient has pain with end-range valgus stress test and increased mobility. What grade would you associate? So this is a really nice question. So, and I'm not meaning that sarcastically by any means. I think this is nice because this is a gathering of everything you learned. So if a patient has pain with end-range valgus stress tests, we know again when we're doing valgus stress tests, we're testing for the MCL to see if there's a tear. So they're having pain with end range, and we're noting increased mobility. So it's definitely not a grade 1. Let's say it's a grade 2 because the grade 3 shouldn't have an infield because there would be a complete tear. So yay! Grade 2 MCL sprain. I have no idea what this is. Let me be completely honest with you. I don't even think I can even guess what it is. Pelvic harness. Holds hip in close pack position to prevent hip dysplasia. Huh? Nope, not on the test. Softening or wearing away of the soft tissue on the undersurface of the patella is chondromalacia. Chondromalacia is going to be the softening or wearing away of the soft tissue. This makes sense because the word or the prefix of chondro it relates to cartilage. Anteversion will result in increase in what motion? Internal rotation? Because anteversion, remember, is the toes pointed in. I'm learning. Component motion to improve rear foot pronation. So, we talked about component motion, we talked about joint play. Component motion, again, is just like the joints moving. What motion is going to improve rear foot pronation? It's hard because pronation, again, is that triplanar motion. So I'm just think I'm going to skip and look at it. Oh, you're talking about glides. My bad. So a posterior glide of talus is going to help improve rear foot pronation. When we talk about rear foot, we're talking about the talus and the calcaneus, so our heel bone on the foot. From here, what we're gonna do is do a posterior glide because that's pronation, I guess. I guess it's fine. Alright. Arthrokinematics of lumbar right side bending at L4, L5. Okay, now that's nice of a question, but we can become the facets. So if you're side bending to the right, you're gapping on the left, compressing on the right, but they might also say you may go upward. Like an upward glide on the left side. So let's see. Yep. Upslide on left facet. Improve forefoot pronation? Yeah, so if we just talked about... Oh, but this is forefoot. Would it be anterior though? No. To improve forefoot pronation, so forefoot is like our toesies and like that side. What kind of glide we would have to do is a first TMT, tarsal metatarsal, posterior and plantar glide. So you're gonna bring it up and down basically, like you wiggle it. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Hand contact to improve right rotation. Oh no. Hand contact to improve right rotation of L2 to L3 segment. Let's see. We just talked about what it would be, right? So, would you do an up glide on the right side? What the heck does this mean? TP of LL2 vertebra. Transverse process of left L2 vertebra? Oh, actual hand contact! Oh my god, I'm like... Huh? So, you would just go on the left side. Because... I think the right goes up and there's like a little bit of gapping, but not gapping like side bending gapping, but it's like an up glide, so you want to work on it down. This is wonky stuff. I promise when we get to the spine, I'll be a pro at it. Anyway, what are the expected clinical findings in case of gluteal tendinopathy? So gluteal, talking about our gluteus maximus, medius minimus. And we're gonna have pain with contraction of the gluteal muscles, because remember, tendinopathy is referring to the like inflammation of the tendon. So tendon again is gonna allow the muscle to connect on the ligament. So there's, what do you call it? It makes sense that there is pain with contraction. There's also going to be pain with lengthening, as the tendon is also going to stretch, and it's going to have point tenderness. So basically you point and be like, hey, does this cause you pain? And then basically, yeah, it does cause pain. So then they're going to be positive for gluteal tendinopathy. What is the best examinations for tendinopathies? Oh, definitely both palpations, right? No, apparently not. So they have MSTT, which is important because we can determine if there's a tear or not with the ligament or tendon. MLT to help stretch it and see like, hey, is this causing pain? And then palpation for tenderness. I'm sure palpation for condition is also useful, but for blah, 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 it's very vague. You know? It's like using the back of your hand to feel and be like, is it warm? Sure. But palpation for tenderness is literally going to be like you pointing your finger and digging it in and being like, does that hurt? I'm a soon-to-be doctor, by the way. So it's a trochanteric fracture, intracapsular or extracapsular? Please say extra. Oh, thank God. Because extracapsular means outside the capsule, while intra means within the capsule. So how are you going to treat this fracture? So we can do ORIF. Open reduction internal fixation. Yep, that's all I got. I know what the abbreviation means. I'm actually not sure what it looks like. We can look at it together, I guess. Hold on. Might as well learn from a study stream, you know? Let's see. Open reduction internal fixation is a type of surgery to stabilize and heal a broken bone. You might need this procedure to treat your broken ankle. 3 bones make up your ankle. Okay. But show me. Ooh. 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 Okay. So it looks like they just screw in stuff basically. Let me show you. Let me show you a not graphic image. Some of them are like, ooh, let me drill the like what do you call it? Me inserting it into like the muscle or like how do you say it? Like the opening like of the skin. I'm like, oh, too graphic for stream. But yeah, this is a ORIF, open reduction internal fixation. So if you have a broken bone or fracture, what they're gonna do is screw in plates and to keep it stabilized. Sorry, for whatever reason my brain wants to say, oh, they do internal rotation, but I think it's just because I see the word internal. So, are femoral neck fractures intracapsular or extracapsular? This is actually a little bit wonky. Let's see. Femoral neck caps. I think they're not really within the capsule. Or do you think they are? No, I think the head of it is. So, should it be extra? No! Okay, so the neck of the femur is going to be intracapsular. Why? Let me look at a neck of a femur. Apparently I've never seen one before. Neck of femur capsule. I am a fool. Oh no, it is in there. Look at that. Not that it looks like this. It looks so nice bundled up and warm, but this is your pelvis, this is your femur, your thigh bone, your head and neck are all together, all snug as a bug in a rug, or however the saying goes within there. That is why if we have a fracture, it's going to be intracapsular because it is within that capsule. Alright. What is the treatment for a femoral neck fracture? So, if the bone is not too osteoporotic, an ORIF may be attempted. So, when they mean osteoporotic, what happens is that your bone is kind of porous, and there is a certain disorder that is escaping my mind right now. Osteoporosis. That makes your bones kind of weak and brittle. And so if it's not too weak or brittle, they can try to screw in plates and like, you know, try to fix it from there. But you don't really want to do that if, you know, this person's made out of like, what is it, glass bones? But if the bone is very osteoporotic, then a hemiarthroplasty will be performed, which is, I can only, I want to see what it is. No! Okay, I'll just type it. Hemiarthroplasty. Hemi means 1, right? Or hemi means 2. What does hemisphere mean? Anyway, hemiarthroplasty involves replacing the femoral head with a prosthetic while retaining the natural acetabulum and acetabular cartilage. Total hoof replacement involves the replacement of the acetabulum. Okay. I wonder if there was like more images of it. Okay. This image kind of helps out as well. If you need to know the difference for whatever reason between a total hip arthroplasty and a hip arthroplasty, it's again the idea that the total hip arthroplasty is going to also replace the acetabulum. Or remember, again, our hip is a ball and socket. One hand to a fist, one hand to a C. That C shape is going to be replaced by technology. By a metal part, the metal component for the surgery. I don't know what you would call it. And then for hip hemiarthroplasty, we're not replacing the acetabulum. We're going to try to keep that cartilage and acetabulum in place, and we're just replacing the head and neck of it. Alright. What are 3 complications that occur following a femoral neck fracture? Oh, we talked about this. Avascular necrosis, so basically no blood supply. DJD, degenerative joint disorder. and I don't remember the second one. Oh, a non-union. So basically, there's a chance that it won't heal together. A non-union won't unionize, won't come together. Question marks. Alright, so how does a patient with anteversion walk? So they walk like a pigeon, I guess? I don't think that's how you say it, but anteversion means that their toes are pointed towards each other, so they're in. So this is what we call as pigeon toe. Well, the opposite, you can say it's like a penguin waddle because their toes are going to be out. So yeah, toes pointed in. Increase internal rotation because that's what's going to happen when you have your toes pointed in, and it's going to lack external rotation. What will the end field be for passive range of motion, external rotation for an anteverted hip? I also think we talked about this before, and this is going to be for a bony block. Yes, so normal cartilage, it is normal for that person. English? So bony block would not be appropriate as it implies the abnormal condition, which is what is going to happen. Anteverted hips is an abnormal condition, and when you try to move it passively and you're trying to move it a little bit more into either one of the rotations, you're going to end up with a bony block. Excuse me. So what is the opposite? We just talked about this. How will a patient with retroversion stand? So instead of toes pointed in, toes are going to be pointed out. It's going to walk like the penguin waddle. They're going to have increased external rotation because that's what's going to happen when their toes are out. And there's definitely going to be a decrease in internal rotation. That boy is not in. So, after measuring... Oh no, special test names. After measuring Craig's test, you find that the patient has 15 to 18 degrees. Is this anteversion or retroversion? Okay, they have less than 15 to 18 degrees. And the Craig's test it's something really weird. So the Craig's test is a special test that we can perform to check about a patient's anteversion or retroversion. And what you have to do is basically lay them prone or lay them on their stomach, have their knees flexed, and you're basically wiggling their ankle to help them go internal or external rotation, right? And then you kind of have to like do that for a little bit. Like you do it like maybe twice on each side, left, right, and then you step back and see how is the leg laying. So with this, because it is less than 15 to 18 degrees, it should be anteversion. Yeah, because the hip is in more internal rotation, so the toes are going to be pointed in more. Well, normal range is going to be 15 to 18 degrees, okay? So what are some signs and symptoms of synovitis? So this was at the beginning of this PowerPoint, not the PowerPoint, I apologize. Quizlet, if not for the last Quizlet as well. And what's going to happen with synovitis is that, again, it's the inflammation of the synovial fluid, the capsule, synovial joint. And so here's some signs and symptoms. So apparently with synovitis, you're going to have a gradual onset of swelling. So it may take about 6 to 12 hours to develop. It's going to be a warm joint. And there's going to be a minimal or moderate limited joint range of motion with ability to assess. As you assess, maybe the patient may or may not complain of pain. And there's usually a dull ache to the joint when the capsule is distended or swollen. What is the treatment? So how can we treat this? So we can use our favorite thing: price, protection, rest, ice, compression, and elevation, and basically just rest from provoking activities. If you're like, hey, me jump boxing is irritating this, like, hey, maybe you just don't do that. Let's see. One moment. What are the signs and symptoms of hemarthrosis? So for this one again, it's going to be the blood in the joint capsule. So what's going to happen with this one in comparison to synovitis is that there's going to be a rapid onset of swelling. It's going to take 1 to 2 hours to develop. It's going to be a hot joint, and there's going to be moderate to severe limited joint range of motion with the inability to assess, because this is going to be super painful. Your joint capsule is bleeding, which is not a normal thing that should be happening. And really, there's just going to be more severe pain because the knee is super inflamed. So this is super fast. As you saw, the other one was what, 6 to 8 hours? Or 6 to 12 hours for it to swell, a gradual onset. This is almost immediate. This is like 1 to 2. As immediate as a, you know, blood in the joint can happen, you know? So what are some treatments we could do? Price. We can also do rest, support, and we can do aspirations by MD. What does it mean by that? Does it mean like medications? Hold on. What are aspirations? My dreams, my goals, my aspirations. Huh? Saying something about liposuction. Oh, a medical procedure that removes something from the area of the body. Oh, aspiration, like, okay. It basically says aspiration means to draw in or out using a sucking motion. So I guess like literally sucking the blood out or something like that, you know? What type of injury will result in hematosis? So for this, it's basically going to occur as we have severe damage that's going to result into bleeding of the joint. What is severe damage? I don't know. Don't heck around and find out, basically. But injury to what tissue at the knee will cause synovitis? So what's going to inflame the synovial joint? So I assume any kind of tearing of the MCL, our medial collateral ligament, our meniscus, and the anteromedial fibers of the ACL, the anterior collateral ligament. What are the best examinations findings to find for osteochondritis or chondrosis conditions? Please be both palpations. Kind of. So this is the one I was actually confusing earlier with like, oh, this is all the M's, right? No. So osteochondrosis, again, is that abnormal growth of the growing skeleton that affects the growth plates in children that may carry on into adulthood if the problem isn't really addressed, and we talked about the 4 stages earlier. A good way to assess it is active range of motion, accessory passive range of motion, MSTT, the muscle selective tension testing, MMT, the manual muscle testing, so checking for its strengths, MOT, muscle length testing to stretch it, and palpation for tenderness, so you just kind of poke it and be like, whoop. So what forces do LCL oppose? So we talked about, what do you call it? Varus and valgus forces. So MCL is valgus, so this has to be varus. And adduction, I suppose. Hi Matt, hi, welcome. Alright, yeah, welcome. I'm 6 hours into studying, help. And I'm not even where I wanted to be. But luckily, I'm halfway through this Quizlet, so... Yay! Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm so dummy. Well, welcome. So, yeah, so varus and adduction forces is what LCL... You had surgery today? Oh, did you have surgery for your hand? I don't... Last time you talked to me about an injury, you were talking about your hand. So I'm just like, is it for your hands? If it's something else, I'm about to use my own hands. And I'm going to fight you right here, right now. I don't care if you're handicapped. Pow, 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 pow. Why isn't effusion present with LCL injury? So if edema is swelling outside the joint... Oh, you had a... I will no longer fight you, Matt. I hope your surgery was a success as you're here, chilling. And I hope you have a speedy recovery. Have a good day. No, but that's super scary. Was it at least like a kick? Was it benign at least? It was just like, oh, we'll just get it out just for the heck of it. Yeah, that's weird. Just get it out. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you got that address and were able to catch it though. Those are super scary. Oh yeah. But yeah, effusion, by the way, is just gonna be swelling outside the joint, and edema is going to be swelling inside the joint. So if effusion's outside the joint, why isn't it present for an LCL injury? I don't know. You can fight it if you want. I will pick you. Oh wait, you can fight if you want. I will just pick you. Listen. I'll make myself heavy. I'll put myself as dead weight. That's my technique. Anyone try to carry me? Nope, not anymore. No, but it's fine. So I actually don't know why it wouldn't be present. That's actually a little weird. So, oh, because the LC. Oh, I'm so dummy. So this is something going back like 2 semesters. Oh, I know, 2 semesters ago. Or 1 semester ago. I have no idea what time it is. So what happens is that the LCL, the collateral ligaments, are extra capsular ligaments, and we have intracapsular ligaments like the ACL, PCL. They're literally in the joint capsule. Collateral ligaments, in this case, especially the MCL, LCL, are just out to the side chilling. So yeah, they said it might have been cancer. Oh my gosh. At least you got it out though. And again, like, you were able to detect and you got it out. So these are all really good signs. If you don't mind me asking, just curious out of like healthcare sake, how did you find out? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to actually answer that, but I guess just for anyone out there, like, hey, you just noticed something kind of abnormal and you went to go check the doctor screened it and they were like, hey, this is something that is concerning. You know? But no worries. What is the primary function of the PCL? So PCL, this is going to be the thing that's going to prevent posterior translation of the tibia. So posterior translation of the tibia being the tibia going, or fibula? Oh my gosh. Prevent posterior translation of the tibia on the femur. So the femur is your thigh bone. You have 2 fists. You stack them on top of each other. The top one's the femur, the bottom one's the tibia, and it's preventing posterior translation. So like punching back towards you, posteriorly towards the back. Excuse me. Too busy digesting. Oh. So I've been having digestive problems and problems with my stomach for about 4 months, and I've always had problems with it. I just thought it was me being a hacker, and turns out it was a tumor. I'm so sorry. I would have been like, oh, do you have that wacky thing called Crohn's disease or something? Because I've actually my interaction with people have been relatively small, but I remember there was this guy in high school that I knew, and he was very prominent about saying that he had Crohn's disease, and I didn't really know much about it other than like, oh, he had a lot of like stomach problems. So the heck is that? Here, let's look it up together. Learning with Tipa. So Crohn's disease is a type of inflammatory bowel disease. It causes swelling of the tissue in your digestive tract, which cuts off. Let's see what Google says. Inflammation and scarring of the intestines, abdominal cramping and pain. A chronic inflammatory bowel disease that affects the lining of the digestive tract. Crohn's disease can be sometimes life-threatening, or can sometimes cause life-threatening complications. It can cause abdominal pain, diarrhea, weight loss, anemia, and fatigue. Some people may be symptom-free most of their lives, while others can have severe chronic symptoms that will never go away. Crohn's disease cannot be cured. Medications such as steroids and immunosuppressants are used to slow down the progression of the disease. If these aren't effective, a patient may require surgery. Additionally, patients with Crohn's disease may need to receive regular screening for colorectal cancer due to increased risk. Nah, maybe it was just like a random pop-up cancer. Maybe not Crohn's disease. I am not an actual doctor, and I'm not planning to be a doctor. But that is what I would have like been like, haha, do you have this? Me trying to diagnose people, not really. Your hand is still in a cast? I'm so sorry. Isn't voice to text and having just one hand such a blessing, right? Wow, I love technology and my one hand. I'm so sorry. Alright, so what is the primary function of the ACL? You got stabbed in your hand? What happened to breaking it in a fight? Why did you get stabbed? Oh wait, was this the same fight? I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh at you. I also got stabbed in the hand once. I know that feeling. No? Oh. Did you get stabbed in the fight? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to correlate. How do you get stabbed if it's not a fight? Oh my goodness. Anyway, so PCL was to prevent posterior translation, so ACL is going to be anterior translation of the tibia on the femur. It's fine, you can laugh. No, I'm not laughing. When I got stabbed, I was not laughing. But I won't lie to you. I am a person who will laugh at very unfortunate situations. Not out of choice. This is just out of pure nervousness. So my little niece managed to grab a hold of my nail gun and shot me in the hand. You know what's actually really crazy? In my class about a few weeks ago, my professor was saying that he got permission to take to have an image of one of the x-rays of what his other patient came in with. And what happened is it was like this 14-year-old boy who got a nail gun, and I'm still flabbergasted of what the heck he did. But he decided to put the nail gun through like the bottom of his shin. Like I guess maybe like think of like someone's leg is crossed and he must have pressed down on it. And look, I'm not familiar with nail guns, but apparently you need to press on that to shoot, you know? So I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm glad that you are recovering in more than one way. But what had happened was, with this nail gun thing, when he showed the x-ray, it was such a clear, like, cut through between the two bones of the tibia and fibula. And obviously he had some problems with his muscles, like, oh, he wasn't able to, like, dorsiflex and yada yada yada, but it's just crazy. That kid's a dickhead, just for clarification. I'm not calling you a dickhead. No, you're good. But no, like it's crazy because I'm like, you're a 14-year-old. I'm pretty sure you have consciousness at the age of 14. How do you go ahead and do something like that? You know, it's another thing, obviously, for your situation. An outside force, aka your niece, was just like, haha, let me press a nail gun to your hand. I think it's funny, haha, uncle. But like, but I'm sure as a 14-year-old, I wouldn't have done that. Wait, now there is a new generation of hacking idiots. I am aware each generation has them. It's fine. It's okay. Both of you to assume people have common sense. It's so true. It's such a bold assumption. But I was just really hoping. But it's crazy out there, honestly. I'm just glad that again you have the means to be able to recover like that, because it just sucks. The situation just sucks. Common sense is no longer common. This is so true, bestie. I don't have common sense most of the time, but I know not to put myself in danger, and that's what matters. Anyway, sorry. What do the meniscus do? They aid in joint lubrication. Wow! Distribution of weight-bearing forces. Wow! Increase in joint congruency. Wow! And then secondary restraints to knee motion and shock absorbers. So your meniscus is this cool jelly-filled center between your knees, and basically it's gonna help with the joint and making sure it moves smoothly. It's like a nice little jelly cushion that's gonna help distribute the forces that you may bear on your knee. It's gonna help increase joint congruency, which is gonna help provide it to be like more stable, and a shock absorber. A jelly-filled center. Yeah, it's just like your actual vertebral disc. Hold on. Knee meniscus. Knee meniscus. Is it bad that I broken my femur and teared my ACL? Yeah, actually, because yeah, that actually is bad now that you bring it up. So, earlier when we were reviewing the guide, we're like, okay, Cubs, remember, if you had to choose a way to go out, right? If you had to choose a way... Babby Whiskey! Hi! Welcome! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome! You were collabing with Rip, weren't you? Welcome! How is the Splatoon? Hold on. Babby Whiskey. Anyway, but welcome. What do you call it? I hope you had a fun collab. So we're telling the Cubs, I'm like, look, if you had to choose, you have to choose one or the other. You can't opt out. Either to break your knee or break a bone in your body, or tear a meniscus, always choose to break a bone. The bone is gonna heal, your bone is gonna get stronger. Healing a ligament like the ACL or the anterior collateral ligament is such a hecking bitch. You heard me. At this point, we all agree this is not something you should do. And so for you to tear both, what the heck? What do you mean OMG? OMG you! Hi, welcome to the couple chat. Welcome. Like I was mentioning earlier, I hope you had a super fun collab and all that good jazz. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to join you guys. I have my finals, as you see, so I've been streaming for 6 hours. And I have my test in 4 hours. So I really have to keep trying my hard, you know? Gabarimasu. Welcome. Break a bone? Got it. Yes. Always break a bone. Do not break a ligament. Do not tear a ligament. This sounds like big bone propaganda. Yes. Break your bones. Become stronger. Calcium sucks. Just break a bone. Much better. More efficient. Temporary problems. Permanent solutions. Matt says break my bones all the heck you want. Stay away from the other thing you said. The ligament? You teared both. I don't have to stay away. You already did it yourself. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you. Just enjoying your study stream? Oh my goodness. Thank you. Welcome to the chill out study stream where it goes Z. I appreciate you being here, honestly. Thank you so much. I don't have the heart to break anyone's bone tip. Yeah, well, don't break their bone, and don't break your bone either. Take an oath or something. Will not break bone ever again. Uncle Tipanya says, I want you to break your bone. Yes, my Cub Club army. No longer will you be a club, an army to go fight for your right to part. Get strong bones first. I don't even want to know how many bones I've broken over this year. I could share my information. I've broken 0 bones in my forever 17 years of life, and we're gonna keep it that way. If I break a bone, that was someone else's fault, first of all. Because first of all, I'm scared. I'm scared of pain. I do not want to be hurt. So if someone else hurts me, most likely through some car accident, because Bearcat Mountain kind of stinky, and not trying to put that out in the open, trying not to curse myself, but that would be a way I would break or tear or injure myself. A car accident. I've pretty much broken everything in my bone except my spine. Keep it that way. Don't break your spine. For the love of God. For the love of everything in the good in the world. For the love of all the cubs. Do not break your spine. Yeah. You're gonna end up with some weird complications, and you might end up paralyzed. There are some people who are, oh my gosh, how do you call it? Spinal cord injury. What is the way? How would you say this? Maybe the word is management. Hold on. I'm not super well versed in the spine, but basically it's just, oh yeah, like what if you end up as a quadriplegic? So quad meaning 4, so you would affect all 4 limbs, like your upper extremities, like your arms and your lower extremities. Like what do you do then, you know? Or I mean, you can end up maybe okay and be like, oh, I just can't feel my legs, you know? But there's a certain area where you just cannot hurt, and I forgot what it is. I'm pretty sure it's like C3, C4, C5. If you, and I say this not lightly whatsoever, if you heck up your like up on what do you call it, by your neck, C3, C4, C5, you how do you call it, affect your diaphragm, and your diaphragm is an important muscle for inspiration or breathing. So yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is don't heck up. Here, actually, this is a really good image. It's actually really tiny though, so we'll zoom in. But this is like the different kind of spinal cord injuries that you can get. So don't break your back. Penchan, don't break your back again. That's the lesson. Mad Dog says if I'm paralyzed from the neck down, then all I need to bring whatever the heck my body part wants above my neck. Yeah, but you need assistance. That's the issue. I'm glad I never broke my spine. Had some bad slams and landings too while BMXing and skateboarding. I think it's just so scary. It's so scary. So what happens is that depending on what kind of spinal cord injury you get, where the heck is my mouse? Like you see L1, so this is like, again, this is your tailbone, this is your sacrum, this is where your pelvis, your hips would be, and this is your back. If you had an injury to L1, or lower, I think, you just affect your legs. You just become paralyzed. And of course, there's some people who like these miracle stories where it's like, oh, I was paralyzed, but I learned how to walk again. Yeah, okay. That I guess that can happen, but I don't know like the likelihood or the story with that. But it's still scary to think that you even had the situation where you had to even relearn how to walk. It's so scary. Any injury T6 or lower, you end up as you can't have any sensation basically below the I guess your chest, because at your nipples is around the level of T4, so T6 or lower, basically everything down here, even the torso. It isn't until you get C6 injury. This is where basically your hands and arms are kind of, and then everything about that, you can only move your head. So it's just so horrifying. I just never want any of you cubs to be hurt like that. And I respect those who are managing their own lifestyles as a paraplegic or even tetraplegic. I had talked about in the previous study stream about there was this lady who had a really interesting situation, and again, I'm not that well versed in the spine right now. There's a whole designated spine class I take, and I think in 2 semesters I take neuro, so we'll talk about maybe more of this later. But the lady, her legs worked, but her arms didn't work, and I just thought that was like super interesting. And again, she was just showing her life of how her caretaker helps her out and yada yada. Basically what happened is that she got into a motor vehicle accident because a drunk driver had hit her. So it is very weird. I don't know like the aspects of that. Let's see. I fall off buildings? Please refrain from falling off buildings. Please refrain from falling off anything ever again. Oh, Tip, do you know what causes like the how do you say it? I know what you're saying. I know what disorder you're talking about. Gigantism. Isn't that? It's not. I was about to say thyroid. My bad. It's not. Is it not just genetics? Oh no. Oh, it is. Oh, I was kind of right with the thyroid, not really. So it's also known as acromegaly, which is a hormonal disorder that develops when your pituitary gland produces too much growth hormone during your adulthood. So basically, you just grow. Yeah. How does that even work? Was it brain damage? I have no idea. She just said she got hit by a drunk driver. So I was like, oh, okay. For those curious about... Oh. Huh? Huh? Sorry, I'm looking at pictures of gigantism, right? And I see a local version, and it's just someone's middle toe so big. I don't believe them. I don't believe them. I don't know if this is a good picture. Oh my goodness. I mean, we can use this woman for example, but that looks like a grown lady, right? Yeah, it's just someone super tall. I'm 7'11", so take me knee. No wonder you're bringing everything. Not for anything. But yeah, they're just really tall. Like you see the ceiling and then the door and then They're just tall individuals. Isn't there like a whole like thing? I'm so sorry. Now this is just curiosity. Take your knees. No! Robo, no! Not the rotational plasty! Not the rotational plasty! Let me see. maybe that's why you're breaking everything. I'm pretty sure there's something like other than you being like tall, which is really cool. I'm pretty sure there's like other like scenarios where you should be careful for. I can't find it, but either way, obviously you live your best life. Thankfully, it's not anything like if I had to had like anything that is not like super bad, thankfully. So you can heck off. I know what that is. Good. All right, Cubs. For anyone who's interested in rotational plastic, please do not look it up. I squeamed. It is a very interesting procedure. I would never have it done though. I'm too scared. I'm too much of a squaredy cat. Alright, let me see. Come on, Tip, tell us. No, I can't. I feel even bad even like showing it. Look, I am halfway. I'm 66 out of 124 cards. Takes notes for the future. No, sir, no. Oh my goodness. Sorry, excuse me. Ooh. My goodness. Guys, I gotta get through this because I have an exam. Alakazam. I've had 6.5 hours of studying. But to actually be quite honest with you, I think the longest I streamed was about 7 hours. Tomorrow? No, I have the exam today. It's online. So, how do you say it? It's 4:30 now. Math, an hour and a half is 5 o'clock, so I have 2.5 hours left. What? yeah. That's why I'm studying so hard. Tip, that's so you can get a flexible prosthetic? How's that squeamish? I just don't want my foot to be in the opposite direction. I like my toes pointed forward, thank you. Yeah. That's all I got. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. You got this, thank you. I will. I do got this. I'm super excited to get study this hard just to get a C. But oh boy, if I get a B somehow, I will start pogging out. I'll be like, oh, Paw. I'll let you guys know. I think there might be some free responses, so I can't put my test score out there. But as soon as I get it, I will let you know. Tip, I'm having surgery for it next year? What? What? Take pictures. I'll be like, oh, oh. I wonder how that was even pitched. Exactly. It's like, okay, guys, you have to believe me. We all have medical knowledge here, right? What if? It's on. I would love to be there for the pitch. Oh, you're having surgery for gigantism. Okay, I thought you were having the rotational plastic. I'm like, bro, I didn't know you were amputated. Like, what? That's fine. Hopefully, the growth hormones can be addressed. But I thought they stop once you hit like a certain age. Like once you're in your adulthood, it's like okay. No, that's why I was worried. I was like, no way. This is a random. How did we find out about it, Cubs? The rotational plasty. Was it in the notes? I don't think so, right? Oh, I don't remember. You're 20? Oh, yeah, you're a baby. You're a baby. No wonder you're going to get so jolly. Oh my goodness. How the heck did you bring so many things? Don't worry, I'm forever 17, so it's okay. I brought it up last time, can't remember what set of discussions, honestly. Okay, no worries, because I'm just like, I'm pretty sure that you're like, yeah, Robo, I'm sure you had brought it up, but I just don't remember why. Why did you curse us with this knowledge? I look like I'm 30? That's okay. You sound like my mother. Oh my goodness, I'm rebranding. I'm gonna be everyone's mama. Isn't that right, sweetie? Isn't that right? I would love to be your mother. Anyway, what muscles has fibers? Girl, stop! Hey. I'm rebranding. I'm sorry, Cubs. Whether you like it or not, I'm gonna get big this and speak in a soft tone. Okay, I have to go study. Okay. I'm gonna politely die now. Alright, so what muscles have fibers that attach and blend to the lateral meniscus? So, we talked about like the IT band, but that's not really a muscle. We have the TFL, the tensor fascia lata. So let's see what muscles blend in. Oh, the popliteus. So a popliteus is a cute muscle that is like a transverse muscle or like a diagonal muscle in the back of your knee. So I guess that does attach to the lateral meniscus. My bad. What muscles has fibers that attach and blend to the medial? The semimembranosus. Okay, I just had to memorize my anatomy. To be honest, the lower extremities, not that they're horrible, but I kind of did cram them at one point. I think I was having like a bad period of my life when we got to lower extremities, so I was just like, I'm just gonna forget about it. But at least I know where the semimembranosus is. It's just kind of like, oh, I guess it is the medial meniscus, huh? I said, take my knees, Robo. Wait. Oh no. Matt, the rotational plasty thing. They had Robo had mentioned it like 2 study streams ago or something like that, and I looked it up. And I'm like, what the heck? Tip: if you ever say you want to become my mother again in that context, I'll send you the Jesus. Hallelujah. I can't say hallelujah. That's fine. I'm just gonna politely sip some water. You know me. Hydration is key. I'm actually overheating. I need to take the little blanket off me. Hold on. I'm actually too lazy, so. Back to studying. Alright. Wait, no gun pointing emojis. Hello? I'm an innocent bystander. I am a bearcat in my own lane, in my own stream. Trying their very best. Gabarimasu. How dare you point a gun at me? I can't believe it. Are you? Get your other hand fixed so you can type correctly. So I'm just like, are you? Like, what does that mean? Oh my goodness. What does that mean? I was gonna say something that's not my thing. It's British slang? Oi, mate, I don't understand. Types of meniscus tears, by the way. Oh, this is more than I expected. Alright, so the jelly, you're British? Sorry, it doesn't, the accent doesn't come out in the typing, and you might have mentioned it once in passing. I'm so sorry. It's better off if you search it up because I don't know how to explain it. Okay, cuz study stream. We learned about Crohn's disease. Now we're gonna learn, are you heck British? How do British swear? Bollocks. Bollocks. Bullocks. Bollocks. It means testicles. Yeah, that's all I got, my dude. I'm so sorry. That's all I got from finding, like, are you heck British? I'm so sorry. I could be funny and be like, bollocks. That's actually fun to say. say kind of. Well, I feel so educated, right? Me too. Heck, the anatomy study stream. I'm learning British curse words. So then I can like curse, and then Cubs won't like judge me. It's just like, oh, she's just being quirky. Like heck. Anyway, so types of meniscus, by the way, is complete tear, partial circumferential tear, bucket handle tear. Bucket hats are super cute though. A complete tear with detached fragments, a complete tear with flap, torn flap, and vertical tear. Bucket hat. They're so cute. Thank you, Power, for the posture check and the height. Wait, hold on. Knob? I feel like knob. I won't say knob. For reasons. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm almost done with my gallon of water bottle. I was just saying earlier in the stream that I almost filled up my gallon of water bottle, and it's been a long time since I've actually like filled it to the top and tried to finish it, you know? Yeah, that's exactly why I won't say knob. You ever heard of the saying? Whatever I'm about to say is off-brand, so I'm gonna refrain from saying that. That is the reason why I won't say knob. But yeah, bucket hat's super cute. Alright, so let's go. So those are the different types of meniscal tears. We didn't really review that in class, so we're gonna avoid that. What are causes of patellofemoral pain syndrome, or PFS? So what's going to happen with this is that, remember, patellofemoral pain syndrome is just a really general way or general term of how we could say knee pain. So ways we can get knee pain is through hypermobility, hypomobility, or muscle imbalance. I don't really remember for the hypermobility. Is it still here? No. Hypermobility. Right here. Hypermobility, genu valgus, creating increased lateral mobility or increased Q angle, and lateral patellar tracking. Okay. And then hypomobility, now that we're here, we can kind of recite that. It's going to be soft tissue around the knee, limiting patellar mobility, a tight lateral retinaculum, a tight IT band, and tight quads. Okay? Alright. In the lower extremity, what muscles typically get weak? Your leg muscles, I don't know. So what muscles typically get weak are your glutes, the medius and minimus and maximus. We talked about gluteotendinopathy and all that, so I guess that can be affected. We talked about it being overused for muscle strain, so that probably can be affected. And we even talked about, hey, if you have a weak gluteo medius and minimus, you might end up with Trendelenburg. So that's kind of like walking with the strut, or you're like hip dropping when you walk. So you're like uns when you walk, but not on purpose. This is actually a medical condition. Go seek help or strengthen up your glutes, my dude. Quads apparently get injured, sure, and posterior tibialis and anterior tibialis. I just punched the wall? My bad hand? What do you mean? Why did you punch a wall? Hi, Atomic. Hi. Dang, didn't think I'd still be seeing you going on in time I got home from uni. I hope your brain isn't fried. It is. That's the issue. It is. Dang, didn't think I'd be... I didn't think I'd be seeing you. Me either. Well, welcome back home, Atomic. Welcome back. How's uni? How's life? How are your finals treating you? My cat scared me? I'm sorry. Atomic, get in your seat. Class is still going on. I know, we're going almost 7 hours strong. That's super exciting. I love that for me and us. I love learning. This is honestly why I took the day off. I know we had been going through the same like Google document for like the past 3 study streams, but no, seriously, this class is such a pain in the butt. And again, I cannot emphasize that this is not even for the final. This is for the second to last exam, and then I have to do the same thing cumulative for what do you call it, for the actual final next Thursday. So 8 days from now. Ooh, spooky. Dies. So if the knee is in genu valgus, what is the position of the hind foot and the ankle? Alright, we'll look at this in just a little bit. Hold on. I'm a mechanic by trade, but I find it interesting. Going through medical stuff, but I'll never wrap my head around it. That is perfectly fine. I appreciate your company and all that jazz. And Ocha, which was a new cop who had joined earlier 5 hours ago. They were talking about that. They got into trade and whatnot, and then basically the same thing. Medical field is very interesting to them, but basically they are also like they got into a trade career and they are happy and loving it, so that's all that matters. Uni's been okay. Having a final on Friday. I'm trying to study for my life. Me too, let's go! This is my life, I'm studying, let's go! No, but I super hope that your final goes super well for you. I am aware of the struggle of the finals, so best of luck to you. And it's on Friday? This Friday? I wish my finals were this Friday. I don't. But like, you know, I wish school ended this week, but it doesn't. Wow. And I have class this weekend too. Boo. But no, again, best of luck on your finals, Atomic. And Matt, this is for you. This is the cursed head pats. You ready? 1, 2, scoobity doobity doo. Pat. Pat. Ta-da! The Circus headbats. Thank you. Yeah, of course, no hacking problem. Alright, so if the knee isn't genuine, if the knee isn't genuine valgus, hi, Tip, guess what? What am I guessing? I no longer want to answer any questions. I'm answering too many questions in this Quizlet. How can I help you? No, seriously, but guess what? What am I guessing? What? Matt says I'm a mechanic by trade, but I do real estate and I have 5 more businesses. Look at you, entrepreneur. Let's go. A head pat in this day and age?
For this.
And a raid? Wait, is this planned? Digi, hi. Welcome, Digi. Welcome, readers. My name is Tipanya. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do gow and nya and make all the troubles go away. Gow nya. And the troubles I'm trying to take away right now are studying. Or is studying English. Show raid parade? Cute. Let me give you a shout out. One moment. Welcome. You're just chatting? Wait, were you also studying? Or were you... Wait, what? How was your stream? Thank you so much to the raid. Welcome. Analog, hi. Welcome. Digi, hi. Welcome again. Welcome. Kiki Fox, hi. Welcome. And also that? Thank you for redirecting the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome. Your model's so cute. Thank you. I like your model. Thank you. Here you go. Ta-da! The beautiful, the wonderful Terupancake made me this cute, so please give her your support. Thank you. We are walking in the rain around the world. That's so nice. Did you have like the video up, or were you like in like? Oh, I get yeah. I was gonna be like, did you go in VR? Did you just find like a raining world where like we're just walking? What do you call it? I love super comfy streams like that. I hope you had a lot of fun exploring. Or just winding down and relaxing. A nice little mental health check in the middle of the week. Honestly, so true. I'm so glad. I hope you got all the rest that you needed. If you need any more rest, by the way, feel free to hang out and chill, or if you need to go out and eat and lurk, or if you just flat out need to go, that is absolutely no problem. Right now, again, welcome again, Raiders. So right now what I'm doing is 6 hours and 46 minutes strong. I've been studying because I have finals next week, but I actually have an exam today in about it's almost 3 more hours. Is that how math works? And so with that, I've been studying, and I am, as you see, there's like a little progress bar on the top of the Quizlet, so I'm on card 71 out of 124, and I really wanted to do more things, but the time is getting a little bit too extensive and all that jazz, and I really have been studying most of this time. So once I get done with this, I will politely wrap it up just because I want like a little tiny gaming break at least with Rip if I can, you know? But yeah. Just to walk with me videos and chill. Oh, those are so good. But no, honestly, I really truly do hope that you got the rest that you deserve. Whether you're a student or not, it's the holiday season. I know this time around can be stressful for like a lot of cubs, so absolutely no worries. I'm gonna we can walk around in the rain. Once finals are over, let's walk around in the rain, everyone. let's chill out and relax and yada yada. See. But yeah, no, absolutely no worries. Welcome again. So we'll go back into the quiz and like now that I look at the time, my body's like, Tepa, it's been too long. You need to go. And I'm like, okay. So let's finish this Quizlet, okay? Teiyu says, yeah, I'm gonna need to get some good rest soon. I feel like I might be coming down with a cold. Oh no, I'm sorry. Please feel a lot better. Make sure to get rest. Make sure to hydrate. Drink your gallon of water. Teehee. Walking around and hoping it's not a terrible day for rain. Honestly, yeah. Good night, please sleep well. Oh, yes. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. But if you're heading to bed, please have a good night in the sea to Sajias. Thank you so very much. Oh, wait. But if you're also talking to Teiyu, then heck. Either way, I don't know time zones, so. I don't know time zones. So if you're going to bed, have a good night. Anyone going to bed, have a good night in the sea to Sajias. But truly, everyone, do have a good rest if you are heading out. Absolutely no worries, you know? So, what I'm studying right now with some jazz is anatomy. So I'll try to explain to the best of my ability because a lot of this is just concepts from earlier of a Google document we were going over. So if some things just like don't make sense, I'm so sorry. But I will try my best to re-explain it. So if the knee is in genu valgus, in what position are the hind foot and the ankle foot? So when again we talk about genu, it is referring to the knee and it's saying valgus. So valgus, it refers to it having like a bigger angle. So this is going to result into bow-leggedness. And we can see an example of bow-leggedness here. Well, genu where? It might have been easier to just scroll. About the valgum and rerum. Oh, I also have to get some rest. Have a nice rest of the stream. You're very cute and I wish you the best. Oh no. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Please have a good night and sweetest of dreams like I said before. Thank you so much for the kind comments. I really do appreciate you. Thank you. Harry says, chat, type 1 of in the chat if you think this cutie deserves a head pat. Type 2, she deserves a bonk. Hey. Good thing we don't have bonking options here. Even if you do, I will feel no punishment. Hi Harry, welcome back. Oh, Penchan? What? What is this absolute slander in my stream? Hello? Freaks out? Hello? Huh? Sorry, typo. Oh, no problem. And everyone chat, take care of this little kitty. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely meant Penchan, I think you're still misclicking. I don't really understand, you know? That's all in like one line too. That's definitely on purpose. But Ichi, I see your cursed headpat. Oh no, I'm Rebel. Thank you for that headpat. Thank you. It's time, cuz. Go. And I'm like, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Alright, Ichi, this goes for you. Cursed headpat time with these knees in front of us. 1, 2, scoobity doobity doo. And now in this next single, I will now begin to riff it. What the heck is rifting mean anyway? I don't know music. I go away now. And there you go. Those are your girls' headbats for you, Ichi. Thank you. But yeah, seriously, no, just always bypass the system. Wait, I could bypass the system. Heck you, Cubs. Heck you. I can have infinite head pets if I wanted to. If I just keep clicking and redeeming, I could just have infinite head pets. So your words do matter, but they don't matter in this particular instance. This head patch is a little too hard on my head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Actually, 3 for putting a cowboy hat on? Oh. 3's in chat? Oh, no! Oh, this cowboy hat's a little... Hi. There you go. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Thank you for the contribution for the cowboy hat and the karaoke. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. 4? What the heck is 4? What the heck is 4? Isra? Yeah. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, 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 welcome. 5? What the heck is 5? Is all the above? Okay, but does 4 all of the above include 5 all of the above? Is 5 because were you completing each other's sentence? Is 5 is all of the above? Wait. Bringing in numbers into my anatomy stream. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Okay. Bleh. So if we just said about bow-leggedness, in what position is the hind foot in the ankle joint? I don't know. I should have skipped it. I will be honest with you guys. I actually don't know. Pronation. I would have guessed that. No, you're going in order. You can't confuse me if you're going in order. I know how to count to 6. I know. I'm confident. Kind of. Anyway, and the lower extremities, what muscles normally get tight? So I felt like I have to either burp or hiccup. Dying. Politely just dies. My body is just like, Tipa, please. Okay, so definitely you always hear about like the hamstrings being tight, right? Do people complain of tight calves? I'm pretty sure they do. Yeah. So we have people tend to complain of like tight hamstrings, tight hip flexors, adductors, and gastrocs. Dosa. Anyway, if the knee is genu valgus, then what position is the femur? Externally rotated, right? Oh, if the knee is genu valgus. It doesn't make sense. Oh. Ended up back here again. So what is the question asking again? So if the knee is in genu valgus. No! I keep looking away! I'm gonna just politely scroll up. Give me just one moment. Sorry for the squeaking, by the way. What was it again? Was it genu valgus? Okay. Oh, it is internally rotated because look, valgus and valgum are the same words. Kind of weird. Yeah, it's internally rotated. Look at that. Look at that knee internally rotated. The tibia is going to be internally rotated. It just makes sense. I just misread. What is plica? Something. Capsule doesn't develop extra. Yay! Embryonic, see, like basically got it right. Embryological tissue that develops early on and forms into the capsule of the knee. I was correct. Okay, Dr. VTuber, thank you. But I'm not becoming a doctor. I'm just a doctor. It's been 7 hours. Eshi, when I woke up this morning, I chose violence for myself. I said, hey, I think I'm gonna be studying all day. And you're like, okay. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, wait, what is the command? Is it time? Time up? I don't remember how to do the time command. Hours? Hour? Up time? Yeah. 12-hour stream, let's go. I can't. I literally had the exam, and it's on if you guys are familiar with Respondus. And Respondus basically is just like, it needs a webcam on, you need to like pan up your setting. I basically cannot be streaming to we can't do the test together. It will literally force me to close out these programs, so I'm sorry. Respondus, these hackers. No, but I'm so serious. I'm so worried about this test, and the issue is just, it's Wednesday, my dudes. Wednesday, my cubs. I have other classes to focus on, but as soon as I get this test out of the way, you hacking bat, I am studying like nobody's business. I think, if I really, really hate myself, maybe tomorrow morning I'll just wake up super early, maybe like at 6 or something, and finish the study guide for the other class. And then focus a lot on the manual stuff on Thursday, Friday, hopefully. Say the bad word? Oh, you bet. You hecking bet. The bad word is heck. I needed that. I needed to get that out of my system. Atomic's like, I used that program too. Yeah, it's something, alright. I'm still using Blackboard, and I love using Canvas. I think it's a much more superior college program, whatever. But now they implemented Respondus onto Blackboard, so it's very interesting. Heck, yeah, honestly. No, seriously. Let's sigh. Big let's sighs. But it's fine, honestly. Let's see. What are the 3 sections of the ankle and foot? So we talked about the ankle being divided into the hind foot or the rear foot, which is going to be like your heel bone, the calcaneus and talus. The midfoot, which is going to have like your cuboid, navicular, and cuneiforms. And then we have your forefoot, which is going to be your phalanges and your toesies. The bad word is that she's a heckin' cutie. That it's like a bad phrase, but it's a good phrase because it's a compliment. Ashley says, though I was so confused when I saw you're still live. I'm about to leave for work, and you started around when I just started, just a bit after. Ashley, it's called the grind. It is the hustle. It is whatever the cool cubs are saying nowadays. I have to do super well on this exam. Not for my own personal benefit and gains and my grades, but my grade. What happens is that I have a C in the course right now, and I would like to keep it a C. And look, cubs, I know I look like an AB student. This class hecked me up. So, but I need a C to not be held back. No, not for anything. I already get really worried because one of my other classmates recently got held back last semester for one of our classes, and obviously when you get held back you're able to take the other classes, but you can't take the class if it's like a prerequisite for something. So let's say this is like anatomy 1, then obviously if I fail it, then I can't go to anatomy 2. But if I pass the other classes like biomechanics 1, I go to biomechanics 2, you know, stuff like that. So I just don't really want to end up in that situation, which is why I'm like really trying. And the really cool thing about me is that I have high endurance for a lot of things. Studying is thankfully also one of them. And will I feel burnt out after this? Oh yeah, 100% emoji, but in voice. But as soon as I get this out of the way, I can feel nice and relaxed, and I can focus on the other things that I know also take priority and urgency. This class is just the lecture section. I still need to study for the lab section, as well as study for another lab section for another class, because I have those big tests on excuse me, hold on. I have those practicals on Saturday, so I'm actually really worried. And obviously I could just retake it. I have taken a retake before and I was okay, but the issue is just if I don't pass this weekend, then I have to come back the weekend after to do the retakes, and I just don't want to end up in that situation. I would like school to end. Thank you. Good night. So I'm really gonna try my best with this, but again, once this is all the way, I'll feel 100 times better, you know? So thank you for bearing with me in this 7-hour stream, because I am honestly trying really, really hard. And I wish I could say this is even cramming, but this isn't. This is just studying, which is really stupid. I hate it. I actually hate it. Classes are just so demanding study-wise, and again, because this guy gives us like such lack of direction, I have to rely on other people's resources, and it's just okay, fine, okay, fine, okay, fine. Anyway, I'm done ranting. Anyway, 75 out of 124 slides. Keep at it if you can do it. I'm trying. I really am. But yeah, I do need some good rest. I would love to rest. I really wanted to sleep in today, but I woke up around 8 and I'm like, hey, I think I'm gonna go stream. And so I woke up, I chilled out, I cooked breakfast, and I think I started streaming at 10 a.m. my time. So that's why it's currently 5 o'clock. What makes up the hindfoot? So we just talked about the hindfoot being the talus and calcaneus. Oh, and I guess you could talk about the distal tibia and fibula. What makes up the midfoot? Just talked about this. Cuneiforms, naviculars, cuboid. What makes up the forefoot? Phalanges and tarsals. Yeah. Excuse me. Metatarsals and phalanges. What is the triplanar motion of pronation? So pronation is going to be 3 motions, hence the word tri. The 3 motions are going to be eversion, external rotation or abduction, and it's also going to be, I believe, dorsiflexion. Yay! Hard work is paying off. Memory. Woo! What about supination? So if we know pronation, or if we know pronation, supination is just going to be the opposite. So we're going to invert, we're going to plantar flex, and we're going to internally rotate or adduct. Hindfoot pronation and supination, the kinetic chain. So for this, the foot is really easy. So if the hindfoot and midfoot are going in one direction because they're kind of paired up, the forefoot will do something different. So let's read this. If the hindfoot is supinating, that means that the midfoot, like, hold on, just not me reading the slide. If the hindfoot is supinating, that means the midfoot should also be supinating, and the forefoot is going to be pronating. So yeah, if the hindfoot is supinating, then the forefoot will be pronating, and the midfoot will follow the hindfoot in the supination. Bam! Mic drop. When the foot initially contacts the ground in heel strike, what direction is the hindfoot in? Supination? What are the 3 grades for a sprained ligament? 1, 2, 3. Sprained ligament, laxity and pain. Oh, no, wrong one. Basically know that they're all overstretched, and then know which one's a partial tear, which one's complete. Laxity is definitely an aspect in one of the grades. I just don't recall which one. What is the best examination for a sprained ligament? Passive range accessory. What are the 3 best examinations to have findings to differentiate an ATFL sprain from a peroneal sprain? Ah, what a good question, my kind sir. I have no idea. So the reason why I'm a little bit confused is because ATFL is referring to a ligament, and peroneal is referring to the muscles that evert and plantar flex the foot. So we'll read that in a little bit. There's so many cursed head pad readings. Amma! Hi. 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 How? Oh, that's me. Hey, how's it going? How the heck are ya? How's life? Thank you for reading my curse head. I appreciate you very, 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 very much. Thank you. Doing good enough? Let's go! We love doing good enough and staying alive. We love living. Living like Larry, am I right? And I'm not talking about Larry from Pokemon, but I would like to talk about Larry from Pokemon. Yeah. Oh. Hello? I found myself. Anyway, welcome. So, I am also staying alive and studying, so don't mind me. So ways we can differentiate between an ATFL and a peroneus strain. Strain is referring to muscle tendon. So this is weird. This is a really weird comparison, but I guess maybe they had like a similar mechanism of injury. That's why. So we could do passive range of motion accessory. So laxity would be present in the PA Taylor glide, but normal mobility if those peroneals. We could do an MSTT. So if the peroneals are involved, and then the findings would present as strong and painful. If the ATFL were injured, the findings would be strong and painless. So the reason why it'd be painless is because there would be a complete tear, but at least the peroneals would be strong and painful because of... I actually don't remember. If you actually don't mind, let me find the pictures really quick, or not the pictures, but let me look into the Google Drive really quick. I actually feel like a little bit of a dummy. I feel a little bit bad. But I really just don't remember it right now. No worries, I know, but I worry because I should know it, but I just don't. And then I have to look at documents and be like, strong? Painless. Sorry if you hear the sounds, I'm just trying to control F-it. And the worst part is that though I have like a dedicated Google Drive for like all my like school assignments, I don't keep like a really good like I mean, I didn't want the screen to pop up, but that was just scary that it did. Okay, so what? Oh goodness. So what can happen is that when you do an MSTT, basically you need to determine can it hold resistance and is there pain? So normal is it can hold resistance and there's no pain. But for MSTT findings, what's going to happen is that you find out that for tendinitis and tendinosis, yes, it can hold resistance, but there is going to be pain. So when we refer back to... Oh my goodness. I don't know where the screen popped up from. That's why I'm so confused. Is it this? No? Where did the screen come from? Where did the screen come from? Hold on. Oh, okay. Sorry, I got so spooked. I'm like, huh? What? Nani the heck? Sorry, can we zoom into it really quick? Yeah, this is fine. So when we're talking about MSTT, it's saying that the peroneals or the muscles were involved. The findings will present as strong and painful. So what happens is that this might be a sign of tendinitis or tendinosis for the muscle, but it's saying that if the ATFL were injured, the findings would be strong and painless. So right here, that would be within the normal, which sounds really weird, but that's also just to say, hey, tendinitis is not involved and there's no tears, because if there was a tear, then it would not be able to hold. Excuse me. Right? And then palpation for tenderness. Pain with accurate palpation to each tissue would be provoked. Yeah, if you poke at it, it's gonna hurt, basically. So what ligaments are gonna make the deltoid ligaments? I actually don't know this one. I can tell you all about the lateral ankle ligaments. I, for the life of me, unfortunately cannot tell you, what do you call it? I unfortunately cannot tell you what the deltoid ligaments are. Alright, so deltoid ligaments are posterior tibial talar, tibial calcaneal, tibio-navicular, and anterior tibial talar. So what does that even mean? Tipa, why are you just throwing names at me? Why do you hate me? And it's like, no, I don't hate you, but I am going to keep continuously throwing names at you. Deltoid ligament. Here you go. So the deltoid ligament, we don't really focus on because, to be honest, you don't really hurt it. You really don't hurt it. the reason why we talk about the lateral ligaments so much, do we have it up here? Like the ATFL and like all these other 3 ligaments, and the reason why I haven't memorized the deltoid is process of elimination. This is most likely multiple choice and I won't have to actually memorize their names, and then I just have to know the difference between medial and lateral ligaments. Is that the lateral ligaments are more likely to get sprained because you're more likely to roll over on your ankle and hurt these. How often are you going to roll over your ankle in a medial aspect? Unless you're super clumsy. And look, listen, I know you guys are going to be like, I'm really clumsy. And I'm like, maybe. But did you sprain your... Did you sprain your ankle in the medial direction? Did you sprain your deltoid ligament? No? Okay, you're good in my book. So... let's talk about the names again. So the names they seem intimidating, but you just need to know the muscle structure for these. So for the 4 ligaments that are gonna make up the deltoid ligament, we need to understand the posterior talar ligament. Did I say that right? Tibial talar, yeah. So posterior tibial talar is going to be right here in the back. So if you have a posterior, we most likely have an anterior. So what does this mean for us? So break down the name. Tibial talar. Tibial is going to refer to the tibia, which is right up here, and the talus right here. So hence the name tibial talar. We have tibial calcaneal. Tibial calcaneal is going to be attaching from the tibia to the calcaneus, so right below the talus, so right here. Tibio-navicular. So we have a ligament from the tibial to the navicular, which is going to be right here in the middle. So all these have in common is that they're all going to attach to the tibial somewhere. Tibial what? Tibial talar, tibial calcaneal, or tibial navicular. The tibial talar, you just need to know there's an anterior and a posterior version, okay? Right, going back. What are the 3 types of malleolar fractures? So this is pretty straightforward. We're gonna have a uni, bi, or tri malleolar fracture. See, uni, bi, and tri. And these names are very easy in a sense that it's basically, hey, there's a fracture once in one spot, twice, or sorry, it doesn't have to be one spot. Is there 1 fracture, 2 fractures, or 3 fractures? What are the 3 directions of fractures? I think it's transverse, oblique, and spiral. Let's go! So we can talk about this, or I could just show you really quick as well. It might be easy. Oh, they're right here. Spiral is basically what it sounds like. It's spiraling. Oblique is off to the side, and transverse is going to be straight across. Your bones can also break in these ways, but we don't like those ways. I'm gonna go to bed. Good luck on your studies. Also, please take a break soon. I will take like a little baby break. I actually might take a little baby break now. I just have to I drink too much water. I'm so suffering. But thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you for also the nice surprise. That was really nice. I had Pat Enerate. Hello. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah. Please have a good night and the sweetest of dreams. And I will now politely rest up in just a moment as well. And I'll come back super strong, okay? And then hopefully we'll end the stream before 6 p.m. And then I could take a little baby break to turn my mind off and be easy. But yeah, gotta catch them all. No, I will. Okay, we talk about breaking bones. I don't want to break my bones. Anyway, here we come. Let me just politely BRB one moment. We are on 89 out of 124. Our progress bar is extended, but it's okay. We're almost there, okay? Once I get back, this is going to be my last break, and then we'll end up finding someone to raid, and then I'll harass Rip off stream or something like that. Because I do owe her a game. I just didn't realize that I would take a little bit longer than expected. That's a me issue. Anyway, I'll politely be right back. Atomic? Sir? No! No! Don't gamble! The Gao economy! It's okay, this is my Gao economy. Was it? It was points? Point? Points? But please. The Gao economy and the bot crash. I can't believe it. In this economy, seriously? We're gonna have both at the same time? Yeah, I think I have like one. Okay, but what if I gamble? The Gao economy is into hacking shambles, and I really don't recommend gambling at this point anymore. Like, actually, what the actual heck? Let's sigh. Why one? First of all. Anyway, no, that's what I get for gambling. Almost all of it. But anyway, let's finish up these last few remaining Quizlet cards strong, okay? Shall we? Alright. So what is 4 possible end fields for classic dorsiflexion following immobilization for a distal tibia and fibula fracture? So wouldn't it be like swelling an end field? Let's just flip it over. Yeah. Excuse me. So we're gonna have tight capsule, tight muscles, adhesion, and swelling. And this makes sense. You just had a fracture at like your ankle. Tight capsule is gonna be expected, tight muscle is gonna be expected, adhesion, so that means that, excuse me, you might have dorsiflexion, difficulty performing dorsiflexion, and it sounds like a relatively recent thing. So you're more likely to have like swelling, definitely as an end field. What are some potential complications following a fracture of the distal tibia and fibula? Okay, so also tight joint capsules, tight muscle, weak muscle, pitting edema. So pitting edema is really like funky in a sense that if you press on something, it'll go down because of the pressure, but then it'll eventually return back into shape. Hence the word pitting, like you're making a pit with your finger, and then it'll just come right back up. Or has soft tissue contractures, vascular compromise because of the fracture, and maybe some nerve pathology, honestly, depending on how you broke it. So what is a single one best examination step and finding to identify a compartment syndrome of the lower leg? Who spelled this? So what you do is the best examination step you would like to do is neurovascular. And why is that important? Because again, there's a lot of arteries, veins, and nerves that are going to be affected, and you just have to see, hey, is there swelling in this compartment? If so, let's analyze what this person is doing. Maybe they had recent trauma, maybe it's overuse because of exercise, and you want to just check it out. So let's go.
I've been waiting for this.
And study buddy, you're studying too. Let's go. Welcome Raiders! My name is Tipanya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the Gao and Yan Yan and make all the troubles go away. And I'm making my first trouble of studying go away by studying for a total of 7 hours. Nagachi, hi, welcome. Absurdus, hi, welcome. Fallen, hi, welcome. Acromium, hi, welcome. Melter, hi, welcome. Zayn, hi, welcome. Man, hi, welcome. Bay, hi, welcome. Oh yeah, I also do study streams. What do you study? The only stream I've been seeing you as of recently do, not saying that this is the only stream you do, we're obviously like AR streams, but weren't you playing RuneScape? I'm not good with the farming games, you have to forgive me. It was very pretty thumbnail art. I do have to say it out in voice. There's hi, welcome. Cinnamon, hi, welcome. Azrael, hi, welcome. Sneaker, hi, welcome. 7 hours, I know! Free me, save me! You're studying Japanese? Let's go. Teach me so I can go to the land of Nihongo. No, but seriously, if you don't mind me asking, are you using Duolingo or are you using like any other resources? Because I keep telling my cubs, and this I promise, I tell my cubs, like, listen, if I wasn't in grad school trying to study anatomy, I would try to be learning another language. I would love to be learning like Spanish or Japanese, something, you know, something. But how was your studying? How did it go? How was the stream? Thank you so very much for the raid. Absurdus, Ball, and Catching Deer, thank you all so very much for the follows. Welcome to the Cow Club. Welcome. I have a tutor? Gamer? And I'm using Anki for the flashcards and Wanikani for kanjis. That's actually really cute. For whatever reason, my dumb brain, please forgive me, maybe it's just a formatting of Anki or however you pronounce it, that I wasn't able to get to it. Like, I like Quizlet. As you see, I'm using Quizlet right now. For whatever reason, I can never wrap my brain around that. Anki. Sorry. Either way, that sounds like plenty of resources. I'm wishing you the absolute best in your studies of Japanese. Thank you so much for the raid. If you need to hang out, feel free to blah blah blah. If you need to go, no, absolutely no worries. No pressure to hear me be like, and here's what's wrong with your lower extremity. Feel free to rest up, like, and all that good jazz. I really just appreciate you and appreciate your presence. So thank you. You can make it less ugly. Thank you. I'm all about aesthetics, so I have a group study guide that I'm sharing with my classmates, but I just love pictures. I love colors. I love looking at things and being like, wow, this is great. Because our study session had just been like, oh, look at all this Google Docs. Wow, amazing. Wow, Tippa, 84 pages of notes. Yeah, that's great for you. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Go Club. Welcome. But yeah, I'm actually only going to be for a little bit longer because even though I am studying for 7.5 hours almost, what had happened is that I actually have my, how do you say it? This is my pre-finals week, right? But next week, unfortunately, it's my actual finals. But today, I have an exam at 8 o'clock, and right now I live in Bearcat Mountain Time. Many of you may know that as EST, so it's 5:26. So I'm hoping, oh goodness gracious, if I could finish this Quizlet, I'll take a little baby break, and then I'll get back to the exam, and hopefully all the studying has been not too bad, you know? But no, I'm sure you understand the study, right? But like I said, best of luck to your studies, and thank you again so much. Alright, so going. Thank you for the headband. Thank you, Monty. Thank you. So let's talk about again the single best step for finding and identifying the compartment syndrome. Again, the reason why you want the best test is neurovascular, even with that typo, is because remember, for the compartment syndrome, that's going to involve swelling of the musculature, which is going to affect the muscle. It's going to affect the arteries or veins, if that's even applicable, depending on the compartment, and definitely it's going to press onto the nerve. So that's why, again, remember we had talked about anterior and lateral compartment, and we're referencing the leg, by the way, so, or more like the shin, so anything below the leg. So we have the anterior or the front compartment, the side compartment, and then the back compartment or the posterior compartment. So what's going to happen for this is for anterior and lateral, we both agreed those were something, or that is something that occurs with trauma. Like, let's say someone kicked your shin really hard and you're in pain and you're like, ow. That trauma might, produce enough swelling and create that compartment syndrome, which is going to push on those three structures that we talked about. But remember, for posterior or deep posterior, so we're talking about like the tibialis posterior, which is going to help with that plantar flexion, or like the knees pointing down, toe pointing down motion. Bam. That's going to be compressed, as well as some other of the flexor muscles. I think like flexor digitorum, flexor hallucis, or like the flexing of the big toe muscle. And definitely we're going to have tibial nerve being affected, as well as the posterior tibial artery and vein for that one. They may actually ask questions in the next slide, so maybe I'm just getting super ahead. Oh, I was ahead. Absolutely no worries though. Alright, so what is the mechanism of injury for the anterior compartment syndrome? So, like we said, most of the compartment syndromes are going to be one of two ways. It is just, again, the anterior and lateral are most likely going to be due to direct trauma. Direct trauma, again, refers to, again, just being hit there directly. It can also be exercise induced. Maybe you're overworking and then you're creating that swelling yourself by doing some type of exercise that's aggravating it. So that's really interesting. So, what examination steps and findings would indicate a complete tear of the Achilles tendon? Oh, definitely we just talked about the MSTT, so the muscle, not MSTT, right? No, yeah, muscle selective tension testing. Heck, I'm not good with anything. I'm like explaining that mnemonic, but basically, or abbreviation. So what happened exactly is that, remember, MSTT is a step down from MMT. MMT is manual muscle testing. So you're just using a finger to determine, hey, we're having this person contract against like your finger or two. Are they having any pain? Yes, no. Are they able to hold against the resistance of your finger? Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure you have a very strong finger, but normally most people are able to match your resistance, if not push you over. So I think a really good way to determine a complete tear is doing an MSTT. You really don't want to do manual muscle testing on it, first of all, because when you're doing that, you're pushing a lot of your weight onto this muscle to see, hey, are they able to hold it against gravity? You don't really want to do that if someone has a tear, which is why you take it the step down the MSTT. So you're using that one finger. What's going to happen is that we had agreed that if there is a complete tear present, they would not be able to hold a resistance, and there would be no pain. And again, if you're like, why Tip? It's a complete tear. Isn't that like... shouldn't that be more? Like, it's a complete tear. Shouldn't it be worse? Yes, but it's so extreme that what's happening is that it's gone. It's a complete tear. Nothing's attached. You're not going to feel anything. So the MSTT is a good testing to do, and what you're going to have is weak and painless plantar flexion. Why are we doing plantar flexion? Because the Achilles is located in the back, and your Achilles is going to be again in relationship to the gastroc muscle that you have in the back, as well as the soleus muscle, which also help with plantar flexion. So what is hallux rigidus? So it's not some kind of magic spell. Hallux is going to refer to, again, the big toe, and rigidus is going to be like the word rigid. It's going to be hard. It's going to be really difficult to move. So I think the appropriate anatomical way to say it is that it's a hypomobility of your big toe, or your first metatarsal. Stiffness or hypomobility of the first MTP joint. Okay? So how much MTP extension do you need for walking? I believe the value I was given was 65, but I think there's a range. I think it might be 45 to 65? Okay, no, never mind. No range here, only 65. But how much do you need for running? And you definitely need way more for running, and I want to say it's 85. Clap, clap, clap. Slap, slap, slap. So, besides the hypomobility, what other impairments can cause the functional hallux valgus? So, I believe this might go hand in hand with the hallux rigidus, but let's flip it over and see what this says, because we do agree hallux valgus is a concept that we have talked about in the past, but this is not hallux rigidus. This is hallux valgus. This is the bunion stuff that we were talking about earlier. And recall, we can have a medial... well, actually, it's hallux. So hallux, again, is only going to refer to the big toe. So this is in reference to the median or medial bunion. So what other impairments can cause a functional hallux valgus or a medial bunion? It could be hypomobility effusion, so swelling outside the joint. Edema, effusion is inside the joint swelling. Edema is swelling outside the joint. And there can also be muscle weakness or muscle tightness. So what is hammer toe? So I think it's much better to show a picture of hammer toe than to try to explain it. So remember, we have hammer toe and we have clawed toe. Hammer toe is going to be in reference to when I believe the PIP is flexed and everything else is going to be extended. So will that also be the answer? That would be pretty pog. Yeah, so contracture of the extensors occurring at the MTP, pulling it into extension, and then we have the contracture of the flexor at the PIP pulling into flexion, hence the term hammer toe. Visually, there's something about it that screams hammer toe because I see claw toe and I'm like, yep, that's claw toe. But hammer toe, I'm actually really not sure about. Is it like you boink someone and they have like the little like the swelling of their injury pop up. Is that what I can imagine? And be like, oh, it's just like you hit it, now it's swelling up, and everything else is trying to stay extended. I guess. Alright. So what is metatarsalgia? So this is really interesting because we have this, and we also have neuroma. So this one is, let's flip it over really quick. This is going to be pain over the metatarsal. So you know how you have your toes? Those are your phalanges. So right underneath your toes, there's a section called the metatarsal. So for this particular condition, you're going to have pain over that, while neuroma is going to be in reference to the bundle of nerves, which is going to be causing the pain. Clinically, how would you be able to tell the difference between a structural versus a functional high arch? So what's going to happen here is that I believe something, if you can like fix it or rearrange it, it's definitely a functional high arch. But if you're not able to rearrange it or realign it or something like that, it's definitely structural. Definitely cannot change bone structure like that, you know? So to tell the difference between if it's structural or functional, we would perform active range of motion and passive range of motion classical. So if the arch can be corrected, it's a functional high arch. But if the arch remains the exact same way throughout all the classical motions that we're doing, classical being maybe like flexion, extension, plantar flexion, dorsiflexion, it's going to be a structural high arch. What is the function of the disc in the spine? Our jelly-filled donut. So remember, we talked about this 3 study streams ago, and we are talking about our jelly-filled donut of the jelly-filled center being the annulus proposal, and the thing surrounding it is the fibrosis. Annulus fibrosis, that's the name of it. So what's gonna happen is that these two definitely have two different like responsibilities. So I don't know how they want me to define this in general, so let's flip it over. Oh, it was much easier than I expected. So in your spine, you have these beautiful discs, the intervertebral disc, which is going to help permit movement and transmit shock. So what makes up the disc is not just the 2 structures we talked about, the annulus proposal and the fibrous. Oh my gosh, what did I say? What did I say? It was annulus fibrosis? Close enough, card. Yeah? What is the most common way to injure a disc? I guess it depends, but let's see. Oh yeah! So what happens is that a really common way that people like really hurt their back, and maybe that's why you may have hurt your back in the past, is you do forward bending, like you're lifting an object and you're lifting it from the ground, and then for whatever reason you're holding this heavy object and you decide to twist from that same position. That's the way you're gonna really heck up your disc. So you have to really be careful with proper body mechanics with A, whatever you do, and B, especially with lifting. Never be afraid to like seek help or anything like that, especially lifting heavy objects. It's better to be safe than sorry. So this is going to refer to dermatones, and so dermatones again, a spinal nerve is coming out and it's going to innervate one of 2 things, if not really both. We're going to have dermatones, which is all sensory relation, and then we're going to also have myotones, which is going to be in relationship to the muscle. So for dermatones in this particular example, I think it might be better to see the really pretty picture up here. L2 is going to be our lateral upper thigh, L3 is going to be medial knee, L4 is medial calf, L5 is lateral calf, S1 is going to be the lateral border of the foot, and S2 is the back of the leg. Now let's move on to myotomes. So myotomes are going to be the same thing with that spinal nerve, but we're going to be talking about what muscle action it could do. So L1, L2 could do hip flexors. So again, flexing the hip even when you're seated in this position. Bringing the knee up is going to be hip flexion. L3, L4 is going to be quads, so that's going to be knee extension. L4 is going to be dorsiflexion. So again, pointing the toes up towards you. L5 is going to be extensor hallucis longus, so extending the big toe long muscle. S1 is going to be flexor hallucis longus, so flexing, so curling the toes in, big toe longus, which goes under. S2 is going to be hamstrings or knee flexion, and then S3, S5 is going to be sphincter muscles, so any of like the muscles that you use to like urinate or excrete feces. certain. Absolutely no hacking problem. Best of luck in the upcoming and future exams. Thank you so much. Gabarimasu. I'll do my absolute best. Again, hopefully we are at 104 out of 124, so we have 20 more cards. So thank you so much for the wishes. I will politely eat them up. I need all the good luck. All of it. Anyway, so myotones we just talked about. Reflexes, so there's S2 and S4, I believe. Or sorry, L3, L4, S1. L3, L4 is going to refer to the patellar, and then S1 is going to refer to Achilles. I'm going to cross all my fingers like the, what were we talking about yesterday? Or the day before? The lotus feet. Like the Chinese, the older generation breaking their feet to fit into small shoes. I'm gonna cross my hands like all of that. Alright, so those are gonna be our reflexes. L3, L4 is the patellar tendon, the one where they put the little hammer on the knees. Yeah, the foot binding. Yeah. And then S1 is gonna be the Achilles, where they put a hammer and they hit your Achilles tendon, and you should be plantar flexing, so the toes pointed down. What direction does the disc typically bulge? I think posterior? Yeah, posterior lateral due to the posterior longitudinal ligament. You better do your best. Someone's gonna rebuild the Gal economy and it ate me, but you're the one who broke it. Fix it. I don't know economics. I took an undergrad, or to get your associates, I'm pretty sure you have to take like a economy economy class, and it has to be like micro or macro economics, and I don't even remember which one I took. I only vaguely know about supply and demand, and that's all I could tell you about my experience there. Oh my goodness. If it does bulge is lateral to the nerve root, which direction will the patient shift or lean? So if there's a herniation, what happens is that people with herniations tend to have an extension bias because they feel better, right? So are you saying, is the question asking like that, or are we asking like what it would be opposite? Away from the side of pain? Oh, big brain. Yeah, basically the patient would love to get away from the side of pain. If the disc bulge is medial to the nerve root, what direction will the patient shift? Away? Towards the side of pain? What? Okay, so if a disc bulge is lateral to the nerve root, they want to be away. But if it's medial to the nerve root, I guess they are shifting towards the side of the pain. I'm honestly not really sure why that is the situation for this case. What are the two main areas in the lumbar spine where stenosis can occur? I'm not sure. Oh, so the two main areas that lumbar spine where stenosis can occur, or the narrowing of those foramens, can be in the intervertebral foramen where the nerve root exits, or the central canal of where the spinal cord is. What is DDD? Degenerative disc disease. When the nucleus loses its ability to absorb water and becomes more fibrous. So our jelly-filled donut is not necessarily having that jelly-filled center anymore. It's actually becoming hard. It no longer has its viscous properties, is not able to absorb water, so it becomes just like the rice that is surrounding all about it. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the donut. Surrounding the donut all around it. It's just, again, not jelly anymore. Where does the nerve root exit in the lumbar spine? Did we not just talk about this? So the intervertebral foramen? Oh, this is asking where do nerve roots exit in general. So it's gonna exit from below the level it's named after. So for example, L4, L5, when we're referencing these two vertebrae, what's gonna happen is that the spinal nerve of L4, L5, L4 is gonna exit. Wait, L4 is gonna exit at the level of L4, L5. It's named for the top one. Like, think about it, like, also it's just an easy way to think about, okay, L4, L5, which is the nerve that comes about? Look, the L4 nerve is literally coming out. Do you see the little slash? Imagine the slash being the nerve. So what is lateral foraminal stenosis? So lateral foramen narrowing? Oh, I see. Basically it's the narrowing of the foramen in the lateral side, and what's going to happen is that the patient's going to present with increased pain with backwards bending or side bending to the affected side. They may also have paresthesia or like the pins and needle sensation in their lower extremities. Pain can also be in the lumbar spine, buttocks, and lower extremity. What are impairments with central spine stenosis? So we just talked about the spinal cord coming out of there, right? So a lot of impairments is your direct spinal cord. So I guess the stenosis can occur because of lordotic posture. So you know how I say like your booty popping kind of thing? Well, when you booty pop, think of how your curvature, how your spine is doing this curvature. That kind of curvature might cause that compression or the stenosis. Or you could just have generally a flat or straight lumbar spine, which is not good. Have you cubs? I highly recommend you cubs Google like bamboo spine. Basically, it's just a spine that's straight, which is crazy because even though that sounds like, wow, that person has really good posture, it's the idea that we have natural curvatures in our spine for a reason, you know? Stand forward bent can also create stenosis. What may be present is lower extremity weakness. You might also have lumbar spine muscle weakness, definitely decreased endurance and decreased functional abilities because again, the stenosis, especially of the spine or the spinal cord, is going to limit some of the actions that you're able to take. So what does the posterior longitudinal ligament do? So it's going to strengthen disc posteriorly, hence the word posterior longitudinal ligament. What degrees is mild scoliosis? Is this the one we were talking about with the 30 and whatnot? Like less than 30 degrees? I mean, it is less than 30 degrees, but I don't think we have the same numbers. So mild scoliosis, even though we understand scoliosis to be like a curvature in your spine, mild scoliosis is going to be a consideration of 10 to 20 degrees. Moderate scoliosis is going to be about 20 to 40. And severe scoliosis should be anything more than 40, right? 40 to 50? Is there more severe? What is the max degree of scoliosis? 60 to 70. Sunny says, I knew my gamer hunchback posture was normal. Thanks. No, please continue to do shoulder blade squeezes, please and thank you. Oh, I'm not familiar with this guy's name. Waddle's behavior signs. I've never seen this in my life, so I'm politely skipping it. What history question specific to lumbar spine? Do you have any tingling in the saddle region? Do you have any loss of bowel or bladder control? Do you note a strength? Oh my gosh, I can't read anymore. Cubs, help, I can't read. Any text to speech? Alright, and the last question is, do you know a change in symptoms if you hold your breath and strain, like the Valsalva maneuver? This is an interesting concept. I might have to like talk about that a little bit more into detail a little bit later. I've heard multiple things about Valsalva. I was told like, oh, it's when you hold your nose, but I can't really explain it to you in this kind of manner. I might have to like get clarification for that for sure. Characteristics of normal movement. Oh, okay. So normal movement is, well, normal. It's going to take place and it's going to be smooth regardless of its speed. If you do it slow, smooth. If you do it fast, smooth. The range is full according to body type. Of course, we have a normative range for a lot of our range of motion. Your shoulder flexion might not be the same as the other, but as long as you fall within this range, you're normally very good. Normal is going to also be pain-free. When you do actions, if you have pain, something's wrong. Pain is a good signal in telling you, hey, your body hurts somewhere and there's something wrong. What can you do to address it or fix it? Muscles should be of normal strength, so you should have at least, I think, like a 4 in the MMT scale. And then passive range is greater than active range. So if I move you into, let's say, shoulder flexion, I should be able to get more range of motion out of you than you were to actively do it. Yeah. yeah. Because sometimes maybe your muscles aren't able to contract that far, and there might be other like issues, but that's just the normative. You should have more passive range of motion than active. Lateral flexion or side bending. So what's going to happen with side bending for the spine is that the annulus, which is again our jelly-filled donut, this is going to be the ring around it, is going to bulge to the side of the side bending. So if we're going to the right, our annulus is going to bulge to the side of the right, and it's going to flatten on the opposite side. the facets are going to slide up on the opposite side, and then the facets are going to slide down and compress on the same side. And then the actual last question, rotation of the spine. So understand that facet gaps on the side rotating towards. So if you're rotating right, there's going to be a gap on the right, and the facets are going to compress on the side rotation away from it. So if you're rotating right, it's going to gap on the right and compress on the left. The annular rings tighten, causing shear and compression on the disc, and with that, we are done. We are done. We are free, and life is heckin' good, right? Yeah. So how was that, cuz? We survived almost 8 hours. I think this is the longest I've streamed. Before I was like, oh, 7 hours, oh, whatever. Congrats to dice. Let's get out of here, cuz. Let's get out of here. But thank you for the congrats, thank you for the patches, thank you. We are gonna do our absolute best in the next coming few days with all the studying streams, but again, I hope to be a gamer one day. I really want to finish Pokemon. I really would love to do that. Let's see who we can raid. Let's see. Someone's crafting. Someone's playing Soma again. You think we have any other educators in chat? Any educators in chat? Let's see. I am actually really curious. So let's see. Education. Sorry, there's so many people streaming art too. Kind of curious. Kind of will politely check. Oh my goodness, did my music end on me too? No way did my music end on me. Holy heck. No way! 3.5 hours just went like that? Alright, back to figuring out this stuff. So no one else is playing education right now, which is fine. Education is not really a tag like that, So, oh, someone's stream just died. No. Okay, that's sad. We rated this person last time, so we can't raid them again because we literally rated them last time, so we can't do that. Heck. Oh, someone's really crafting. Interesting. They're making Gundams? Oh, wow. Someone's gonna play Resident Evil Village and they say it's super comfy. That looks cute. Someone's wigging. Cute. Kilakuma's on too. Alright, cubs. I think I know what to do. No, I don't. I'm gonna do a boom. Yes, you know me. I love doing polls. Right? So there's someone playing this game, Callisto Protocol. It looks real, in depth. In depth? It looks like a scary game. So if you're into scary games, first one for sure. There's someone playing Neural Cloud. I'm not familiar with this game, but it looks like cute girl simulator who are battling out and living their best life. Let's see. There's a slime. Yeah, there's a slime guy doing art. There's a panda, Kilakuma, doing art. And I think my very last one that I have is someone playing RE Village. Yeah? Yeah. Let me just put the poll up right now, okay? A poll? No way. Exactly. You know me. I can't make up my mind. So with that, Oh my goodness, congratulations, Cubs. You have officially made it to the longest Tipa stream ever. If I didn't have school, if I didn't have classes, I guess I wouldn't be doing this. But if I didn't have an exam, I'd probably continue to study more because I would love to finish the other study guide that I wanted to while studying. So with that, we have a lot of new Cubs today. So if you're new here, welcome, 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 welcome. I have a Discord, the official Cub Club, where I do ping when I do go live. And also what I do is that we do anime nights on Tuesdays. They're normally Monday, but you know, Chainsaw Man Tuesday, ha ha ha. And we normally do it around 9. Well, now we've been trying to do earlier. So we normally do about 8:30 p.m. EST. So please feel free to do check us out, okay? I have Twitter, so I have my schedule pinned normally on Twitter. Today is my last day of the week because again I have all these finals that I really need to study for. Tomorrow morning, if somehow I wake up at 6 a.m. and I feel like streaming my study guide procedure, I guess I can do that. I don't know how much I would hate myself. I'll just wake up and roll out of bed like, alright guys, this is gonna be a 3-hour study stream. I know we just studied for 8 hours yesterday, but I gotta finish this guide. And so my EU cubs would be probably ecstatic, being like, whoa, Tipa streaming at noon? And it's just like 6 a.m. and I'm like, oh. And then other than Twitter, I have my socials. So I have like the TikTok, the YouTubes, and if you like study streams or if you just like something in the background that is educational and you want to hear more anatomy, I do have more study streams uploaded onto my YouTube. So please do feel free to check that out, okay? Right now, like I said, I do have a poll for 5 people to potentially raid today. So we have the Callisto Protocols, a Neural Cloud, we have Art from a Slime Guy, Art from a Panda, and we also have Resident Evil Village, okay? I'm gonna spam the raid message. So if you're not subscribed and you do want to participate in the raid, don't worry. We have the berry emoji with the Gal Gal raid, and then the second one is gonna be Tipagal with the Gal Gal raid. Every cub, again, I want to thank you so much for being here. For study endurance stream. I really truly do appreciate it, and I wish I could see you cubs later in the week, but I work tomorrow. And tomorrow I'm convincing one of my friends to come over and trying to lure them with pizza and be like, hey, can I practice glides and mobilizations on you? I'll buy us pizza. Just please come. I need someone to practice on. My roommates are not interested. My roommates are not interested. I don't have anyone else. Please. So that's gonna be tomorrow's plan. So that's why I can't stream. And then on Friday, I could try to wake up early and stream, but realistically, I also have work, and my manager told me to come in, I think 9 to 5, and I'm like, manager-san, please, I do not want to come in at this time. And she says, I'm not gonna be here and I need you to close. But I'm like, manager-san, I can't. I really want to go. I actually want to leave work early because I have to go travel to school hall. So because on Friday, one of the teacher assistants are gonna be there and like help kind of dictate the class and do like a little fake practical, and they're gonna be there at 6, and I get out of work at 5, and there's just no way I'm gonna make it without some overlap, you know? So super sad, you know? But yeah. Thanks for your stream tip. Best of luck with the exam. Thank you, Robo. Thank you, Monse. Thank you for the good luck. Again, I'm gonna eat up. Sunny says, tips, thanks. Send you all my brain cells and returning all the luck to you. At the end of the stream? No way. It literally does come full circle, huh? I'll let you guys know how the exam goes. Again, I don't think there's going to be like an immediate grade afterwards, so I can't be like, I passed with the grade I wanted, because I have to wait for him to grade it. So we'll honestly see how that goes. I don't think I have anything else, unfortunately. Monday and Tuesday I have an exam, so I probably will come back with a study stream for that. And then Thursday or Wednesday, I might pull another one of these bad boys, because this class is very overwhelming, and Thursday is going to be that cumulative exam I was talking about. And I think I asked my manager, I'm like, can I just be off Wednesday again? I'm so sorry. Or maybe I asked for Tuesday off. Either way, we're doing a long study stream again Tuesday, so hopefully see you there. Stall for another 2 minutes? I am stalling for another 2 minutes. So it looks like we have a poll. We're going to be raiding into Slime Guy. They actually look really cool. I actually haven't seen them, so I'm just like, oh. Their name is Kakoi Think. Kakoi Think? Kakoi Thick. No, they have a pronunciation and I can't say it because I'm stinky like that. Also sorry about it's fine. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry about all this. It's okay. I'll just keep it there. That's fine. But yeah, super cool. They've also been streaming for about 8 hours and 24 minutes. So we love a long streamer, am I right? What is neutral cloud? Or no, it's this person is playing it. I'll link them directly. I think it might be like one of those mobile games. Mobile? I'm not actually really familiar with it. I just don't think I rated this person before, so I was just like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, love it, sure, you know? I don't know. It looks cute. It looks like a gacha game if I have to be 100% honest with you. Okay, 8 hours complete. Alright, 8-hour stream. We made it! Yeah! You're gonna tell me good luck. Alright, good luck forever. Eternity sign turns the 8 into the sign. Anyway, let's go raid the slime guy. Let's go do it. Enjoy the art. Da 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 da. Pachi 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 pachi. Oh! Pachi pachis actually like have double meaning now. Oh, future! Galgarade! Oh my goodness, I have to go copy and paste my Galgarade. Hold on. Galgarade! Alright, Cubs, let's go right into Slime Guy. Kako Eat Thick. They've been streaming for 8 hours and 26 minutes, so they beat my record. Isn't that stinky? So stinky, so stinky. Anyway, let's have lots of fun next time we see each other. Hopefully, if I am not streaming at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, I might be streaming at 6 o'clock Friday morning. If I'm not streaming any of those times, I'll definitely see you Cubs Tuesday? I may have to look at my schedule again. Yeah, Tuesday sounds good. Yeah. I have a practical Monday, so screams! Anyway, lots of love to you guys. Please have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you again for joining me for another study stream. Have a good one. Bye.